Chapter 503. When the Een spirit fire entered Yin Nuoshing's body, it expanded slightly, and a terrifying heat immediately erupted. Yin Nuoshing hurriedly withdrew his consciousness, but just as he was about to resist the heat, the Een spirit fire gently shrank and the heat disappeared. The corners of Yin Nuoshing's eyes twitched, but he didn't mind. After all, he had the purple night dark flames, so the Een spirit fire couldn't burn him to death. Although a bit of heat was emitted from his body and there was a piercing pain, it was undoubtedly much better than the pain he felt the first time he refined the purple night dark flames. Even though Ziyi was suppressing it, he was still burned half to death. The plate of samsara between his eyebrows began to spin gently. His spiritual energy descended from between his eyebrows and arrived beside the Een spirit fire. When he looked inside himself, he could see a faint green stream of air circling around the center of the Een spirit fire. That was the consciousness it had condensed into. Seeing that weak spiritual consciousness, Yin Nuoshing's spiritual energy carefully surged in, gently wrapping it up. Then, a surging light purple flame surged out from within his body, forming a huge mouth, swallowing the Een spirit fire in one gulp. Inside his body, the Een spirit fire didn't have much of a reaction from the beginning to the end. It didn't put up a desperate struggle, nor did it release a terrifying heat. It only quietly allowed the purple flames to corrode it, as if it was really going to be refined by Yin Nuoshing. With a thought, the golden energy hidden in every corner of Yin Nuoshing's body suddenly appeared and enveloped the two types of flames. The soul burning technique also quickly burned his enormous spiritual energy. Scarlet runes appeared in every part of his body. Strands of scarlet threads extended towards the two types of flames and bound them together. As he stared at the Een spirit fire that was enveloped by the purple night dark flames, Ziya's spiritual energy suddenly moved. A strange energy surged out, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. It wasn't the first time Yin Nuoshing had felt it. Ziyi had felt it before, and it had also felt it on the swirling zither. Well, let's start refining then, Yin Nuoshing muttered. Her mind was focused on the light, grayish-blue flame. Her divine will control the burning soul art to start circulating, causing it to slowly circulate along with the Een spirit fire. At the same time, the flame demon burning the heavens art and a few other profound arts were also circulating. Refining the Een spirit fire without any resistance was much easier than Yin Nuoshing had imagined. Originally, he should have been in contact with it for a period of time. When he first refined the purple night dark flame, it took him 2 days to establish a connection between the two through the imprint. Then he slowly increased the affinity to the maximum before he started refining. Fusion. When the refinement began, Z suddenly said coldly, causing Yin Nuoshing, who was tense, to almost spit out her soul. You're the main character. You have the final say. Yin Nuoshing smiled faintly. Actually, other than the operation of the profound art and the descent of the soul power, the rest was controlled by Ziyi and not him. Okay. Ziyi nodded and replied gently. The moment Ziye's voice fell, Yin Nuoshing saw that the purple night dark flame in his body started to violently riot. Waves of flames condensed at his lower abdomen. The golden origin of the spiritual divine body was also drawn over, condensing into an extremely huge flame vortex. The few crystals were all sucked into it, causing Yin Nuoshing's expression to stiffen. Even though he knew that Ziyi wouldn't harm him, Yin Nuoshing couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she saw this scene. She didn't know if Ziyi wanted to kill her. There were a few crystals in his lower abdomen. One was his own energy crystal. One was the crystal that sealed Ziye's enormous energy, and one was the energy that was extracted from Xian's 5 elements body when it went berserk. If the last 2 energy crystals were destroyed, it would be fine. At most, they would be blocked by the berserk energy for a while. In the end, they could be sealed back. If his own energy crystal was destroyed, then he would be crippled. At that time, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. In the end, he might choose to find a divine flame and kill himself. When the flame vortex in his lower abdomen formed, the Een spirit fire that was slowly refining was suddenly swept away by a violent flame. Then, the light, grayish-blue flame was immediately disintegrated, turning into a huge light, grayish-blue flame river. In the middle of this, Yin Nuoxing could feel a sense of fear from the consciousness of the Een spirit fire. He quickly focused his mind and protected the weak consciousness that was swaying in the wind. When the ball of flame was released, it turned into a large, grayish-blue river. This river had already filled the dozens of meridians that were circulating the burning soul art. Outside this river, there was also a purple flame river that was flowing together with it. Be careful. When Yin Nuoxing received Zi Ye's warning, he didn't know what to be careful about. He could only quickly transfer all of his soul power to his lower abdomen. While protecting the few energy crystals, he also protected the weak consciousness of the Een spirit fire. He had promised to leave the Een spirit fire's consciousness behind. Not long after Ziya's warning, the Een spirit fire that was flowing through the meridians in his body suddenly rushed toward the flame vortex in his lower abdomen. After this newcomer was mixed into the already violent vortex, it became even more excited. It swept the Een spirit fire and ran quickly in the vortex. The two types of flames were completely entangled in the flame vortex. Suddenly, there was a faint light in a corner of the flame vortex. In the light, the two types of flames wriggled slowly. In the end, they gradually merged together. At this moment, the light purple and grayish-blue flames disappeared. What replaced them was a silver-purple water droplet that looked like a gem. Has it begun? Looking at the gem-like water droplet, Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Didn't they say that it would be very difficult? However, just as he muttered this, Yin Nuoxing was shocked to see that the gem-like silver-purple water droplet actually dispersed and turned into two types of flames, one light purple and the other light gray. It can't condense. Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly. With a thought, the origin energy of the divine body continuously flowed into the huge vortex. He also formed a seal with his hands. Hundreds of five-colored threads extended from his skin and circled around his body. They densely covered Yin Nuoxing and finally condensed into a light cocoon that was more than 20 feet in size. The five-colored light pulsated gently like a heartbeat. Since it can condense, there is hope. I reckon that it will take a long time. When the light cocoon was formed, the surrounding pale gray sea of fire immediately surged over. When it pounced on the surface of the light cocoon, it slowly dimmed. On the other hand, the light cocoon became a little brighter. It was as though the energy of the sea of fire had been devoured by the light cocoon. A silver-blue light circle was vaguely visible within the pale gray sea of flames. That seemingly weak energy barrier caused those flames to be completely useless. Even a frighteningly high temperature was isolated outside of it. Xian kept his eyes on Mei Mao. Through the gaps in the flames, he could see the blue circle of light from time to time. Mei Mao's worry did not lessen at all. She clenched her swirling zither so tightly that her knuckles turned white. At a certain moment, the swaying flames suddenly went berserk. She stood up nervously and ran away with the swirling zither in her arms. However, when she passed through the layers of flames and saw the light cocoon hanging in the air, the huge stone that had been hanging in her heart was finally put down. She let out a long sigh of relief. Her pretty eyes stared blankly at the cocoon of light. She stared at it for a period of time, but did not discover anything unusual. Finally, Ziyan relaxed a little. She sat down on the spot and placed the swirling zither on her lap, after which she entered a state of cultivation. However, she would still split a little of her attention to observe the cocoon of light while she cultivated. Ziyin also knew that Yun Nuo planet had to refine the Een spirit fire this time. Besides refining it, they also had to fuse it. The time needed would definitely not be short. However, what the two of them did not expect was that this cocoon transformation would take half a year. During this half a year, the place where the heaven's sacrificial fire was sealed was still peaceful. However, there were many disturbances in the Xianlong continent. While the two from Yinnuashing were in seclusion, Yi Shi and the others stayed at the edge of the huge crater, guarding this place. Before the two from Yinnuashing came out, they would not go anywhere. As for those who came to participate in the ritual of the profound dragon, they had already left early. The people from the 8 great empires had all returned to their respective empires. Yi Ding and the rest also returned to their respective empires. Before they left, they chatted with Yuan Shi for a while. When they learned that if everything went well, there would be no need for the profound dragon ritual in the future, they were a little speechless. However, they did not say anything. They only bid farewell and returned to the Dragon Mist Empire. After Yi Ding and the rest returned to the Dragon Mist Empire, the 400,000-strong army that had been stationed outside the Dragon Mist City finally took action. That night, they launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Mist City. The number of experts on both sides was not equal. Even the number of peak experts differed greatly. The situation was basically one-sided. However, just as the city gate was about to be breached, Yuan Shi descended from the sky and forcefully turned the situation around by himself. Moreover, because he was not in a good mood, he almost killed all the peak experts of the 4 great empires. Yao Hua and the rest also arrived. When they saw the situation, their faces slightly darkened. However, they did not say anything. The former directly opened a passage and killed his way to the imperial capital of the 4 great empires. Taking advantage of the night, he beat the important figures of the 4 great empires half to death. However, he did not leave behind a single word. When Yi Ding and the rest saw this scene, they were a little shocked. Then they sighed. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. If Yinnuashing and the rest did not come to the Mystic Dragon continent, their Dragon Mist Empire would definitely be destroyed. Moreover, there was no other possibility. Apart from this, another incident occurred in the 8 great empires. Jun Luo, Yi, and the rest, who had originally planned to leave the Mystic Dragon continent for the realm of the gods, did not succeed in reaching the realm of the gods. Their enemies came to their door like a swarm of bees. The master and the disciples were directly surrounded and annihilated in the Dragon Mist City. All of them suffered heavy injuries. However, the encirclement and annihilation came to an abrupt end at some point. In front of the battered Jun Luo, Yi, and the rest, a petite figure appeared out of nowhere. She quietly stood in the void without making any sound. However, the murderous aura surging between her willowy eyebrows let everyone know that she was not in a good mood. As a result, the people who came to encircle and annihilate them saw tens of thousands of formations covering the entire sky in front of them. Then, they saw the most dazzling fireworks in their lives. Later, Yishi led Jun Luo, Yi, and the rest to the huge pit. If it was said that she rescued the Dragon Mist Empire because of her acquaintance with Yi Ding and the rest, then saving Jun Luo, Yi, and the rest could be considered as returning the favor. That day in the underground palace, if it was not for the appearance of Yinnuashing and the rest, they would have probably succeeded in reaching the realm of the gods. Who would have thought that halfway through, a group of people from the realm of the gods would appear and forcibly drag them back? After the crisis of the Dragon Mist Empire was resolved, Yi Ding dragged Yi Yun and the rest of the brothers to the huge pit every day. Only Yi Daofeng was left to work in the imperial palace. Later on, they simply stayed at the edge of the huge pit. Yi Shi and the rest had been guarding the edge of the huge pit all this time. Yao Hua and the rest were unusually patient, quietly cultivating and waiting. When Qin Yin was cultivating, she would open her eyes every few hours. Mei Mao stared at the sky for a long time. The nightmare also quieted down. No one would mention the uneasiness and worry in their hearts, but everyone's heart was filled with such emotions. Chapter 504. Pale gray flames spread over this region, majestically occupying thousands of miles of space. The frightening temperature was accompanied by the continuous explosions of the flames, becoming increasingly scorching hot. Even the empty space was distorted in an exceptionally artistic manner. If it was not for a layer of seal blocking this space, it was likely that these flames would endlessly spread out and compete with the endless empty space. In the middle of the pale gray space, There was an area where not even the slightest bit of flame flowed. All the flames that swept over this area would be sucked into a huge light cocoon in the distance. A suffocatingly beautiful figure was seated cross-legged in that empty region. A zither was placed across her legs. There were some faint musical notes flowing over her body. The silver-blue barrier only occupied 10 feet in size, but caused the flames to not dare to approach. There was a huge light cocoon a short distance away from this empty region. Endless pale, gray flames lingered around its body. Each time the flames churned, a large flame would disappear. The moment the flame disappeared, more flames would take its place, continuously surging over like waves crashing against the waves in front. The young lady ignored the churning of the surrounding sea of flames. Ever since she had shut her eyes, other than the first month where she would open them for half a day, she had not moved at all for the past 10 months. Her jade-like hands gently pressed on the zither, seemingly entering a rather special state. The light cocoon had changed from its original 5 colors to its current 2 colors. If one were to carefully observe, one would discover that these 2 colors were churning endlessly like flames. They were entangled with each other, yet separated at the same time. Threads of pale, gray flames quietly seeped out from the gaps of the light cocoon, after which they transformed into threads that twined around the light cocoon. A portion of the threads also extended towards the sea of flames. As these threads of flame extended, there were even a few hundred threads that extended to the edge of the sea of flames. The densely packed threads turned this place into a huge coiling thread hole. Each time the light from these threads flickered, they would take away a portion of the flames within the sea of flames. However, the sea of flames seemed to be endless. No matter how the threads absorbed the flames, it was difficult to completely absorb them. Following the light cocoon's endless absorption of energy, the sea of fire seemed to be matching the rhythm of its energy absorption. Each time the light cocoon's brightness reached its peak, waves of fire would slam against the light cocoon and the hundreds and thousands of threads. Once its light dimmed, the waves of fire would cease. Time passed quietly like a white steed flitting by. The needle of time spun round and round, until a certain day, in the sea of fire, there was still only the sound of flames exploding and rolling. There was no sign of life. This place was even more severe than hell. Only when the flames rolled into 1,000 waves would there be additional crashing sounds. However, after that sound faded away, everything became quiet again, making this place even more deathly silent. In the calm sea of fire, there was a sudden movement. Looking in the direction of the movement, it was actually the silver-blue barrier area in the sea of fire. At this moment, a steady stream of musical notes began to extend from Xian's delicate body, which seemed to be in a deep sleep. These musical notes wriggled and finally flowed together, turning into a stream of musical notes that fell into the whirlpool zither. As the musical notes fell into the whirlpool zither, Mei Mao, who had been closed for 9 months, suddenly opened her eyes. Surging immortal energy circulated around her body, and one could faintly hear waves of immortal music. It was as if there was an exquisite musical instrument playing in her petite body. In these 10 months of cultivation, with the help of the boundless energy around her and the whirlpool zither's help, her strength had soared by several large steps. She had soared from the 4th immortal realm to the 8th immortal realm. If Yao Hua and the others knew about this progress, they would probably vomit blood. They already knew that Xian's cultivation speed was very fast back in the 9 Gods Palace. However, to soar by 4 whole realms in 10 months, it would probably scare them to death. A glint flashed across her beautiful eyes, and the aura that had erupted quietly returned to normal within a few breaths of time. Her dress, that was fluttering in the absence of wind, also slowly stopped. She looked at the world that was still light gray, and the cocoon of light was still pulsating. She could not help but sigh. 8th immortal realm, 5th revolution. Xian felt a bit happy after sensing her cultivation. However, when Mei Mao didn't see that familiar figure, the joy in her heart disappeared without a trace. She had poured a bucket of cold water on herself. Lowering her head, the dark purple May Mao glanced at the quiet whirlpool zither. Xian gently stroked it and said softly, "Thank you." The cultivation of the five-element body was very fast, especially with the almost endless fire elemental energy around her, which allowed her cultivation to soar. However, there was another factor. In the past 10 months, the strange power of the divine spark in the whirlpool zither had been constantly cleansing her body. Many of the meridians in her body had been opened and even expanded. Most importantly, the whirlpool zither allowed her to enter a very profound state. Her consciousness entered the whirlpool zither and felt the divine authority and divine spark power inside. She also saw the figure she had always wanted to see, Xianyin. Although it was only a blurry shadow, she did see her. She was as beautiful as a fairy and had a noble and inviolable temperament. She was truly like a god above the 9 heavens. She could feel the terrifying power from her body. This was equivalent to using the power of a god to cultivate. If her cultivation speed couldn't reach such a level, she would have let down this mysterious zither. Xian's gentle voice didn't receive a response from the zither. She didn't care. Her rosy face was filled with gentleness. She only stroked the whirlpool zither as if she was facing her best friend. Kacha! A chaotic energy fluctuation was suddenly emitted from the sea of fire, causing Ziyan's eyes to flicker. She abruptly raised her head, and soon after, she saw numerous cracks suddenly appear on the seemingly silent cocoon of light. The surrounding sea of fire became even crazier, and all of them surged towards the cocoon of light. Within the sea of fire, 2 other types of flames spread out. These flames entwined and condensed outside the light cocoon. In the end, they actually faintly transformed into a silver-purple phoenix that was a few thousand feet in size. If one could clearly see it, one would discover that this phoenix had the appearance of Little Phoenix. However, this silver-purple phoenix now looked even more brilliant. It was even more mysterious and noble than the pure violet night flames. Screech! The silver-purple phoenix hovered in the air and completely enveloped the cocoon of light. Then it raised its huge head and opened its huge mouth. An earth-shattering screech suddenly rang out in the deathly, silent sea of fire. Boom! Following the screech, the originally violent light gray flames suddenly became frantic. Moreover, they seemed to be attracted by a strange power. They condensed into a huge fire tornado and endlessly surged into the body of the phoenix that hovered in the air. Thousands of huge tornadoes appeared on the surface of the sea of fire and endlessly surged towards the threads of the cocoon of light. As more and more light, gray flames were devoured by the phoenix and its threads, the silver on its body gradually deepened. Its wings also became vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. Boom! The second terrifying explosion suddenly resounded throughout the entire sea of fire. An extremely terrifying high temperature suddenly swept through the entire sea of fire. A scarlet-pink pillar of flame suddenly erupted from the light cocoon, illuminating the entire sea of fire. Those rioting light gray flames, on the other hand, calmed down in an instant, and all of them flowed towards the scarlet-pink light pillar. The silver-purple phoenix in the air suddenly screeched. The sea of fire that had accumulated for an unknown amount of time disappeared by 90% in a few minutes. Only then did it seem to be satisfied. Its huge body gradually shrunk and finally turned into a wisp of silver-purple flames and scuttled into the scarlet-pink pillar of light. The moment the phoenix entered the scarlet-pink pillar of light, the entire pillar of light shattered like glass. Under the pillar of light, a pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for nearly a year finally trembled at this moment. Soon after, they slowly opened again. Both eyes opened. Within the silver-purple eyes, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Then, it turned into an undetectable halo of light that enveloped the silver-purple eyes. The pupils in the center had actually turned blue. When both eyes opened, the sea of fire churned for a while. It was a long time before it slowly calmed down. Yawn. After letting out a long yawn, Yin Nuashing rubbed her eyes. Then, her gaze focused, and she hurriedly pulled the long hair that was draped behind her back to her front. When she saw the color change again, turning into a silver-purple color, even though she was mentally prepared, her face could not help but twitch a few times. If this continues, will I turn into something that is neither human nor ghost? Professional hair dye? Yin Nuashing slowly lowered her head. When she saw that her palms were even fairer and more delicate, just like a woman's hands, she could not help but bitterly laugh. All right, not only can the divine flame dye hair, it can also beautify it, little star. A soft call caused Yin Nuashing to raise her head. Immediately, she saw Xian hugging the swirling zither in the sea of fire not far away. The worry in Mei Mao's heart poured out without reservation, and she rushed straight into his arms, causing Yin Nuashing to bitterly laugh. It's fine. Can I come out now? Yin Nuashing reached out and patted her back as she gently laughed. Xian raised her head and looked straight into the pair of silver-purple eyes. However, she smiled sweetly and said, I wasn't worried about you. I just wanted to see your divine flame. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She felt that she was overthinking things. All right, then I'll be worried about you. I'll be worried about you, okay? Xian smiled and nodded, making her feel even more helpless. Yin Nuashing slowly lowered her head and clenched her fist. A light gray flame appeared with a poof. In the center of the flame, there was a dazzling blue dot. Seeing this flame, Xian's pretty face was a little surprised. Immediately, she saw Yin Nuashing reach out her other hand. The light purple night flame appeared. Then, she clapped her hands together. The two flames naturally merged together like liquid. What appeared in her palms was a silver-purple flame. This is... Xian frowned slightly. What was the meaning of this? It failed. The fusion wasn't successful. I can only fuse them temporarily outside. I can't let the two flames fuse together directly. Yin Nuashing shook his head and sighed with slight disappointment. He also thought that the fusion would fail. However, it didn't seem like a failure. It could be said that the fusion was half successful and half failed. What about your cultivation level? Breaking through a barrier? Xian asked softly. She seemed to have quickly forgotten that the fusion of the divine flames had failed. Yin Nuashing faintly smiled and let out a low roar. A terrifying aura, accompanied by the sound of flames exploding, suddenly sprang up. The aura also abruptly climbed to the peak. Following the violent movement of his aura, the sea of fire once again churned with raging waves, crazily whistling. A flaming tornado that was a few hundred feet long formed around the two of them. 9th level immortal rank, and it's already at the 11th cycle. One more cycle, and it'll touch the half-demon rank. Xian felt Yin Nuashing's aura grow wildly. When it finally stopped at this level, Mei Mao's eyes flashed with joy. However, if it was anyone else who saw this scene, they would most likely collapse on the spot. It was one thing for Xian to climb 4 realms in a row in 10 months, but the energy crystal in Yin Nuashing's body was a crystal. It had more than 10 times more energy than a solid crystal. Moreover, he cultivated several terrifying mystic arts, and his energy was the power of the stars. I thought I could surpass you, Xian muttered as she pinched Yin Nuashing's handsome face. Yin Nuashing smiled. This time, the flaming vortex in Zai's lower abdomen had completely refined all the 5-element energy that had been devoured by Xian. It had also transformed more than half of the sea of fire into energy. Even a portion of the energy crystal that Zai had left behind had been extracted and sealed in a new crystal, the enormous energy of the Yin spirit fire. However, the flaming vortex had also tempered his crystal, causing his power of the stars to condense to the point where it could undergo a qualitative change. But you little girl, how did you soar through 4 realms? However, what surprised Nuashing was Xian's current realm. He knew that the cultivation speed of the 5 elements body wouldn't be slower than his, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. Xian smiled and told Yin Nuashing everything that had happened, which also surprised him. He really didn't know that the whirlpool zither had such an effect. Then you'll have to properly thank Xianin, Yin Oshing said with a smile as she rubbed Xian's head. Xian nodded. If it wasn't for the whirlpool zither, she definitely wouldn't have been able to reach this level in the past 10 months. Oh, right. Yin Nuoshing seemed to have thought of something. She flipped her hands and made a gesture of holding something up. Then, under Xian's gaze, a 1-meter-tall egg appeared in her palm. Half of it was crimson pink, while the other half was dark black. The two colors flowed like liquid. Through this egg, one could sense that an extremely powerful life was brewing inside. Little Feng is about to break through. Chapter 505. The strange egg he took out was naturally a phoenix egg. However, unlike the first time it hatched, Little Phoenix was about to break out of its cocoon. Little Phoenix had also extracted a large amount of flames from this sea of fire. As one of the 4 divine beasts, the Phoenix's innate element was the fire element. Flames were a great source of energy for it. 90% of the light gray sea of fire had been extracted, and at least 70% of that 90% had been extracted by Little Phoenix. The first time it hatched, it already had the strength of a demigod. After breaking out of its cocoon, the second time it hatched, it would probably have the strength of a demigod or even a beginner god. Good things really come hand in hand. Xian laughed. No, there's bad news. Yes, it's bad news for my wallet. Yin Nuoshing's eyes twitched when he heard Xian's words. He laughed bitterly. Xian glanced at him doubtfully. This was bad news for the purse. Yin Nuoshing shook his head with a bitter smile. He waved his hands, and the Nether Void Sword and Ling Hong's sword appeared in his hands. At this moment, they were sealed by golden energy chains. They were sealed by the origin energy of the spirit receiving divine body. In the entire divine realm, only this kind of energy could seal a divine weapon. However, if a divine weapon wanted to break free, Yin Nuoshing's half-baked spirit receiving divine body could still break free. Could it be that it's about to break through too? Xian glanced at it and seemed to understand something. Mei Mao looked at him with a smile. When she saw Yin Nuoshing nod helplessly, she smiled even more brightly. This is a good thing. You should be happy. Xian smiled. This guy, how did he say that a divine weapon breaking through is a bad thing? This time, I need to forge a fire element core. In addition, I need to find fire element materials, and very rich ones at that. Ling Hong's sword to break through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level requires materials of at least the 4th or 5th level. As for the Nether Void Sword to break through from the 1st level to the 2nd level, requires materials of the 4th or 5th level. Yin Nuoshing laughed bitterly. Then why did he collect materials of the 3rd level in the first place? I feel like I've lost my mind. At this time, he could only sigh bitterly. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Although the Nether Void Sword and the Ling Hong Sword were almost completely destroyed, they were still divine weapons that surpassed the eternal divine weapon. At this moment, Su Ming poked Yun Nuoshing's back and said softly, "If it's me, there's no need to rush. At least I've retained my consciousness and can delay my breakthrough for a while. If it's Ling Hong, you have to complete your breakthrough within 100 days. It's not good to delay it. Speaking of which, what material are you made of?" Yin Nuoshing grabbed her and couldn't help but ask. The Nether Void Sword was taken aback, as if it hadn't expected him to ask such a question. However, it didn't know how to answer because even it didn't know. I can only tell you that it's not listed in the ranks. It's even more precious than a 12th tier material, the Nether Void Sword said softly. Yin Nuoshing spat, but Su Ming continued. A 12th tier material has the ability to connect with the power of the heavens and earth and borrow the power of the gods. It's called a material exclusive to the gods. However, no matter how perfect it is, it's only an eternal divine weapon. We, the 12 godly swords, are divine weapons, weapons of the gods. We're comparable to God's park weapons. At this point, the Nether Void Sword revealed an arrogant aura, as if all the other weapons in the world were worthless scrap metal. However, it was true that it had the right to do so. As the #1 sword in the divine sword record, it could indeed look down on all the other weapons in the world. This is also why no one in the future could forge something comparable to the 12 godly swords. Divine weapons aren't made of 12th tier materials. The Nether Void Sword's tone returned to normal as it spoke softly. A material that surpasses the 12th tier. What kind of material is that? Yin Nuashing and Xian both fell silent for a while. Their expressions were grave. This was the first time they'd heard of something like this. Su Ming didn't say anything. He would find out about this in the future, but it might be a long time in the future. The clothes on Yin Nuashing's shoulder trembled slightly. Both of them noticed the movement and turned to look. Immediately, they saw a small silver person climb onto his shoulder. It stood on his shoulder with its two round hands supporting its waist. It looked back at Yin Nuashing and then at Xian. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out. The small person only had a blurry human shape. Its facial features could be seen clearly, but it was just a glowing object. It wore a very heavy, thin, pointed hat. The brim of the hat hung down to its heels. A small tuft of gray hair peeked out from under the brim of the hat. Seeing Xian blink at Mei Mao's cute appearance, Yin Nuashing smiled. She picked up the small silver person and placed it on her palm. She said, "This is the consciousness of the Yin's spirit fire. It seemed very playful, so I kept it." The elf-like little person suddenly turned around when he heard this. His eyes stared fiercely at Yin Nuashing, and his mouth was bulging. His limbs were only as thick as a match, and his hands and feet were still wearing white gloves and shoes. At this moment, he was using his slender foot to fiercely stomp on Yin Nuashing's palm, as if he was very angry. Yin Nuashing and Xian both laughed silently. Hearing the laughter, the fairy-like person was even more embarrassed and annoyed. After stomping on Yin Nuashing for a while, it panted and sat down. It pulled the hat down with all its might, trying to hide its head in it. "Your whole body is silver." "Then, I'll call you Little Silver from now on." Yin Nuashing thought for a moment, then casually came up with a name. When the little fairy-like person heard this, it suddenly raised its head and looked at him angrily. It was very dissatisfied with this name. "Little Silver, stop messing around. Let's go out after Xiao Feng hatches." Yin Nuashing grinned and picked Little Silver up. He put it on his head and let it sulk there. Little Star is still so casual about naming things. Xian chuckled, which made him roll his eyes. Yin Nuashing spread his hands and looked at the phoenix egg on the side, which was frantically absorbing the remaining flames. He was about to use his evil spirit eye to see how long it would take for it to hatch, when the phoenix egg suddenly trembled, and the sea of fire that was surging endlessly also calmed down with a crash. Crack! The calm space suddenly trembled fiercely, and the black energy barrier trembled. Then there was a crisp sound of something shattering. Yin Nuashing was also stunned. He slowly closed his evil spirit eye, and when he opened it again, he saw the phoenix egg suddenly emit an intense and resplendent light. "It's going to hatch. All right, I don't have to pretend to be a pregnant woman this time." Looking at the phoenix egg that had suddenly stirred, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but laugh bitterly, as if recalling that extremely embarrassing scene in Tana's water god temple. As the intense light above the phoenix egg grew brighter and brighter, in the end, a faint cracking sound rang out once again. Yin Nuashing's expression was slightly absent-minded. He seemed to have heard an extremely beautiful music that was constantly ringing in his ears. Every note, every piece of music was filled with a strange melody within it. While Yin Nuashing and Xian were a little intoxicated by this immortal song, the tiny cracks that had originally covered the phoenix egg suddenly burst open. Countless resplendent crimson and pink rays of light shot out into the sky from the cracks. Even in the pitch-black void, it was exceptionally bright. More and more cracks appeared, and in the end, pieces of the eggshell suddenly fell off. As the first piece fell off, the eggshell had a series of reactions. The phoenix egg quickly cracked open, and from within, a beam of light that was a mixture of crimson and deep black suddenly rushed into the void. Finally, it collided with a layer of black energy barrier, causing waves of ripples to erupt. As the beam of light surged, many white images suddenly appeared in the void. They were birds, and the cries of hundreds of birds intertwined with the immortal song. In the void, An extremely terrifying energy cloud had accumulated somewhere. The crimson and pink rays of light were like a rising sun, completely dispersing the darkness in the void. The energy cloud surged and extended outwards, and finally became a huge cloud that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. A vast energy pressure descended from the void, directly passing through the black energy barrier and landing on the cracked phoenix egg. This is... Yin Nuoxing and Zi Yin suddenly came to their senses. They looked at the hundreds of birds in the sky and the energy cloud that blotted out the sky. They no longer cared about the strange concept, and directly picked up Xian and retreated a distance away. The descent of a divine beast, a natural phenomenon. Yin Nuoxing's heart trembled violently as he looked back at the sea of fire that was filled with energy pressure. He had experienced heavenly tribulations before, and the heavenly might was extremely terrifying. However, he had never seen the might of heaven and earth descend into the void, let alone with such momentum. The swirling zither jumped out of his heart and placed Xian at a safe distance. Yin Nuoxing suddenly turned around. Just as he was about to charge out, a beautiful purple figure appeared in front of him and grabbed him. "Don't go. This isn't a heavenly tribulation. Let alone you. Even if I charge in, I'll end up heavily injured," Zi murmured sternly. Yin Nuoxing frowned. He still wanted to say something, but she continued. "That's a phoenix. It's undying, and this is an essential step in its evolution." After saying that, Zia's heart also lurched. There was no time to say anything else. She pulled him into the barrier of the swirling zither without any explanation. Purple and gray flames surged behind them, directly covering the barrier. 2 moons even appeared behind them, and a slender hand rested on the zither. Yin Nuoxing was shocked. Back when she faced the Taoye's projection, she was already in such a serious state. So now, boom! Just as the 2 of them charged into the barrier, a great heavenly might suddenly covered the entire sky. Muffled sounds that sounded like explosions rang out from within the energy cloud. Immediately after, they saw that the energy cloud, which had a surging aura and stretched out for 50,000 kilometers, was slowly dimming from the periphery to the inner circle. It was as if all the energy had condensed at the very center. The dazzling pillar of light suddenly shrunk, and then an extremely dazzling crimson-pink bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the center of the clouds, while carrying the might to obliterate the world. Everywhere it passed, space exploded apart, and numerous dark yellow rifts that were a few hundred meters wide extended out for hundreds of thousands of meters. Boom! The bolt of lightning that was several tens of thousands of meters wide struck down from the sky in a straight line. It fiercely pierced through the black barrier and struck the phoenix egg that was only 1 meter wide. Under the vast heavenly might, Yin Nuoxing only felt that her figure was extremely small. The divine artifact in her body involuntarily resonated with her defense. However, practically all the energy was concentrated in that 1 meter area. Although Yin Nuoxing and Zi Yi were affected, they were still fine with the swirling zither's defense. Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened her evil spirit eye and stared closely at the huge crimson pillar of light. With the power of her rank 2 evil spirit eye, she could faintly make out a blurry figure inside. "I'm fine." Seeing the figure, Yin Nuoxing fiercely exhaled. The energy clouds that filled the sky also quietly dissipated after the bolt of lightning struck down. The hundreds of birds that were singing in harmony also disappeared. Even the celestial song gradually stopped. The pillar of light lasted for a moment before gradually fading. After a while, it finally completely disappeared. The figure within appeared directly in front of Yin Nuoxing and the other 2. When the 3 of them saw that there was something wrong with the figure, they immediately spat out mouthfuls of saliva. The shadow that appeared did not have any plump wings, nor did it have the bird beak that they had imagined. It was a rather slender human figure. She was dressed in bright red clothes, and a faint crimson-pink light lingered around her body, causing her to look rather bewitching. Her long and smooth black hair draped down, directly falling to her calves. Her delicate body also had some curves, and she looked just like a little girl from the human race. This caused Yin Nuoxing and the other two to be unable to connect the beautiful girl in front of them with Little Feng's previous appearance. This is Xiao Feng? Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded as she looked at the bewitching 13 to 14 years old girl. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes. Even Zian and Ziye's eyes flickered. Mei Mao had transformed? Chapter 506. Xiao Feng, who was in the light pillar, stretched lazily at this moment. Her reddish-pink eyes were still a little dazed on her slightly tender and delicate little face. She looked around, as if she was searching for something in the pitch-black sea of fire. When she saw the three people who were stunned, a ray of light flashed across her big, sparkling eyes. Her little feet stomped on the ground and directly stepped on the fire wave. She passed through the sea of fire and skipped towards Yin Nuoxing and the other two people. In the distance, Yin Nuoxing and the other two, who were almost petrified, finally came back to their senses when they saw the young girl jumping and running toward them. Yin Nuoxing and the other two looked at each other and could not help but bitterly smile. This was a little bit fun. The aura of a beginner god. It seems that the god spirit bloodline that you have not fully awakened has already nourished her very well. With the help of the endless fire elements here, she has completed a qualitative leap. She has jumped from the demon level to the demigod level and directly to the beginner god level, Ziyi said softly. Ziyi said softly. Looking at the young girl who was happily bouncing over, he suddenly teased, "There's another child to raise." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing bitterly smiled. There were still two little girls lying in the nine-god palace. There was one below, and now there was one more. This made him bitterly smile and look up at the sky. Ah, this life was the life of a stay-at-home dad. A moment later, the young girl stepped on the waves of fire and ran in front of Yin Nuoxing and the other two. Her pair of black eyes stared straight at Yin Nuoxing. Then, she suddenly jumped and directly crashed into Yin Nuoxing's arms. Her very attached voice caused the expressions of the three to change. Star! Yin Nuoxing raised his head in shock and looked at the young girl who was nestled in his arms. Her mouth kept repeating these two words, and the bitter smile on his face gradually disappeared. Slowly, it turned into a doting expression. He held her tightly in his arms and gently stroked her head, as if he was looking at his own child. Zian and Ziyi, who were on the side, saw his expression change so quickly and could not help but burst out laughing. They laughed so hard that their delicate bodies were trembling. This guy, it seemed, was very suitable for raising children. Stars, 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 stars. The girl muttered these two words with great attachment. Hearing her soft voice, Zian and Lin Yiqian's expressions softened slightly. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, as if she also wanted to hug the girl. Seeing Zian and Mei Mao's sparkling eyes, Yin Nuoxing also smiled. She carried Xiao Feng and handed her to Zian. When Xiao Feng saw Zian, she also jumped in her arms. Yin, Zian. When Xiao Feng said Zian's name, she seemed a little stiff. She didn't quite remember this name. It seems that even though he is transformed, his mind is still in the state of a child. Well, although he doesn't look very old. Ziyi crossed her arms in front of her chest. Looking at the two of them, she frowned slightly. However, after a while, she returned to normal and said, "It will probably mature after one more cocoon." One more time. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's body trembled. That baptism with the might of heaven and earth was already frightening enough. Was there going to be another one? Seeing his unnatural smile, Ziyi couldn't help but smile. She rubbed his head with her jade hand and said with a smile, "That baptism of heaven and earth is only something that you must go through when you step into the initial god level. There won't be such a terrifying phenomenon in the future." Yin Nuoxing shook her head helplessly. Looking at Ling Hongjian floating in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. It's time to return to the realm of the gods. Oh, right. Just as Ziyi was about to return to his original form, he suddenly paused. He turned to look at Yin Nuo and said, "You don't have to worry about the fusion of the divine flames. I roughly know what's going on. It's enough that I know about this. It's not that easy to fuse them." Yin Nuoxing was startled and turned to look at her. Ziyi smiled and patted his handsome face with her jade-like hands, kneading it for a while, making him feel a little helpless. He nodded and said, "All right." Ziyi smiled and rubbed his head again. Only then did she return to Yin Nuoxing's body. Yin Nuoxing turned around and looked at the sea of fire. Without the origin flames, these flames still remained. Staying in this black energy barrier, they could also act as the world's core. The weak power of the world was maintaining them. If nothing unexpected happened, they probably wouldn't disappear. It's time to go out. Yin Nuoxing looked at the two girls who were still stuck together. She couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She raised her head and looked at the empty space. Then, she looked at the bottom of the sea of fire. Waving at the two of them, she walked down the sea of fire. Xing xing, xing xing, little xing xing. Suddenly, a soft object bumped into her from behind. Yin Nuoxing saw two slender snow-white hands around her neck. Then, she heard the voice. She chuckled and moved her hands to her back. Then, she smiled at Ziyin, who was walking up to her. Side by side, she walked down to the place where the light was coming from. When a little phoenix was being baptized by the world, it didn't know that the vision of heaven and earth didn't only affect the empty space. Even the entire sky of the Xianlong continent below had a majestic vision. Everyone on the Xianlong continent could clearly see this vision. Everyone who was guarding the big hole, including Yi Shi and the others, were looking at the vision with excitement. As for the other people on the Xianlong continent, their expressions were serious and nervous. No one had ever seen such a gorgeous vision. A vision appeared in the sky. Hundreds of birds were singing in harmony. Little Phoenix should have advanced. Moreover, with the momentum, she should have advanced to the initial god level. Yishi murmured in a low voice, which also shocked Yuan Shi and the others. That little guy from back then had already become an initial god-level expert. Yishi was still wearing a black and white dress. Her wide sleeves hung down her thighs. However, looking at her face, she seemed to be a little thinner than before. In the sky, the cluster of black light, which had disappeared for a long time, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Numerous solemn and anxious gazes gathered in the sky. An intense distortion appeared on the black light cluster at that spot. Faintly, there was a kind of frighteningly high temperature spreading from it, causing the temperature of the area to gradually rise. Only a few people on the Xianlong continent knew where that cluster of black light was. 10 months ago, an earth-shattering explosion occurred there. Originally, it was the holy land of every martial artist on the Xianlong continent. But now, it had become a forbidden area. Even the thousands of miles of mountain forest below had become a bottomless hole, directly destroying half of the territory of the 8 great empires. However, now, the sacrificial fire, which had not moved for more than half a year, suddenly became active again. Many people were worried that the sensation from that day would repeat itself. "Mr. Yuan, do we need to retreat?" Yi Ding looked at the distorted space in the sky. His heart was also uncertain. He could only ask Yuan Shi and the others who were standing beside him. Standing by little Shi's side is the safest. If even little Shi can't block it, then we can only resign ourselves to fate. Yuan Shi shook his head. If an attack fell from such a high altitude, who knew where it would hit? Jun Luo opened Mei Mao's eyes and looked at the sky. She then looked at Yi Shi, who had been calm the entire time. Her eyelids drooped slightly as she sighed her heart. She now knew that Yin Nuoxing's group had come for the sacrificial fire from the very beginning. In other words, she was also responsible for the huge hole in front of her. Yishi stared straight at the black circle in the sky. Under everyone's nervous gazes, they suddenly saw that the black circle's distortions had expanded by quite a bit. Soon after, a crack that was over 10 feet wide slowly appeared in front of everyone's stunned gazes. Defend! Yishi's small foot suddenly stomped on the ground. Boundless energy erupted like the wind and rapidly spread. Soon after, a formation that encompassed an area of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared on the ground. The huge energy barrier enveloped more than half of the Longlan Empire, including a portion of the neighboring empires. Bang! Just as the formation was formed, the cracks suddenly trembled. A monstrous silver-purple flame fell down like a meteor. A monstrous energy pressure swept out like a storm. In an instant, the entire mystic dragon continent sank into panic. That pressure made everyone feel disheartened. Just as everyone was waiting for death, the huge meteor suddenly shrunk. The black circle of light also recovered in a few breaths' time and returned to the void. As for the silver-purple meteor, it also disappeared after the black circle returned. What appeared again were only two small black dots. When she saw the two small black dots, Yishi also let out a sigh of relief. She lightly stomped her foot again, and the huge formation disappeared. After the formation disappeared, the two black dots seemed to have discovered the existence of Yishi and the others. They changed the direction of their fall and flew towards the edge of the huge hole. With a flash of light, they suddenly appeared before everyone in a breath's time. Brother, seeing the two people appear, Yishi was just about to joyfully open her mouth. However, before she could finish, she saw a blurry red figure in front of her. She only felt her body become heavy. Yishi, 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 Yishi. Xiaofeng directly pounced on Yishi. She was much taller than her. She hugged Yishi and twirled her around in her arms. Long ago in Yun Nuoxing's soul, the former already knew that Yishi's soul had turned into a cocoon. She even frequently ran to that light cocoon to rest. She was inexplicably hugged by a girl she didn't know and was even twirled around. Hundreds of question marks hung in Yishi's heart. She raised her head with a dumbfounded expression and looked at the sparkling and translucent 13-year-old red-clothed girl. Her willowy eyebrows slightly creased. Just as she was about to struggle, the latter was helplessly hugged by Yun Nuoxing. "You're going to make Xiaoxi dizzy." Yun Nuoxing patted Xiaofeng's head and said helplessly. When Yishi saw this scene, her little head stopped spinning for a few seconds. After a moment, she tilted her head in astonishment. She was about to question why she suddenly had a sister who was older than her when her little nose smelled a familiar scent. She then looked at the girl's appearance and suddenly understood. Hey, brother, I know you're a Lulicon, but you shouldn't just kidnap any loli you see. Hey, speaking of which, where did you kidnap such an exquisite little loli? Yuanshi poked Yun Nuoxing and said with an evil smile. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. As soon as Yuanshi said this, he clearly felt many more unfriendly gazes on the scene. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Get lost. Yun Nuoxing fiercely slapped him and put Xiaofeng down. Yishi also smiled at the right time and said, "This is Xiaofeng. Magical beasts can transform at the half-demon level. Xiaofeng is a divine beast. Although it's a little special, it should also transform at the beginner god level." Yun Nuoxing glared at him and said, "She's that Xiaofeng?" When Mu Ling and the other girls saw the little girl, Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. The Xiaofeng, after transforming, was also very beautiful. In this case, you have to take care of 4 children. Yuanshi was astonished for a moment, then nodded. His words with a sinister smile made Yun Nuoxing's smile instantly turn to stone. Chapter 507. The auras of the two of you. Yun Nuoxing wouldn't die so easily. This was the consensus of all of them. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Yao Hua suddenly sensed something. His gaze swept back and forth between Yun Nuoxing and Xian, and his eyes almost popped out. The auras of the two of them, now, were completely different from when they entered. Yuanshi's expression froze when she heard the shocked voice. She carefully sensed for a moment and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 8th level, 5th level, 9th level, 11th level. What the hell did you two bastards do up there? How did you both jump 4 stages? Even Xin Yan's cheeks twitched when she sensed the auras of the two of them. Her tranquil state of mind was suddenly thrown with a huge rock, and she couldn't calm down anymore. Yao Hua and the other 8 people sat on the ground, paralyzed. They only felt that there was nothing left to live for. Where's the Yin spirit fire? Yishi shook Yun Nuoxing's arm. Since the barrier to breaking through was broken, then the Yin spirit fire should have been subdued. The barrier to breaking through the barrier of the divine physique had to be changed by changing the energy. However, the energy in Yun Nuoxing's body was the power of the stars, and there was almost no qualitative change. The only way to change the type of energy was to refine spiritual objects that were rich in special energy. This was also what Ziyi had told her. Subduing the divine flame or the demonic lightning was the best choice, but it was also possible to absorb several high-level weapons of the same type at the same time. Yin Nuoxing's eyes were smiling. She stuck out her tongue and pulled her long hair to the front. After seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. She had really been subdued, and the saying that two divine flames couldn't exist in one body was broken. However, the fusion failed. Then, they heard Yin Nuoxing sigh again. Everyone was stunned again. Seeing him shrug helplessly, he said, Z said that he knew what the problem was and told me not to worry about it. He said that he would try again when the time was right. You've already broken one rule. Are you still afraid of the second one? Yuan Shi patted him on the shoulder and smiled. When he finished talking to his friends, Blue Pillar, who had been in the background all this time, walked over. However, his friends seemed to have disappeared into the sea of people. Yuchen glanced at Yin Nuoxing and smiled. Not bad, little guy. I think I can see the rise of the miracle star of Pantheon. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Before he could deny it, Yu Chun smiled again and said, one body containing two kinds of divine flames. This is the first of its kind in the God realm, as expected of a spirit containing divine physique. Are you planning to return to the realm of the gods now? Yu Chun asked. And it's been almost a year since they've been here. I have to bring them back so that the seniors won't think that I've made them disappear. Yin Nuoxing smiled. Including the trip to the Eternal Night Forest, it had been almost 3 years. Although Jin Wang and the others threw Yao Hua to him as if it was a hot potato, they were actually very worried about the latter and the others. Unlike Wood God King, who revealed all his emotions, Jin Wang, Thunder God King, and the others preferred to keep their words in their stomachs. Yu Chen nodded and threw a jade slip to Yin Nuoxing. The latter hurriedly caught it and raised his head to look at Yu Chen. Yu Chen said, if you have any problems, come and find us. Now that a storm is brewing in the realm of the gods, us old fellows won't get involved. We'll probably stay in the Mystic Dragon continent to recuperate for a period of time. We'll return after we make some breakthroughs in our cultivation. Of course, if we have any problems, we'll also ask you to come and help us. You don't have any objections, right? Yu Chun winked mischievously and said to Yin Nuoxing with a smile. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. If Yu Chun and the others had any problems, it would be a matter between the gods. If they asked him to go and help them, he would most likely cause trouble. However, he still nodded and said, and seeing this, Yu Chun smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he suddenly turned around and flung his long hair and blue windbreaker. Leaving behind a handsome back, he gradually disappeared into the horizon. Yin Nuoxing smiled and waved at him until he could no longer be seen. Then, he sighed softly and turned around. He smiled at Xian, Yao Hua, and the others and said, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to our realm of the gods. Everyone nodded heavily. They had been here for almost a year. If Yin Nuoxing hadn't been in seclusion, they would have returned to the realm of the gods long ago. They missed that vast and boundless world all the time. Yin Nuoxing smiled, then looked at Jun Luo, Yi, and the others and said, the realm of the gods might be a little chaotic now. Although we don't know what exactly happened, under such circumstances, even we can barely protect ourselves. Do you still want to go? When Jun Luo, Yi heard this, she didn't say anything. She turned around and looked at her master, Emperor Tian Xian, and the others, as if asking for their opinion. TCH, if it's chaotic, then so be it. How can a martial artist stop pursuing the path of martial arts? Because he's afraid of death. The young man, who had spoken arrogantly, curled his lips. His courageous words caused the group to nod their heads heavily. How could they stop their footsteps? They had the heart to soar to the clouds. How could they stop just like that? That's right. Jun Luo nodded. Her expression didn't change much, and she looked at Yin Nuoxing quietly. Yin Nuashing smiled. The heart to reach the clouds. Huh. He didn't seem to have such a strong will, because he didn't have anything that he couldn't wait to pursue, and there was no danger hanging over his head. What he needed was a free and unfettered world. What about you guys? Yin Nuashing looked at Yi Ding again. Today, all 7 of them were here, other than Yi Daofeng, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes and looked like an immortal. The others were full of energy. Don't hesitate. Yi Ding and the second prince both roared. Soon after, the 2 of them and Jun Luo Yi's fellow apprentices glared at each other. During the profound dragon ritual, the 2 groups of people were locked in a fierce battle, and the first place was taken by Yi Daofeng. Mr. Yin. Just as Yin Nuashing nodded, he heard someone calling him. He followed the voice and was slightly stunned. The person who called him was actually Yun Feng from the Yun family. There was another person beside him, and it was the most outstanding person in the Yun family, Yin Yi. Yin Nuashing knew what they wanted to say without needing them to say anything. This child obtained the 5th seat during the profound dragon ritual. Can you help me bring him to the divine city? Yin Feng asked carefully. After seeing Yun Nuashing's strength that day, he felt a little nervous when he spoke, especially when he was asking for help. Life and death are up to fate. I don't have time to protect you, Yin Nuashing said softly with her hands on her hips. Yun Yi's brows revealed an indelible determination. His eyes were like lightning. He walked to Yin Nuashing, cupped his hands, and bowed slightly. Although he didn't say anything, this action seemed to represent his decision. It's up to you. Yin Nuashing shrugged. It didn't matter if he brought 1 more person or a group less. Anyway, he didn't need to be responsible for anything. He was only responsible for leading the way. Moreover, this group of people had already decided their future path. They wanted to explore the vast realm of the gods. How could he stop such an interesting thing? I can't thank you enough. If anything happens to Mr. Yun, the Yun family will go through fire and water for you. Yin Feng said solemnly. Just as he was about to bow, he was stopped by Yin Nuashing with a bitter smile. This was really the path they had chosen. He was only responsible for leading the way and didn't help much. However, if Yin Nuashing didn't lead the way, they might never be able to go to the realm of the gods. The probability of the sacrificial fire being used to summon people was originally very small. Now that it was taken by someone else, their path was cut off even more. There were still many people rushing over from afar. They were all people who came over after hearing the commotion. However, Yin Nuashing didn't care about them. He told this group of people he was going to bring to the realm of the gods. If they had something to say, they should quickly say goodbye. If not, they should stand closer. General, help me take good care of my father. Yi Daofeng hugged the great general of the barbaric dragon guards tightly. Then, he said reluctantly, First Prince, I'm still used to calling you young Master Daofeng. Don't worry. The outside world is your stage. This world is too small for your hearts. I will protect the dragon, Mist Empire well. When the young masters and young ladies return next time, they will see an even more magnificent dragon, Mist Empire. The great general nodded heavily. Is it okay to bring so many people? The realm of the gods is currently in a turbulent situation. Soon, there will be a violent storm. I'm worried that they won't be able to survive there. Yuan Shi and the others came over and whispered. Yin Nuashing shook his head and said softly, If you're a dragon who wants to roam the world and soar into the clouds, do you want to be trapped in a cage and die? When Yuan Shi and the others heard this, they all shook their heads. That would be even worse than death. Then I'll open the cage and let them roam the endless sky. I'll let them roam the 9 heavens, accept the destruction of the wind and rain, and accept the purification of the sun. Only then will they feel that they didn't waste their lives. Yin Nuashing said calmly. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. However, they sighed again. However, they didn't say anything. They were the ones who made this choice. No matter what they encountered, they had to face it. How gentle little star. Yuan Shi chuckled. Bits of sunlight shone on his handsome face, making him look extremely radiant. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. When everyone finished bidding farewell and looked at Yin Nuashing and the others with determination, the latter sighed softly and spread his 6 wings. They stretched to almost 300 feet long, causing a violent gust of wind to blow in the area. The stones that were the size of wash basins were blown into the air and were cut into pieces by the violent gust of wind. "Let's go," Yin Nuashing chuckled. He flapped his 6 wings and brought everyone with him. They disappeared from where they were in an instant, flying towards the place where they came from. Yin Feng, General, and the others, who were still in the same place, looked at the large group of people who disappeared in an instant. They silently closed their eyes and offered their blessings. From now on, when would they be able to see each other again? With Yin Nuashing's current speed and the light element, he could cover a distance of 10,000 miles in a few breaths. However, because he was bringing a large group of people with him, he didn't dare to fly too fast. He didn't want to lose sight of them. However, even with the delay of a large group of people, they arrived at the mountain wall that they had seen before in 10 minutes. It was called the 10,000 feet precipice. However, this time, Yin Nuashing and the others didn't walk in the forest. Instead, they landed directly on the precipice. I wonder if any of you have done bungee jumping before? Yin Nuashing grinned and turned around to laugh at the crowd. Jun Luo, Yi Ding, and the others didn't react in time. Then, they were swept down from the height of 10,000 feet by the violent wind. A large number of screams made Yin Nuashing laugh out loud. He brought everyone to the small bridge. In front of the small bridge, there was still a small island, an unknown tree, and a small waterfall that fell from the sky on the mountain wall formed a small lake. It was like a paradise on earth. He led everyone to the front of the big tree. The Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand. He gently drew a line in the void in front of him. A spatial crack quietly opened. A moment later, a silver-blue hole appeared in everyone's sight. Yin Nuashing then mentioned what King Long Lan had experienced, such as the energy exchange and so on. Then he asked Yi Shi and the others to take care of them so that they wouldn't get lost in the spatial passage. After everyone had entered, Yin Nuashing stepped into the spatial passage. After he also entered, the space returned to its original state. No one knew that there was a spatial passage here. The place returned to tranquility. The big tree swayed gently with the wind, as if it was bidding farewell to Yin Nuashing and the others. Chapter 508. On the boundless prairie, a cool breeze swept over from afar, bringing with it the smell of mud. It blew green waves on the green prairie. Occasionally, a few birds would fly by in the sky, bringing with them a burst of crisp chirping. Tranquility and life force enveloped this grassland. At a certain moment, the space in this place fluctuated. Immediately, many human figures charged out from the ground, after which they landed on the ground. A couple of human figures directly charged into the sky. The energy of the realm of the gods. The fragrant air. The aura of the stars. Praise the sun. Rushing into the sky, Yin Nuashing spread out his arms. He felt a surge of energy cleansing his body. The rich energy of the realm of the gods, the elemental energy, was welcoming him. I'm finally back. Fresh air. I've had enough of the turbid air in that lousy place. Yuanshi also laughed loudly. At this moment, they wanted to have a great battle to wash away all the turbid energy in their bodies. On the ground, Yishi, Mu Ling, Zian, and the others were taking care of Luo, Yi, and the others. When they saw these people roaring in the sky and almost pulling out their swords to fight, their beautiful faces couldn't help but be speechless. These people didn't know how to behave after coming back. Clang! In the end, Yin Nuashing really pulled out his sword in the next second. Dozens of divine weapons broke out of his body and covered the sky. Even the heaven refining array appeared behind him. A terrifying energy descended from the sky, shocking everyone. Zian and the others raised their heads in astonishment. Even if they really fought, this didn't look like a sparring match. Instead, it looked like they were going to kill a few gods. Come out. Yin Nuashing shouted coldly. He looked at the space in front of him. The nether void sword flashed with a bright light and pointed into the distance. Where the tip of the sword pointed, the terrifying energy caused the space to tremble. Upon hearing this shout, Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, and the others became serious. Without saying a word, divine artifacts appeared one after another. If Yin Nuashing was acting like this, could it be that a great enemy was coming? However, they had just come out of the small world. The unique space of the small world was able to isolate the prying eyes of the astrologers. Even if someone was constantly calculating their location, who would be able to come here in an instant? Even Yishi's expression was solemn. She walked in front of everyone, and a formation quietly disappeared into the ground. Behind her, Zian and the others were still taking care of Junlai and the others, who were converting their energy. After Yin Nuashing shouted, there was a dead silence in the space. Even Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The immortal qi in their bodies started to circulate slowly. Silver-purple eyes stared fixedly at the space in front of them. The nether void sword in his hand shone even more brightly, as if it could attack at any time. The silence lasted for about 5 minutes, but no one dared to relax. Gaze after gaze stared fixedly at the space Yin Nuashing was staring at. After this silence lasted for a few more minutes, ripples finally appeared in the empty space. At the same time, an indifferent voice slowly rang out. Yin Nuashing, I didn't think that your senses would become so sharp in just a few years. When this somewhat familiar, indifferent voice appeared, Yuan Shi, Yao Hua, and the others exerted a little strength in their hands. Their bodies bent slightly, and the immortal qi in their bodies surged like a flood. The divine artifacts in their hands were activated. If there was even the slightest movement, a saturated bombardment would immediately descend. The space rippled, and a deep yellow vortex slowly formed. It had just expanded to about 3 meters wide when it suddenly shrank and disappeared. A golden figure suddenly appeared in that place. Long golden hair fluttered in the wind. His delicate face was slightly thin, and even his eyebrows and eyes were golden. His eyes were slightly empty, and he stared straight at Yin Nuashing without the slightest hint of emotion. How did you find me? The person who had come was none other than Zero, the strange fellow who possessed the illusory time and space physique. He was also the powerful existence who had almost killed Yin Nuashing when he went all out. Ever since that battle, he had disappeared without a trace. No one had ever thought that the two of them would meet again under such circumstances. Looking for you? I'm looking for the divine flame. Zero frowned and said coldly, but it seems that I'm late. You're also looking for the divine flame? Yin Nuashing frowned. Zero was a very terrifying opponent. Yin Nuashing even listed him as more dangerous than the Emperor of the Underworld. He thought that he would be fine after finding one divine flame, but he didn't expect that he was also looking for other divine flames. Zero glanced at him coldly. His cold eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Now that the devil race has appeared, there will definitely be conflicts with the human race, monster race, and beast race. Your life is mine. Keep it for me. Don't die in the hands of those small fries." When Yin Nuashing heard this, he shuddered violently, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Especially when he saw the strange gazes of Yao Hua and the others. He wanted to cut Zero in half with his sword. He didn't mind a certain unknown woman suddenly saying this to him. At least there was a hint of love and hate between them. But now, the latter, a man had said this. There was something wrong with these words. The time for our battle has passed. When the needle turns again, I will come and find you. Until then, you should cherish your life. Yin Nuashing wanted to say something, but he heard Zero's indifferent voice again. He pointed in a direction and said, "There's a divine flame that is ranked quite high. I can't get it. You're lucky." After saying this, he didn't care about the others' reactions. He slowly turned around. A deep yellow vortex appeared and covered his body. It swallowed him in one gulp and slowly shrank. Then it disappeared with Zero. Jun Luo, Yi, and the others had finished the energy conversion at this time. Except for the Emperor of the Sky Realm and the others who were Heaven Realm experts, which was equivalent to having just stepped into the Immortal Realm. The others who were in the Soul Realm were only around the level 9 of the Mortal Realm. After waking up, almost everyone present turned to look at Yin Nuashing. They had just heard the conversation between Yin Nuashing and Zero. It was also the first time they saw this usually calm young man reveal a serious expression. I'm very curious. When you fall into despair, will the darkness devour you, or will you choose the darkness? When the deep yellow vortex was about to disappear, Zero's indifferent and mysterious voice sounded again. Yuan Shi and the others were a little confused, but when these words fell into Yun Nuashing's ears, it made his handsome face turn pale. The brilliant light element directly carried him to the front of the vortex that was only a little bit left. The Netheruin sword pierced at an extremely fast speed, and he couldn't help but shout, "Wait, what do you know?" In the end, the Netheruin sword couldn't pierce into the vortex. The majestic power swept across the void, cutting a huge hole in space. However, it couldn't pull out the person hidden in the time vortex. "No, I don't know anything about Yin Nuashing." The indifferent voice seemed to be fading away, but it was mixed with a playful smile. Looking at the empty space in front of him and the crack in space slowly closing, Yin Nuashing fiercely gritted his teeth. The hand that gripped the Netherin sword trembled slightly. He knew that Zero probably knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words that were deeply engraved in his mind. When the despair in your heart corrupts you, a lonely and crazy monster will break through all restraints. The roar symbolizes the horn of return. From the beginning, it wasn't the darkness that devoured you. It was you who chose the darkness. The darkness that made you despair, the darkness that made you lonely, the darkness that made you crazy. It was all your own choice. You are the Black Devil. When he first met Xianyin, some very chaotic and very negative memory fragments had awakened. He rarely touched them, and didn't even want to touch them. Those dark fragments would affect his personality, so he had no choice but to seal them away. However, there was only one memory that he couldn't forget when he was sealed away. It left an indelible mark in his mind. Xian and the others rode the wind elementals into the sky. They looked at Yin Nuashing's back from afar. He had an aura of vicissitudes that didn't belong to people of his age. He looked very depressed and lonely, as if he had aged millions of years in an instant. He was no longer the sunny and confident young man they knew. Even the lively Xiao Feng could feel the heaviness in his heart. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Shi and Xian, who were silent. She tugged at their hands. The two of them seemed to have thought of something. They looked at each other. Xian whispered something into Xiao Feng's ear. Then, he patted her head and smiled. "Pull that idiot's soul back." Xiao Feng blinked her big eyes as if she didn't fully understand, then laughed happily. Her little feet stepped across the void, and in 2 steps, she ran to Yun Nuashing's side. With a flying leap, she crashed into Yun Nuashing's arms. Her 2 slender arms hung around his neck, and her little body turned around and landed in his arms. Xing xing, xing xing, xing xing. Yin Nuashing was startled by this little body. His empty eyes lit up slightly. His messy emotions were thrown to the back of his mind again. He lowered his head and looked at Xiao Feng. He looked at her cute, smiling face. Her big eyes were shining with a strange color, as if she was saying something to him. His silver-purple eyes were filled with affection. He put away the Netherworld ruined sword, hugged the little body in his arms tightly, and rubbed her head. "Xing xing, xing xing, idiot big idiot." Hearing this charming laughter, Yun Nuashing was stunned. The movement of his palms stagnated, and his eyes widened in astonishment. His handsome face was pulled a little, and he was extremely shocked that she would say these 2 familiar words. However, after being stunned for a moment, Yin Nuashing also seemed to have thought of something. He helplessly turned around and glanced at Xian and Yi Shi. When the 2 saw him looking over, they shrugged cutely, causing him to roll his eyes. After sorting out his emotions, the oppressive feeling in the air had completely disappeared, and the atmosphere had also regained some liveliness. Yin Nuashing carried Xiao Feng and landed in front of Jun Luo, Yi, and the others. His fingers gently caressed the purple-red pendant hanging on his chest, and immediately a large pile of things appeared. This is the enlarged map of the Sourcepeak region. Yin Nuashing threw a 10-meter wide scroll to Jun Luo Yi. Then he took out the items from the pile one by one and mentioned them briefly. It's also the map of the Sourcepeak region. It's divided into 36,000 pieces. One piece is enough for you to stay here for tens of thousands of years. It's a panoramic map of the realm of the gods. If you go to other regions, you can look for the map yourself. The currency is the same. Yin Nuashing threw a 100-meter-long scroll to Profound Sky, Sovereign, and the others. This is my jade strip. If you see it in the future, you'll be able to sense it. Crush it, and it'll notify me. Apart from that, he also threw out a large pile of weapons. They were all 4th and 5th grade weapons. According to their corresponding realms, they were all demon-grade weapons. Yin Nuashing didn't care about them, so he threw them out. They weren't very useful to him, but to Jun Luo, Yi, and the others, they were very powerful transitional items. The 30-something people looked at the dazzling array of items in their hands speechlessly. Didn't he say that he wouldn't care about anything after going to the realm of the gods? All right, that's all. The rest is up to you. Do your best to survive. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. However, he didn't just throw the items away and leave. He brought Jun Luo, Yi, and the others for a distance and arrived at a forest outside the city. They could already see the towering city walls. Only then did he stop and said goodbye to them. We'll meet again in this lifetime. It wasn't easy for me to bring you all to the realm of the gods. Don't die so casually. Jun Luo, Yi Ding, and the others raised their heads and looked at Yin Nuashing and the others who had already disappeared into the horizon. They all solemnly bowed. Soon after, they all turned their heads to look at the city. They raised their feet and walked over uniformly. This was going to be their first stop in the realm of the gods. Chapter 509. Tens of thousands of meters up in the sky, Yin Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye and watched as Luo, Yi, and the others entered the small city. After finding a temporary place to settle down, he let out a sigh of relief. Didn't Little Star say that he wouldn't care about them after bringing them to God Realm? Standing on the Netheruin sword, Xian couldn't help but laugh when she saw him heave a sigh of relief. She teased, "Could it be that you can't let go of that priestess?" Yin Nuashing turned around and rolled his eyes at her. Before he could explain himself, Yuan Shi also teased, "Little Star, this is called saying that your body is upright." Yin Nuashing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He put Feng Air to the side and rushed forward with his golden greatsword without another word. Immediately, energy fireworks bloomed in the sky. Yuan Shi screamed and couldn't help but laugh. Now that Yin Nuashing was in the same realm as him, Yuan Shi's energy was 10 times less than Yin Nuashing's, not to mention that the latter had a divine weapon. "Stop fooling around." Yishi shook her head helplessly and pulled the two back. When everyone saw Yuan Shi's tattered appearance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yin Nuashing glared at Yuan Shi. After adjusting his breathing, he took out the treasure map. The red dot flashed in the direction of Sourcepeak City's south and west. He still remembered the direction Zero had pointed him in. After identifying the direction, he followed the red dot on the map and saw the divine flame located southeast of them, the mountain spirit Earthfire. Zero said he can't collect it, which means it's still in that direction. If we fly there slowly without rest, it might take 3 months. If we don't use the light element at full power, it'll take at least half a month. However, Yaohua and I can't keep using the light element for long, so it might take a month and a half. Yin Nuashing said softly. Although she said it slowly, the speed of the Netherworld Ruins sword was very fast. Moreover, the divine sword would not get tired. When Yin Nuashing took out the treasure map, he intentionally or unintentionally moved in the direction of Yaohua and the others. He felt a blazing gaze shooting towards him. He didn't need a guess to know that it was Huaji's gaze. Although the others didn't feel anything unusual, Huaji knew that he was trying to let her see more clearly. Mei Mao cast a grateful look at Yin Nuashing, then hurriedly searched the entire Pantheon realm. The 30th ranked divine flame already has the power of an emperor god. Looking at the deep yellow flame pattern, Yishi's voice was somewhat grave. Although Yin Nuashing had the purple night dark flame that was ranked between 20th and 30th, the divine flames in the top 30 were all very terrifying. It was far from being as simple as when he subdued the Yin's spirit flame. Not every divine flame had a weak consciousness. Once the divine flames in the top 30 gained sentience, it would be a disaster. Even Yishi would occasionally think of the things that happened in Yuyin City and feel somewhat fearful. The purple night dark flame that had already transformed into a human form wanted to refine a purple night star. If it succeeded, it would be a great disaster for the Pantheon realm. Let's talk about it after we see it. Are you guys going back to the Nine Deities Palace? Yin Nuashing shook her head. Her last sentence was directed towards Yao Hua and the others. After disappearing for a few years, she didn't know if she should make a trip back. Moreover, it was said that the Pantheon realm was in a bit of turmoil. Let's take a look first. If something big happens, Teacher and the others will leave an emergency call in the Jade Slip. For now, it's not important. Jining thought for a while and said, "All right, then let's go in that direction. This time, let's speed up and not stop on the way." Yin Nuashing nodded and looked at everyone. No, let's go and rest for a while. Even if it's not enough, we should rest for a while when we reach a city, right? That's right. It's boring to always fly in the sky. Even if we can fly, we have to walk for a while. Hearing Yin Nuashing's words, Yao Hua and the others exploded. What they hated the most was sitting in the same place all year round to cultivate. You want to talk about conditions? Sure, Zian, Feng, and Little She won't fight. You guys can fight together. If you defeat me, we'll slowly fly over. Not to mention 5 months, I can even take you guys to play for a year. Yin Nuashing raised her eyebrows and smiled evilly. Yuan Shi, Qin Yin, you guys hold the fort. The 9 of us will set up the formation. Hearing that, Yao Hua stood up with a loud bang. His hands were clenched so tightly that they creaked, and he smiled wretchedly. "Brother, I don't want to fight." Yuan Shi laughed bitterly and raised his hands in surrender. He had just been beaten up. Why would he do it again? "Young Master Yin, I don't want to participate either." Qin Yin smiled weakly. She had seen Yin Nuashing's means. Even if he didn't use any artifact, he could probably defeat more than 10 of them here with his bare hands. Don't provoke Yin Nuashing unless you're 9 realms higher. That was her motto. Didn't you call me that the other day? Yin Nuashing's long eyebrows twitched. He looked at Qin Yin with a faint smile and said in a very flirtatious manner. It made the latter's delicate body tremble. A faint blush quietly appeared on her quiet and delicate face, making one's heart race. "Boss, let's fight." In the end, only Nightmare rushed out laughing and joined forces with Yao Hua and the other 8 to fight Yin Nuashing. The surging energy covered half the sky, and it was very beautiful. However, Zian and the others tacitly turned around and didn't look at the scene behind them. As expected, not long after they turned around, they heard a series of muffled sounds and shrill screams behind them. Obviously, it was the sound of Yao Hua and the others being punched and kicked. As for Nightmare, he flew out in front of their eyes from the beginning, taking advantage of the moonlight. Yin Nuashing flew tens of thousands of meters in the sky on the Netherworld ruined sword, roaming above the clouds. Ordinary cultivators rarely came to such a high place. The elemental energy here was already showing signs of weakening, and in contrast, the power of the stars was much denser. However, Yin Nuashing liked this level of the sky because there was no one here. Even his figure was hidden above the clouds, so no one would discover him even in broad daylight. Yin Nuashing sat cross-legged. The bright light of the stars descended from the starry sky and fell on his body, making his body glow faintly. It resonated with the power of the stars in his body. The wheel between his eyebrows occupied 6 distinct areas with 6 different colors. This wheel rotated gently, and strands of spiritual power and soul power intertwined within it. It was as if they were being forged in a furnace. After being condensed, they would dissipate. As the wheel rotated, a feeling of reincarnation stealthily appeared, causing the space in front of his forehead to appear a little distorted. If one carelessly touched his mental energy, one might directly fall into the illusion of reincarnation. Even if 1,000 years had passed, it would only be an instant. However, Yin Nuoxing was very careful to control the power of reincarnation and not let it spread out. After all, there are 3 people hanging on his body. If the power of reincarnation sent them into reincarnation, then it would be his fault. Quietly opening his eyes, Yin Nuoxing raised his head to look at the huge moon that occupied half of his vision. His eyes were somewhat infatuated. Although he had exited his meditative state, several profound techniques and the 6 paths of reincarnation were still circulating in his body. The innate skill bestowed upon him by the spiritual godly body allowed him to cultivate even if he wasn't in a meditative state. Moreover, his speed wouldn't be affected at all, although it seemed useless. Lowering his head to look at the 2 dolls hanging in front of him, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Foam, and Yishi were sitting on his lap, leaning on his chest and sleeping. Their breathing was very even and peaceful. It seemed that leaning on him would make them feel at ease. As for Xian, he even had to rely on his back to cultivate. He could feel that the spiritual godly body and the 5 elements body were unconsciously resonating with each other, which could greatly increase the sensing power of the 2, thus increasing the speed of cultivation. In the heaven refining array, there was a piece of celestial-grade, mysterious crystal that was 2 cubic meters in size. It weighed 200,000 pounds. After a few years, not much of it had been refined. However, the ultra-pure energy it provided was enough for hundreds of people to cultivate at the same time. It was also very helpful for gods at the initial god level. 1,000 Dream Heart Sutra, Yin Nuoxing murmured in a low voice. He had just reached the entry level of this divine heart sutra. If he hadn't reached the entry level, the crystal wouldn't have let him back. As for the other 2 arrays, he had just mastered them. Cultivate in the dream. Let's give it a try. Yin Nuoxing murmured. The power of the stars that was circulating in his body trembled slightly. A light green energy came out of nowhere and wrapped him up immediately. Then, his consciousness slowly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a milky white space. There seemed to be layers of illusory gas floating around him like clouds. He knew it existed here, but he couldn't touch it. This was like a space that had never been opened before. Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly. In his mind, he replayed the secrets of cultivating the 1,000 Dream Heart Sutra and the creation of the dream world. The power of will. Is the will of elements also the power of will? Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. He opened his palms slightly, and the dark red fire element rose up. In fact, he didn't even know how he grasped the so-called will of elements. He had grasped it naturally. For example, when he thought of fire, he would think of burning, high temperature, ashes, and so he comprehended it. Yishi had said that this kind of comprehension ability was inclined to make one's thoughts come true. It was a little strange, but it didn't deny its power. As long as he thought of it, it would naturally become what he wanted. However, when she comprehended the will of elements, she was already in the high immortal realm. It was far from being as terrifying as Yin Nuoxing. She had comprehended it when she was in the mortal realm, but she didn't know it. What is the power of will? It is born from one's thoughts. Thoughts are born from one's heart. Isn't it just thinking? Yin Nuoxing muttered. The so-called power of will. Could it be understood as the thought in one's heart and then the power given by one's heart? A flame without temperature is just pure energy. So, I give the flame temperature so that it can burn. Is that what it means? Yin Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. The power of will was illusory and was born from one's heart. It was just there. However, comprehending it wasn't so easy. It was even harder to use it. I just need to think, right? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and sat down cross-legged. His mind was slightly empty. This was the foundation of his dream world. Everything was born from one's heart. Everything was born from the elements. Fire element, burning, destruction, high temperature. Water element, soft, flowing, cold. Wood element, vitality, life, endless growth. Light element, extreme speed, bright, unrestrained. Could it be like this? Suddenly, a light flashed in his heart. Yin Nuoshing suddenly raised his head and looked at this milky white space. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a rather strange smile. Standing up and looking at this empty, milky white space, Yin Nuoshing slightly widened his eyes. Strands of elemental power spread out from his feet and eroded the space under his feet. And the space that had been quiet all this time also had a slight reaction. He could feel that a vitality was slowly emerging. Dream as you wish. I can dream whatever I want. The will of dreams, is that right? Chapter 510. Although Mountain Group City was not as big as the 4 great holy cities of the Divine Land and was smaller than the hub city of Xingming City in the center of Taiyuan region, it still could not be underestimated. The most famous thing about Mountain Group City was the overlapping and endless mountain ranges, which were enough to make people feel the wild aura of this primitive region. Although the mountain ranges outside Mountainous City were said to be tens of thousands of mountains, this was only a rough estimate. If one really counted, it would definitely be far more than this number. It stretched endlessly, and one could not even see the end of it. As time passed, countless treasures were left in this thick and endless mountain range, waiting for the fated person to come across. Tens of thousands of meters in the air, Yin Nuoshing took out the treasure map and carefully observed it. After a few years of effort, and with the help of Xian and the others, this originally blank treasure map was now filled with cities of various sizes and some special markings. Seeing that the red that was not very far from the city below, and that the mountain spirit and earthly fire were among the tens of thousands of mountains, Yin Nuoshing put away the treasure map. With a wave of her white hand, the huge sword tip turned slightly and pointed diagonally at the white clouds below. With a boom, it instantly disappeared. Before the ear-piercing sound could be heard, a huge hole was torn in the clouds. Standing on the tip of the sword with his arms crossed, Yin Nuo's windbreaker flapped loudly in the wind. His spiritual force combined with the Netherruin sword and spread out over 1,000 feet around him, controlling the giant sword that was moving at an extremely fast speed. He didn't want something to suddenly rush out of the clouds and be knocked down by this sword. Even a divine underworld powerhouse would be severely injured, if not killed. Yin Nuoshing did not rush to Mountainous City. Instead, she went straight for mountain spirit and earthly fire. If possible, she would not even set foot there. Although she did not know if the divine prefecture's kill order had been sent here, it was better to be careful. She would not cause trouble if she did not enter the city. As long as you don't come into contact with others, there won't be any trouble, Yin Nuoshing once said. The Nether Void sword was so fast that ordinary people could barely catch its shadow. After descending for a while, they didn't pay attention to how high they were. That was until Yin Nuoshing raised his eyebrows slightly. He hurriedly adjusted the Nether Void sword's trajectory. He could sense the auras of a group of people some distance ahead. However, even though he had adjusted his trajectory in time, the Nether Void sword still passed by them. The terrifying wind pressure exploded, disrupting their flight and almost blowing them away. Those people obviously didn't expect that a huge sword would suddenly appear while they were flying. They were blown far away, and when they saw the Netherworld ruined sword disappear, they couldn't help but curse angrily. Motherf *Ker, where did this impudent person come from? Could he be a descendant of some powerful deity? Public morals are degenerating with each passing day. I didn't expect that I would be sent flying just because I was in a hurry. However, judging from their direction, they seem to be heading towards the mountain range. I wonder if they're also here to participate in the secret realm. If you want to enter the secret realm, you have to go to the mountain range city first. Without the unique method of the mountain range gate, you can't enter the secret realm at all. The few of them cursed and cursed. Then, they looked into the depths of the thick mountain with burning eyes. Let's go. The mountain range gate has been recruiting people to enter the secret realm for a few days. If we don't go now, there won't be any spots left. Yin Nuoshing and the others naturally didn't hear them. He didn't care about the secret realm or the treasures left behind. His only goal was the mountain spirit and earth fire. The mountain range occupied a vast area. It was a primeval natural area with some unknown treasures. It was a favorite place for magical beasts and demons to gather. Who knew how many magical beasts were hidden in these thousands of mountains? After rushing in a mountain range, Yin Nuoxing slowed down. Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At their previous speed, even with the energy shield, they were worried that they would be left behind. Now that they had slowed down, they stood up and looked at the thousands of mountains. There are so many tyrannical auras. It seems that there are many magical beasts here. Wood Spirit's jade hands emitted a faint fluorescent light. She could draw support from the trees and the mountains to increase her perception. Even the weakest life aura could be sensed. In this boundless mountain forest, her perception might be even stronger than Yin Nuoxing's. Yin Nuoxing casually smiled and beckoned to Feng. The latter bounced over and hooked her slender arms around Yin Nuoxing's neck, not letting go. Hugging Feng tightly, Yin Nuoxing squeezed her little hand. The power of the stars flowed into Feng hand, and then slowly spread out from her body. As soon as it spread out, everyone felt that the forest seemed to have quieted down, and it was a deathly silence. Feng, god beast pressure has a restraining effect on all magical beasts. There's no need to worry about anything rushing out. The wood spirits sensed that the demonic beasts that were roaring just a moment ago had all shrunk their heads and were cowering in a corner, not daring to make sound. Her pretty face couldn't help but twitch a little. Everyone also gave a wry smile. After all, they were divine beasts, not descendants of the Phoenix bloodline. The pressure that came from their bloodline had a suppressive effect on all demonic beasts. It could even restrain members of the Yao clan. With one hand, he took out the map and glanced at it. Yin Nuoxing adjusted the direction of his advance again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put away. With a wave of his hand, the slow speed of his advance became slightly faster. Like a bolt of lightning, he swept across the sky above the mountain range, causing the sea of trees below to shake nonstop. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing felt that they should have entered the depths of the mountain range. She glanced around and saw that there were even giant tree kings in the forest. A single tree shade could compare to thousands of others and was several tens of thousands of feet high. The soul power that was continuously spreading out suddenly returned with a feeling of being blocked. He raised his gaze. The netherworld ruin sword that was connected to his mind didn't need him to command it. A dense spatial power appeared, and they stopped in the air. It was also an emergency stop. The netherworld ruin sword's emergency stop wouldn't throw them out, but Yin Nuoxing would send everyone into the mountain. Xian and the others all turned their gazes. They didn't know why they stopped. Could it be that they had reached their destination? Barrier. Shueixia and Yin Nuoxing spoke at almost the same time. The two of them looked at each other. Yin Nuoxing smiled and gestured for her to speak. Shueixia blinked at Mei Mao and said softly, "There's a spatial imprint barrier. It's very, very advanced. Can't the netherworld ruin sword and Ling Hong sword break through space?" Yuanxi looked at Yin Nuoxing and asked, "If they could break through it, we wouldn't have stopped. I think, it should be a god-level heaven taboo spatial barrier. The netherworld ruin sword has the ability to break through space, but..." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly at the end of her sentence. It could only break through ordinary spatial formations. She was also helpless against formations and barriers that had entered the ranks of Seal, Heaven Taboo, and God Taboo. However, the main reason was because most of its power had dissipated. God-level Heaven Taboo spatial barrier. That's a top-level formation. Yaohua rubbed his face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yuanxi and the others also looked serious. Even if Yin Nuoxing didn't say the last sentence, they knew that the netherworld ruin sword was now in a half-useless state. It only had the shell of a divine weapon and a portion of its power. However, if these were removed, it was probably just a first-level immortal weapon. Even if it only had a portion of its power, it was enough to kill the Emperor of the Dead in Yin Nuoxing's hands. Yin Nuoxing walked to the front and reached out her hand to press against the space in front of her. She didn't reach out far before the tip of the Netherworld ruined sword touched an invisible barrier. Ripples appeared in the space. Yin Nuoxing opened her evil spirit eye. The formation had just gathered together. Yin Nuoxing only took a glance at it before closing her eyes. God-level heaven taboo, spatial barrier formation wasn't something she could peek at. Let me try. You guys stand further away. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. Everyone's expression changed. They tactfully grabbed the people beside them and hurriedly flew into the distance as if they were avoiding a ferocious beast. Yin Nuoxing looked at Feng who was still in her arms, and shook her head helplessly. She hugged her with one hand and took the Netherworld ruined sword that had returned to its normal size with the other hand. She shouted softly and violently, slashed at the spatial barrier in front of her. Clang! Countless large and small formations suddenly appeared on the spatial barrier. The Netherworld ruin sword directly slashed at the formations. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Dense ripples suddenly spread out in the space like water waves. A huge force suddenly rebounded from the formations and collided with the Netherworld ruin sword, causing Yin Nuoxing's hand to tremble. Her body was flung dozens of meters away by the huge force before she could stop. Phew! My power has been returned to me. What will happen if I use the Netherworld ruin final slash? Yin Nuoxing exhaled softly and murmured softly. Shortly after, the Ling Hong sword flashed out and quickly merged with the Netherworld ruin sword. The expressions of Yuan Shi and the others changed dramatically, especially when they heard what he said. They all let out a cry and rushed out in unison. They hurriedly pressed down on Yin Nuoxing's right hand and the divine sword that had merged. They roared, "Brother, if you use this slash, let alone millions of mountains, even billions of mountains will be flattened." Even Xue Xia panicked. She hurriedly jumped in front of Yin Nuoxing and said hurriedly and with difficulty, "Heavenly restriction, formation, can't be broken by force. Must break the formation." Yin Nuoxing looked at the ferocious expressions of the people pressing down on her right hand and the divine sword, then looked at the agitated Xue Xia in front of her. She couldn't help but chuckle. "I was just joking. Why are you so agitated?" Hearing this, Yuan Shi and the others were startled. They looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Then they glared at Yin Nuoxing. This guy was joking about millions of mountains. He was really amazing. At this moment, the spatial barrier suddenly started to wriggle. Yin Nuoxing and the others turned their gazes over. The divine sword in their hands also quickly changed back into the Netherworld ruined sword. Yin Nuoxing thought of something and suddenly said to Yuan Shi and the others, "Hide, quickly." Yuan Shi and the others were startled. However, they listened to Yin Nuoxing's words and jumped into the forest below. Then they hid their auras. However, Xian walked to his side, as if she knew what he wanted to do. The spatial barrier wriggled for a while and suddenly split open. Then a group of people walked out. These people all wore the same robes and seemed to have come from the same place. However, their robes were tattered and there were branches and leaves hanging from their heads. They looked extremely miserable. It seemed that they had just finished a great battle. Their auras were surging. Damn it, the people of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa are too inhumane. We were the ones who found that place first. Sigh, that group of bastards didn't dare to fight when they were alone. When they gathered together, they wiped out all the teams. Who told them to have bigger fists? I was chased out by that group of bastards just like that. I can't accept this. Those sons of bitches from the Scorpion clan. I'm going to kill them. Save your strength. The test of the group of mountains is about to start. Hurry back, and maybe you can make it in time. Those who had just come out were complaining. Listening to them, it seemed that they had been chased out and were extremely irritable. After those people finished cursing, they finally saw Yin Nuoxing's group standing in front of them and looking at the place behind them. Seeing the three people, their eyes lit up. With Xian's peerless appearance, no matter where she went, she would attract a large number of eyes and even cause people to fight over her. However, when they saw Yin Nuoxing's tranquil silver-purple eyes, their hearts couldn't help but tremble and inexplicably flustered. Are you also going to enter the secret realm? The leader approached Yin Nuoxing's group and asked with a smile. Secret realm? Yin Nuoxing turned her head and calmly glanced at him. She asked faintly, Can you tell me more about it? You don't know? The man was slightly taken aback. Most of the people who came to Mountain Cluster City came for the secret realm. It was a treasure land with countless treasures waiting to be unearthed. There was no lack of immortal step experts coming and going, and even demonic step experts would be tempted. Although the secret realm didn't have an owner, it had a gatekeeper, the group of mountains. They were in charge of the key to open the secret realm, and only the direct descendants of the group of mountains could open it. This was also the reason why no one dared to attack the group of mountains to occupy the secret realm. Although someone had to open it to enter, there was no restriction on coming out. The group of mountains would have an assessment every 3 months. Only those who passed could go to the secret realm. The number of people who passed each time would not exceed 100, and each time they entered, they could only stay for a maximum of 1 year. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was slightly disappointed. He thought that there would be some kind of spatial jade slip, spatial key, or something like that, and wanted to see if he could exchange for one. He didn't expect that they would need someone to lead the way. As for the secret realm, he didn't care too much. It just so happens that we're also going back to Mountain Cluster City to take another assessment. Would you like to come with us? The leader chuckled. Although he was asking Yin Nuoxing, he was looking at Xian. You go first, we'll look around here. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. He didn't know that the mountain spirit earth fire was inside, so he planned to walk around nearby first. There are a lot of high-level immortal magical beasts roaming around here. It seems quite dangerous for the two of you. Why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other on the way. The leader smiled faintly. He wasn't in a hurry at all, and looked at Xian with a bit of passion. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and looked at Xian helplessly. This girl was really a femme fatale. Women who were too beautiful naturally attracted attention. This was also the reason why she wanted to stay in the beginning, but she was a bit off track. There was no key at all. Xian saw him looking over and playfully stuck out her tongue, making Yin Nuoxing feel even more helpless. No need, you guys go first. Yin Nuoxing sighed. His tone was still indifferent. Then he shouted towards the forest below, Little Shi, Yuan Shi, let's go. We have to hurry up. Seeing him shouting towards the forest, the man and the others were startled. Just as they were about to say something, they saw a dozen people rush out of the forest and stand beside Yin Nuoxing. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament, causing the few people to be startled. The aura of this group of people was so terrifying. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and walked to the side, leaving the few people with dazed expressions. Chapter 511. If we didn't come out, or if you didn't call us, would they have made a move? Yuanshi turned to look at the dumbfounded people and couldn't help but tease. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him, then looked at Xian. He studied her seriously, then nodded and said seriously, This girl is enough to cause a war between 2 territories, so I think she would. Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. Xian blushed slightly, and Mei Mao rolled her eyes at Yin Nuoxing. She couldn't help but pinch his waist, which made him suck in a breath of cold air. A woman's heart was really the most poisonous. Qin Yin saw Yin Nuoxing's calm expression, and Mei Mao's eyes flashed slightly. She then looked at Xian and couldn't help but laugh. She said softly, Young Master Yin, are you jealous? Yuan Shi and the others spat out mouthfuls of saliva when they heard that. Yin Nuoxing took a step forward, then stepped down calmly. Xian's face was even redder. Even her slender neck was red, and the redness spread all the way to her sparkling earlobes. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Nuoxing turned around and rolled his eyes at Qin Yin. He then continued to walk forward. He calmly took out the treasure map and stared at the red dot moving at the bottom right corner of the map. The map is upside down, brother. Yishi shook her head helplessly. She saw him take a step back just now, and now he was even holding the map upside down. Seeing this, Xian blinked at Mei Mao. The redness on her pretty face faded slightly, and she felt sweet in her heart. She could feel that Yin Nuoxing's state of mind was fluctuating, but it didn't mean that he had accepted her. She had traveled with him for many years, and the words he told her on Night God Peak made her even more certain that it was very difficult for Yin Nuashing to keep someone in his heart, no matter how close or flirtatious someone was with him. Even with the passage of time, it would be difficult to leave an exclusive mark in this young man's heart. Yin Nuashing would not keep any distance from anyone. To him, male friends who walked together were brothers. Female friends who walked close to him, who were even more intimate, would only be treated as his elder sister or younger sister. Other than that, there was no other relationship. But even so, that mentality of being able to get close to anyone would make people unable to help but be moved. Xian, Yuan Xian, and even Yuan Shi and Yishi knew that after being with him for a certain period of time, they would know his heart. It was an unfathomable heart. It was cold but mixed with strong emotions. It was cold but would care about everyone, even strangers. It was a very contradictory heart. Because of Qin Yan's words, the atmosphere became a little strange. Yin Nuashing and Xian still acted as if nothing had happened. Yuanqi was also helpless. He couldn't understand his brother either. It seems that we have to enter the secret territory. Unknowingly, they had circled around the space blocked by the barrier. Yin Nuashing kept staring at the red dot on the map, seeing that it showed no signs of moving towards the mountain's spirit earth fire. He couldn't help but sigh bitterly. In the end, they still had to enter the city. So troublesome. Yin Nuashing looked up at the sky and sighed. He couldn't help but shake his head. He hated tests the most. He hated too much contact with people the most. He hated those gazes the most. But it seemed that he had no other choice. Unwilling to give up, he walked for a while. After discovering that it was indeed difficult to approach, Yin Nuashing could only give up. Without saying anything, he led everyone to rush towards Mountainous City. He even used the light element. In a short while, they rushed out of the mountains. Only when they saw a huge city on the horizon did they slow down. Mountainous City was surrounded by towering peaks that reached into the clouds. There was only one straight road leading out of the mountains, and following this road, one could directly lead to the mountain range. Mountainous City was much larger than Star Spirit City. It was second only to those large cities. But compared to this place, it seemed very small. The surrounding mountain peaks were several tens of thousands of kilometers high. They looked like a huge sword array rushing into the sky, overlapping and burying Mountainous City in the middle of the mountains. I originally thought that the mountains were referring to the mountain range behind us. I didn't expect that even Mountainous City would be submerged in the mountains. I'm afraid that this is the starting point of the mountains. Looking at the uncanny workmanship of the city, Yuanqi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It was hard to imagine that there would be a city in such a continuous mountain range. And at this time, a lot of people were pouring into Mountainous City from the main road. Even in the city, there was a very large crowd. They were very active. They could feel the vitality of the city even from far away. Everyone turned their heads at the same time and looked at Yin Nuashing with tacit understanding. As expected, they saw an ugly smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. His handsome face was slightly pale. After being isolated from the world for so long, it seemed that his illness had worsened a lot. Let's go. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and rubbed his face with his palms. He forced himself to focus and controlled the netherworld ruins soared to descend into the mountain forest. Little star, do you still have a windbreaker? Xian pulled Yin Nuashing's arm and asked softly. Yes. Yin Nuashing nodded and took out a large black windbreaker from his pendant and handed it over. Xian chuckled. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he put on the large windbreaker and followed Yin Nuashing's example. He only buttoned one button and covered his exquisite body. Then, he took out his hat and put on his head, pressing the brim of the hat very low. Everyone, what do you think? Xian spread his hands and cutely stuck out his little tongue. Yin Nuashing covered half of his face and didn't say anything. The two of them had the same height, so the large windbreaker didn't look bloated on Xian's body at all. Moreover, his aura changed with this getup. He exuded a bit of tenacity and a bit of masculinity. However, his sparkling skin and perfect face couldn't be hidden. It was just that he didn't look as stunning as before and wouldn't be very eye-catching. Which woman didn't love beauty? Yin Nuoxing felt a little helpless when Xian dressed himself up like this. He also knew that Xian cared about him. He couldn't help but reach out and pat her head without saying anything. When Yin Nuoxing turned around, he was also shocked. Qinyan also wore a veil hat on her head. The long black veil draped over her shoulders and covered her beautiful face. Coupled with the black robe, she looked just like an assassin. Jin Ying and the others also tactfully changed their outfits. The group of young and beautiful girls all changed into nondescript outfits. That Yin Nuoxing only felt his brain trembling, but he also felt a little warm in his heart. In their group, aside from Xian and Qin Yin, Jin Ying and the other three were all very beautiful. Each of them had their own unique characteristics. They were the kind of beauties that were hard to find in a million people. If the six of them stood together, the scenery would definitely be very beautiful. However, this getup made their group less conspicuous, except for the fact that they had a lot of people. They blended into the crowd and entered Mountainous City. The group split up, with a distance of more than 10 meters between them. If no one knew them, no one would think that these people were in the same group. Mountainous Gate, Mountainous Gate, Mountainous Gate. As they wandered around Mountainous City, Yin Nuoxing looked around. Yuan Shi and the others were also paying attention to see if there was anything interesting. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, as if a group of wild beasts were trampling on the ground. Behind them, there were also sounds of panic and even some howls. Yin Nuoxing turned around and saw a violent demonic beast running wildly on the main road. The whole street suddenly became chaotic, knocking down countless people along the way. On the back of the demonic beast sat a red-clothed young man. There was a wild and eerie look on his face. A red broadsword was tied to his waist, and his wild laughter echoed on the street. The fiery red demonic beast was like a flame. It directly flashed from afar, and in just a few blinks of an eye, it appeared not far from Jin Ying and the others at the back. Get lost, get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way. The red-clothed young man frowned when he saw that there were a few figures who weren't dodging at all. He let out a furious roar. Jin Ying and the others, who were about to walk to the side, heard this, and their faces suddenly turned cold. Their long, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted, and a murderous aura slowly flowed out. They also retracted their footsteps. Mei Mao didn't even look and continued to walk forward unhurriedly. Interesting. The actions of Jin Ying and the others were naturally seen by the red-clothed young man. He immediately sneered and raised his hand. A strong flame immediately rushed toward Jin Ying and the others. The scorching temperature caused the small stall to burn. Mei Mao felt cold. Her jade-like hand, which was hanging in her sleeves, quietly snapped her fingers. A strange fluctuation was emitted, and the large flame rushing toward them suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yin Nuoxing, who was walking at the front, rubbed Feng Er's head. The latter blinked her large eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered. Then she smiled happily. Her scarlet-pink crystal eyes turned around and looked at the demonic beast from dozens of meters away. Woo! The fiery red demonic beast was originally extremely arrogant, spitting flames from its mouth. However, when the pair of scarlet-pink eyes looked at it, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly raged from its body. The fear caused its hair to stand on end. A low cry came from its throat. Its foreclaws fiercely stabbed into the ground, cutting a few cracks in the ground. It hurriedly wanted to stop and almost threw the young man on its back off. Beast, you... The red-clothed young man was shocked. He didn't know why the mount suddenly stopped. His hand quickly grabbed the reins, and he was not thrown off. Just as he steadied himself and was about to curse, the flame demonic beast let out a low cry and quickly turned around to run. The red-clothed young man's neck was strangled by the reins in the bumpy ride, and his face turned red. The people on the street were at a loss. They looked at the flame demonic beast that was running further and further away. They didn't know what had happened. He got lucky, Guoji muttered. An extremely bright flame quietly dissipated from her jade-like hand in her sleeve. She also angrily cracked her knuckles. She seemed to be a little angry. Yin Nuoxing's palm habitually rubbed Feng Er's head and whispered, "Hurry up. Don't worry about it. It's just a fifth-tier immortal. Don't worry about it." Huaji also knew that Yin Nuoxing didn't like trouble. If there was no need, she would keep a low profile. There were many gods here. Although they came from the high and mighty 9 divine temples, the 9 divine temples were in the divine land. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. This episode was forgotten after a while. After a few minutes of tidying up, the chaotic street returned to its original appearance. People came and went, and it seemed that no one cared about what had just happened. Yin Nuoxing calmly sensed that the red-clothed young man was being dragged away. When they were far away, she lifted her foot and walked out of the street. Behind her, Yao Hua and the others, who had separated into several groups, also followed closely. After asking a random person for directions, Yin Nuoxing and the others directly flew up and flew toward the center of Mountain City. The mountain gate was located in the center. They had just entered the city not long ago. When they walked over leisurely, they were afraid that the assessment would be over. At sunset, Yin Nuoxing and the others arrived at the center of the city. When they saw a vast palace in front of them, they landed. The continuous palaces were yellow in color and surrounded by other buildings. They didn't have a glorious and noble aura, nor a strong sense of time and history. They couldn't tell that they had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. They only had the most basic sense of grandeur, but there was a trace of extraordinary aura. Located in the center of the building complex, the outermost arched gate was engraved with 3 huge words: Mountain Gate. The Mountain Gate seems to have been passed down for more than 500,000 years. Why don't I feel like it has been washed away by time? Looking up at the 3 huge words, Yuan Shi scratched his head. A building that was 500,000 years old should have some unusual aura. When Yin Nuoxing and the others were looking at the yellow palaces, a cry of surprise suddenly came from behind them. They saw a few people looking at Yin Nuoxing and the others. They even walked a little closer and seemed to have some doubts in their eyes. Seeing a few people walking over, Yin Nuoxing also turned her head. There was also some doubt in her eyes. Looking at those people, she felt like she had seen them somewhere before. Those people also frowned. They felt like they had seen this group of people somewhere before. It seemed like not long ago. After about half a minute, as if thinking of something, Yin Nuoxing suddenly raised her eyebrows. Those people also widened their eyes and fiercely glared at Yin Nuoxing. A few voices came out at the same time. "It's you guys. You're that sword rider. That sword rider. That bastard who almost sent us flying." Yuan Shi and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at Yin Nuoxing and then at the angry people. Had they seen them before? "We were in a hurry at that time. We didn't expect that there would be people in Yinzhong. Sorry." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook her head. F***CK. Those people all rolled their eyes. Was Luffy in a hurry to be reincarnated? "You guys also want to go to the Mystic Realm?" The only woman in the group had a trace of displeasure on her pretty face. However, she didn't pester them and directly asked, "Yes. Can you tell us what the test is?" Yin Nuoxing nodded. Although her tone wasn't very good, she could feel that the other party didn't have any ill intentions. She was just a little upset that they almost sent them flying. There are many kinds of tests in this group of mountain sections. It's different every time, but there are a total of 8 kinds of tests. Each time, one kind of test will be taken out. It may be a test of resistance to pressure, gravity, combat strength, and so on. In fact, it's just to eliminate those who are just there to make up the numbers. If you can't even pass the test, you won't get any benefits even if you enter the Mystic Realm. A young man waved his hand and said softly, "Ordinary 3rd-tier immortal step cultivators can pass the test without any accidents. Moreover, all the disciples in this group of mountain sects cultivate the earth element. If a good seedling is discovered during the test, they can also enter the group of mountain sections. It depends on whether they are willing or not. The group of mountain sects is the symbol of Mountain Cluster City. It was created by the great mountain sovereign emperor more than 500,000 years ago. After 500,000 years of development, it developed into a city. Moreover, because it was built in the mountains, demon beasts often visit it. When Mountain Cluster City first appeared, there was a great battle. It took a long time for the city to stabilize. Humans and demon beasts coexist. There are many very powerful demon beasts in the mountain range, and all of them were subdued by the great mountain's sovereign emperor. As for that secret realm, it was also discovered by the great mountain monarch. However, by the time the great mountain monarch discovered it, the secret realm had already existed for a very long time. Later on, the great mountain monarch grasped the method to open it, and thus the mountain monarch and Mountain Monarch City appeared. Chapter 5:12. They talked with fervor and assurance, as if they were very interested in the great mountain king. Their words were out of control, and their saliva was flying everywhere. When the woman saw Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows twitch, she seemed to have a helpless expression. Only then did she hurriedly press down on the others. She chuckled and said, "We are from Qingshan City. My name is I Ching. How should I address you?" "Yuan Xing. These are my good friends," Yun Nuoxing said softly. Hearing this name, Yuan Xi's cheeks trembled, but he did not say anything. He laughed sinisterly in his heart and transmitted a message. "Brother Yuan, I'll hit you," Yun Nuoxing said disdainfully. "You're all unfamiliar. The more famous cities within a radius of 10 million miles are Mountainous City, Qingshan City, and Jiyan City. Brother Yuan, which city are you from?" "We're not from these 3 cities. We just heard that there's a secret realm here, so we came to take a look." "What's inside the secret realm?" Yun Nuoxing did not explain too clearly and said casually. The young man seemed to want to say something, but I Ching could see that Yun Nuoxing did not want to reveal his identity. She quickly said, "Some important people speculated that besides treasures, there are also footprints left behind by some high-level gods. There are many unknown secrets, and it's an unpredictable place. Things left behind by high-level gods are being explored by some half-immortal and half-demonic-level people. Why don't they just let beginner, god-level experts go?" Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned, because once you surpass the demonic level, you can't enter the secret realm. Even the direct descendants of the Mountainous sect who have the key are the same. The highest realm allowed to enter seems to be the demonic level 9 transformation. No one of a higher realm has entered, I Ching said softly. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the people gathered around. Indeed, most of them were young men. Most of them looked like they were in their 20s, but their actual ages were probably between 20 and 40 years old. Some of them had extraordinary temperaments, while many of them were very ordinary. Most of them were at the 3rd level of the immortal level. Yun Nuoxing only saw 2 or 3 of them who were at the 7th, 8th, and even 9th level of the immortal level. Just as Yun Nuoxing was sizing up his surroundings, a fiery red figure galloped over from afar. It was the arrogant person who was riding on the flaming magical beast just now. However, at this time, the magical beast was gone. It was probably either lost or killed by him. A young man on I Ching's side followed Yun Nuoxing's gaze. When he saw that person, his expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Langhao's Mountain City's demon king. Half of his bloodline is of the fiery, demonic wolf. It said that he broke through the 5th level not long ago." "Ian, a demon." Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. For some reason, she thought of the demon she saw in Divine Sky City. That flirtatious young man with 2 pointy ears. At this moment, a few elegant men walked out from the group of mountains. Their handsome faces were filled with resoluteness, and their bodies exuded a sense of heaviness. However, when they walked, they were very light and did not make any sound at all. His earth element has been cultivated to a very pure level, but still not as good as Shan Ren's. Jean Ying's beautiful eyes flashed. Then she looked at the youngest boy among the 9 of them. After these men appeared on the stage, many people immediately cast their gazes over. Some of the young women's beautiful eyes even flashed with extraordinary splendor. "Everyone, please." The men spread out from middle and stood on both sides. One hand was behind their back, The other hand made an inviting gesture. They pointed to the main hall and called out softly. The crowd couldn't hold themselves back when a few of them appeared. Now that the few of them had spoken, they swarmed in. Thousands of people's footsteps rose and fell, causing the earth to tremble. I Ching and the others also followed the army and squeezed in. When Yin Nuoxing saw this spectacular scene, his eyebrows twitched. He took a few steps back and pulled Feng, and Yishi over. He didn't want to be squeezed in the crowd. Only when the 1,000 or so people had all entered did he leisurely lead the crowd to the entrance of the main hall. What a rich earth element. When Yin Nuoxing and the others passed by the few young men, one of their hands trembled slightly. They looked at the youngest young man with a surprised look. They were all core disciples of the mountain sect and had cultivated earth element for many years. Now they saw that the earth element in this young man's body was even richer than theirs. In the past, they had received many people who cultivated earth element, but they were all much weaker than them. Of course, they were surprised, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After being surprised for a while, their eyes returned to normal. Inside the mountain sect, they walked along a long corridor and passed through many tall doors. After a few turns, they arrived at a very spacious place. There were dozens of courtyards and pavilions in picturesque disorder. Between the courtyards and the pavilions was a forest. It was very primitive, and there were many small paths leading to other places. At the very front, there was a very tall pavilion. On the pavilion, many people stuck their heads out and looked down. Many people had a playful look, and some people even poured a cup of wine for the people below. Another 1,000 people. The mountain sect gathers people to enter the secret realm once every 3 months. Every time, there are many people who come, but there are no more than 300 people who stay. Brat, the trial is dangerous. You may lose your life. Ha. This daddy has entered and exited so many times, but I haven't been able to get any benefits. The people who enter the secret realm are all a group of ruthless people. If you don't want to lose your life, quickly give up. Many mocking and unrestrained laughter came from the pavilion. Some people seemed to have entered many times and gathered here as if they were frequent visitors. Yin Nuoxing opened his evil spirit eye and looked at a distant place. There was a large hall built on top of a mountain. A stone staircase wound up from the foot of the mountain and went around several mountains before finally connecting to the entrance of the large hall. Faintly, one could see that the space was slightly distorted. Brother, let me ask you something. Yin Nuoxing patted the shoulder of a mountain sect disciple, then pointed at a distant place and asked, "What is that large hall on top of the mountain for? Is this your first time here?" That disciple looked at Yin Nuoxing with some surprise, as if he was very surprised that it was their first time here. Seeing Yin Nuoxing nod, that disciple said, "That large hall is where the monarch resides. However, it is also a cultivation pavilion. The monarch resides at the top of the large hall. Ordinary people can't go there, but anyone can enter the cultivation pavilion, as long as you pass the staircase below." That disciple smiled sinisterly, causing Yin Nuoxing to smile bitterly. He was afraid that there would be another trial before he could go up. Moreover, after entering, he would probably have to become a disciple of the mountain sect. However, Yin Nuoxing soon realized that he was wrong. That disciple continued. The Million Staircase is a trial called the Heart Inquisition. Although there is no restriction on the realm, it is still difficult for ordinary people to go up. Even in the army of the secret realm, there are some people who are aiming for the staircase. Moreover, even if they successfully enter, they won't force you to join the mountain sect. It must be very difficult. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Of course it is difficult. It is difficult for people who don't have a strong foundation to step onto the 100,000 staircase. If you can enter, that is your ability. If you can't enter, then you have to work harder. That disciple spread out his hands and said. Yin Nuoxing nodded. If he had time, it would be good to go up and take a look. Even if he didn't pass, he wouldn't lose anything. He was also curious about what was up there. Moreover, for a dignified high-level god to reside at the top of the cultivation pavilion, it was quite leisurely and elegant. Brother Shui, we finally made it this time. We didn't gain anything from the previous trip to the secret realm, and we were late for 3 months. This time, we must comprehend it well inside. You still say that if your brother Euphone didn't dawdle for half a day and insist on buying that damn Heaven Demon elixir, why would we be late 3 months ago? In the end, we bought a F*King defective item and almost got ourselves killed. Hey, didn't we agree not to mention that? Shuigu, you are too mean. F*CK. We bought a defective high-quality elixir with 50,000 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystals, and we can't mention it. A few gasps came from behind. One person was swearing, and the other two were laughing bitterly, as if they were being taught a lesson. Hearing this voice, especially that name, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled slightly. The others turned around, and Lang Ao's pupils shrank. These guys were all here. Looking up, it was a group of people with the same temperament. There were 2 men and 2 women, and their silhouettes were somewhat similar. Perhaps they were 4 siblings. The man was extraordinarily handsome, with fair skin and a handsome face. If they didn't speak at first glance, they might have been mistaken for girls. The other 2 girls were even more stunning. One of the girls was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her pretty face was quiet and playful. A long silver sword hung from her waist, swaying gently as she ran. The other girl wore a white veil, but from the faintly discernible silhouette, one could tell that she was an extremely beautiful girl. Both of them emitted a holy aura, as if they were fairies who had fallen into the mortal world. People from the Morong family. I didn't expect people from the Divine Land to come. The Divine Land is very far from here. I didn't expect this secret realm to be so attractive. This aura is at least at the 6th level of the immortal realm, or even the 7th level. That imposing young man is at the 8th level of the immortal realm. These 4 people are already guaranteed to enter the secret realm. People from the Divine Land come. The pressure is great. The people who came were actually Morong Xueching, and the others whom Yin Nuoxing met in Yiyan City. It had been nearly 10 years since they parted, and he didn't expect to reunite here one day. Jining and the others were also a little surprised. 10 years had passed in a flash, and everyone's temperament and appearance had more or less changed. Even when Shuigu and the others walked past them, they didn't immediately recognize them. However, they weren't in a hurry to reunite with them. They all looked at Yin Nuoxing, thinking that this guy would probably reunite with them. Seeing that Shuigu was still scolding Euphone and didn't notice their presence at all, Yin Nuoxing's mischievous heart skipped a beat, and a bewitching smile appeared on his face. Soon after, under the astonished gazes of Yuan Shi and the others, and the watching eyes of Jin Ing and the others, he quietly walked out and even concealed his aura. Shuigu and Xueching stood at the back, and Euphone and Shuigu had their backs facing them. They didn't notice that a young man was quietly approaching them. Yun Nuoxing quietly walked behind Shuigu and Xueching. He stretched out his hands, flicked his index finger, and suddenly pressed it against their backs. He moved his head closer and said with a rather playful smile, "This is a robbery, don't move, and don't scream." Suddenly, something pressed against their backs, and Shuigu and Xueching trembled, especially when they felt the faintly discernible energy aura surrounding that thing. Their expressions changed slightly. It was as if they didn't expect that someone would kidnap them in public. "Sir, we don't seem to have offended you, right?" Shuiji's expression darkened slightly, and he didn't dare to call out to Euphone and Xueching. He only transmitted his voice in a low voice. "You did. How could you not have offended me? Let me think. You're blocking my way, that's right." Yin Nuoxing grinned and teased. Shuigu and Xueching's faces darkened. "What do you mean by blocking your way?" This place was so spacious that hundreds of people could run side by side. However, the strange thing was that they didn't feel any malicious intent from the person behind them. It was as if the person was taking liberties with them. "Then what do you want?" Shuigu frowned slightly, and his handsome face looked a little strange. He exchanged a look with Xueching, and the latter understood in her heart. Her smooth chin trembled slightly. Yin Nuoxing almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he still said seriously, "How about this? let's make a bet. If Fairy Shui smiles later, then you'll leave with me. If she doesn't smile, then you'll still have to leave with me. Smile? What the hell? At this moment, Shui Gu and Shui Qing's hearts were breaking down. They wanted Yu Feng and the others to turn around, but they were worried that they would be killed when they discovered them. Although they had a way to escape, the success rate was only 50%. If they didn't succeed, they might even lose their lives here. How about it? Do you think the bet is unfair? However, I still have the same condition. When I count to 3, you'll turn around. Don't make any noise. Yin Nuoxing chuckled softly again. Shui Gu and Shui Qing's expressions changed slightly, but they gritted their teeth fiercely. Shui Qing's jade-like hand was already holding onto the silver longsword. 3. Shui Ji's expression froze. This guy isn't even letting us negotiate? 2. 1. After Yin Nuoxing counted to the last, he loosened his grip. Then 2 afterimages came flying at his face. One was a fist, and the other was a longsword. Yin Nuoxing chuckled and jumped back, dodging the 2 attacks. At this moment, Shui Gu and Shui Qing also turn around. Yu Feng and Yu Jing, who sensed the commotion, also turn around. Yeah. Yin Nuoxing smiled and waved at the 4 of them. Then he smiled and said, "How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Shui Gu and the others were stunned. They looked at each other, then at the flirtatious young man in front of them. They asked in unison, "Who are you?" Uft, uft. At this moment, Zian, Yaohua, and the others who had been watching the show finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. Chapter 513. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Zian, Yaohua, and the rest who were huddled in the corner were laughing so hard that their bodies were shaking. Yaohua couldn't help but hit the wall and couldn't stop laughing. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks were twitching nonstop, while Shui Gu and the other 3 looked confused as if they really didn't know him. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although the 4 of them had changed a little, they were more beautiful than 8 or 9 years ago, and their voices had also changed slightly. They still had the same facial features as before. Moreover, he heard from the others that they were from the Morone clan, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Are from the Morone clan, right? Yin Nuoxing had doubts about his eyes for the first time. Yes. Shui Gu was stunned. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any hostility or malice, he was a little stunned and didn't know what was going on. Morone Shui Gu? Yin Nuoxing pointed at him. Shui Gu nodded. Then Yin Nuoxing pointed at Shui Qing, Yu Feng, and Yu Jing. There was no mistake. It was the 4 of them, but they didn't seem to recognize him. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, feeling that his world was collapsing. Shui Qing's quick-witted Mei Mao blinked, especially when she saw Yin Nuoxing's actions. She couldn't help but frown. This person was so familiar. He looked like an old friend of hers, but he didn't have such a demonic temperament, and his expression didn't seem like it either. Shui Gu and Yu Feng looked at each other in dismay for a while. Both of them were a little confused. The former briefly explained what had just happened, causing the 2 of them to have somewhat unpleasant expressions. This fellow actually dared to rob the people of the Morong family? Yin Nuoxing took a few deep breaths and didn't know what to say. He felt like he had punched cotton, and he couldn't use his strength. Kid, no matter where you're from. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes. Just as he took 2 steps forward and wanted to teach Yin Nuoxing a lesson, Shui Qing extended her arm from the side and stopped him, making him look at the latter in astonishment. Shui Qing hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward. Mei Mao carefully sized up Yin Nuoxing, and after a long while, she asked hesitantly, "Young Master Yin?" Hearing those 3 words, Shui Gu was stunned. Even Yu Feng and Yu Jing were dumbfounded. Young Master Yin? The one they met in Yuyin City? But looking at this person, he didn't look like one. However, when Yin Nuoxing heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, "Fairy Shui is still the best of me. After so many years, you still remember me." Hearing this disguised admission, Shui Gu and the other 2 were stunned. It was really him. Shui Qing was also in a daze. After leaving for 8 or 9 years, Yin Nuoxing had completely changed. She couldn't recognize her at all. F*CK? Brother, it's you. After Shuai came back to his senses, he immediately rushed to Yin Nuashing. Just as the latter smiled, he saw Shuai groping his body, pinching his arms, and pulling his hair. Shuai even stared fiercely into his eyes for a long time. How did you become such a flirtatious B*TCH? Shuai was very shocked. Puffed. Ha! Ah! Ha! Flirtatious B*TCH? Ha! Very reasonable, ha! As soon as Shuai finished speaking, Yin Nuashing was instantly petrified. Zian, Yaohua, and the others in the corner were laughing so hard that they almost rolled on the ground. They all echoed Shuai's words. Shuai's description was just right. The unbridled laughter made everyone curiously turn their gazes. Shuai and the others were also stunned. They turned their gazes and immediately saw 9 people walking out. They couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Yaohua even seemed to be laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. After Yaohua and the others walked out, they immediately put away their clothes and returned to their original 9 colorful clothes. The 9 of them were very easy to recognize when they walked together. Yaohua. When Shuai saw Yaohua, who was wearing a golden robe, he recognized him at first glance. Then, he was even more certain that this was Yin Nua planet, especially when Yishi and the others walked out behind the 9 people. When Shuai and the others saw Yishi, they were certain that this was Yin Nua planet. It's us, but we're now following Little Star. Yaohua crossed his arms and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Zian walked to Yin Nuashing with concern. She gently shook Yin Nuashing, who was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and asked worriedly, "Is Little Star all right?" This sentence made everyone turn their gazes. They saw that Yin Nuashing was still standing on the spot, petrified. Her entire body had turned gray. When she thought of the 4 words that Shuai had just described, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Puffed. Young Master Yin, Big Brother didn't mean it. Shuai couldn't help but laugh and walked forward awkwardly. I'm afraid that Big Brother Nua will be traumatized. Yishi shook Yin Nuashing's arm and couldn't help but sigh. However, she couldn't stop smiling. After a long while, Yin Nuashing finally recovered from her dream. She glanced at Shuai, who was smiling embarrassedly. Her brows twitched, and she placed her hands on his shoulders. She smiled wickedly and said, "I'm going to make your dried bamboo shoot explode." Shuai shuddered. Now that Yin Nuashing had become so demonic, coupled with her smile, it was enough to make everyone's expression unnatural. Shuai broke out in a cold sweat when he felt the chill on her body. However, Yin Nuashing resisted the thought of throwing her out, which made Shuai heave a sigh of relief. This fellow, he hadn't seen her for almost 10 years. How did her strength become so terrifying? Young Master Yin, it's been a long time. You've changed so much that we can't recognize you. Shuai covered her mouth and smiled. Yufeng and Shuai also smiled and came up to greet him. Shuai, you've become more and more beautiful. Yin Nuashing shrugged. He felt that he hadn't changed much in the past few years. Other than his hair being dyed by a divine flame, he didn't expect his former friend to say that they couldn't recognize him anymore. Shuai's beautiful face blushed slightly when she heard how Yin Nuashing addressed her. It made one's heart beat faster, but she didn't say anything. She only rolled her eyes at him and smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here. How'd you been all these years? I heard some rumors. You seem to have been living quite well. Shuai smiled and patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder. That handsome smile made Yin Nuashing want to leave a shoe print on it. It's nothing. I've been stumbling along the way. It's not as good as you think. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. The entire divine prefecture knew about the rumors, and even the entire god realm knew a little about it. The matter of receiving a divine body had too many implications. At this moment, the surrounding people finally recognized the 2 groups of people who were chatting enthusiastically. They were all a little shocked. Could that be the people from the 9 elemental shrine? That dazzling golden guy can't be the son of light, right? TSK, the big guys from the divine prefecture, are all here. The battle for the secret realm this time will be very fun. Fun my ass. All the opportunities will be taken up. Hearing those discussions, Yao Hua and the others didn't care. They were used to it. The 9 of them were a sight to behold, so it was very normal for them to be recognized. However, when it came to yin washing, it became a radish, vegetables, and chicken stew. You guys have good eyesight, so good that you're almost blind. At this moment, a cold laugh interrupted everyone's conversation. Everyone frowned slightly. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? Arrogant? That person smiled disdainfully. Soon after, he said, I said that you guys are blind. You only recognized the people from the Morone family and the 9 elemental shrine, but you didn't recognize this guy. Brother, if you don't have anything to say, then shut your mouth. There are some things that we should be clear about. When Yin Nuashing heard this, she didn't care if she misunderstood. Her evil spirit eye, which contained the will of reincarnation, directly pierced through the person who spoke. That gaze fiercely penetrated into the eyes of the person who spoke, causing his spirit to tremble slightly. However, Yin Nuashing didn't use too much force. She just made him dizzy, slightly dizzy from the weak spiritual impact. That person shook his head. His ruthless gaze revealed a hint of interest. However, when he turned to look at Yin Nuashing again, he was once again shocked by that pair of extremely cold eyes. There was actually a trace of fear in his heart. This guy, what a terrifying gaze. That person's body trembled slightly. He felt that if he reported Yin Nuashing's identity, he would probably be kept here by this group of people. Seeing that he was looking at her, Yin Nuashing was even more certain that this guy had recognized her. Instantly, her gaze became much sharper, causing that person's face to turn slightly pale. However, he didn't speak, so the situation became a little awkward. Everyone looked at Yin Nuashing and the others in confusion, then looked at the man who had an ugly expression. Ah, are you from the Divine Prefecture? You know so many people from the Divine Prefecture, but you even recognize me? At this moment, Yuanshi took a step to the side and blocked Yin Nuashing behind him. He crossed his arms and grinned. The young master of the Yuan family. Oh my god, this is just a small secret realm in a remote area of the Taiyuan region. There are many places like this in the Divine Prefecture, right? Why are all of you coming here to fight for a spot? The young master of the Yuan family, the future divine king of the 9 deities temple, and the people of the Morone family. This time, they won't be able to survive. Everyone's eyes focused, and some people recognized Yuanshi's identity, attracting everyone's attention. Many people sighed. This was just a trip to a secret realm, but there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even people from the Divine Prefecture. When they thought of this, many people gradually lost their confidence. Yin Nuashing and the man immediately heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the shift of attention. The latter quickly pretended that he didn't know anything and quickly turned around. Yin Nuashing, on the other hand, shrunk her body and put on a hat. She didn't expect anyone to recognize her. I Ching and the others were even more surprised. They looked at Yin Nuashing and the others in surprise. They didn't expect these people to come from the Divine Prefecture. It was ridiculous that they thought they were from the remote area of the Taiyuan region. Yin Nuashing patted Yuanshi's back and didn't say anything. Both of them smiled knowingly. There was no need for words between them. Shuige, you guys be careful too. If possible, try not to let anyone recognize me here. Yin Nuashing turned her head and looked at Shuige and the others. Her voice was solemn. Of course. Shuige smiled seductively. She then sighed and said, It seems like you've had a hard time all these years. Yin Nuashing smiled and shook her head. She then licked her lips and said with a smile, Shueching, you're smiling. I've seen it a few times. So, you guys will be following us later? Hearing this, Shueching rolled her eyes at him. She looked very flirtatious. Shuige and the others also laughed silently for a while. This guy was trying to trick them. However, it was good to follow them. They could catch up after they had rested. There were many things that were inconvenient to talk about now. There will be empty tokens hanging at the doors of the empty courtyards and lofts. Everyone, choose a place to stay first. The test will be held tomorrow. We will enter the secret realm in 3 days. The group of disciples from the mountain sects spoke to the crowd. Immediately, everyone spread out and walked towards the place that they had chosen. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and brought everyone to fly a long distance into the depths of the mountain. He felt that he was not too far away from the main hall at the top of the mountain. Only then did he choose a very large pavilion below. After taking off the empty tokens, Yun Nuoxing and the others walked into the loft. Below was the living room. There were a total of 20 rooms upstairs. It seemed like it was used to house a group. It was just right to receive Yun Nuoxing and the others. This place was very quiet. Most people chose a place very close to the loft. It was a gathering place where they could drink and have fun. However, Yun Nuoxing liked the quiet. She also wanted to go to that place to take a look. Hence, she went further away. Chapter 514. Yao Hua and the others were already used to it. As soon as they entered the room, they threw themselves on the sofa and groaned one by one. They seemed to be quite comfortable. Shui Gu and the others were shocked, while Jining and the other girls were a little helpless. These guys were not young anymore, yet they were still acting like this. Oh, even Yuan Shi cheered as she dragged Shui Gu and Yu Feng toward the sofa. Her personality as a sociable person was displayed to the fullest. Oh, Fenger saw their actions. Mei Mao flapped her hands for a while and also cheered. However, before she could rush out, Yun Nuoxing quickly pulled her into his arms and rubbed her little head helplessly. He said, Fenger, don't learn from them. Fenger giggled and stuck out her little tongue. Then, she burrowed into Yun Nuoxing's arms and rubbed against his clothes. The latter helplessly looked at the people rolling around on the sofa and shook his head helplessly. He held Yi Shi's hand and walked into the room on the second floor. As he listened to Shui Gu and the others talk about the secret realm, Yun Nuoxing thought of the million stairs to heaven. As soon as he put the two girls on the bed, the door was gently pushed open. Xian walked in. With a wave of her hand, she put away her hat and windbreaker. Her purple clothes gently covered her delicate body, but it could not cover those perfect parts. What are you thinking about? Xian walked to the bed and directly lay down. She turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. When she saw that he was slightly lost in thought, she could not help but ask. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He looked back at her helplessly and sat down on the other bed. When he saw her lying on the soft bed and revealing the curves of her delicate body, his heart inexplicably throbbed. After stealing a few glances, he turned his gaze away. When he saw her looking at him with a faint smile, he could not help but roll his eyes and say, I'm thinking, are you sleeping here tonight? Okay, I'll sleep here. Little Star can share a bed with Feng, and Shaoxi. Xian smiled slightly, not guarding against Yun Nuoxing's somewhat dishonest gaze at all. Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't say anything. In the past, when they went out, they would always stay in the same room to avoid any sudden approaching danger. After thinking about it, Yun Nuoxing blinked and said with a naughty smile, Don't you like to sleep in the same bed as me? Hearing this, Xian's pretty face turned red. She rolled her eyes and said, Nonsense, I had no choice but to do it, and I only slept with half my body. I didn't. Hearing that her voice was getting softer and softer, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. He looked out the window. The window of this room was facing out, and he could see the mountain range and the hall at the top of the mountain, as well as the night sky that was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. After coming out of the room, Yun Nuoxing saw the malicious smiles on Shui Gu and the others as soon as he went down to the living room. He couldn't help but be startled as he looked at Shui Qing. The latter's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at him suspiciously. This made him even more suspicious. Star-Lord Nuoxing, do you know where Yusin went? When Yun Nuoxing reached the last step of the staircase, Shui Gu suddenly laughed. When his words fell into Yun Nuoxing's ears, he stopped in his tracks and almost sprained his ankle when he took the last step. Turning around, he saw that Yao Hua and the others were pretending to be fine, but their faces were red and the hands holding the teacups were trembling. Yun Nuoxing immediately understood what had happened and fiercely glared at them. It must be this group of people who revealed that he was Xin. Do you want to know? Yun Nuoxing asked calmly. Now that he thought about it, he had slowly accepted that dark history. Even if he was questioned, he would just go down the dark path and say that he was interested in it. He already looked like a girl, so cross-dressing and whatnot. Let's just go with the flow. Shuege grinned and nodded gently. He looked at Yin Nuoxing with some curiosity and expectation. That green light in his eyes made him shudder. Is this guy gay? Oh, Yin Nuoxing responded fiercely. Less than half a minute after he came down, he walked up the stairs angrily. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Why did they hear the sound of him gnashing his teeth? Xian turned around and rolled her eyes at everyone before following him into the room. She had also guessed what Yin Nuoxing wanted to do. The show is about to begin. The show is about to begin. Remember to engrave it in your mind. This might be the last time you see this scene in your life. Yao Hua said excitedly. He was so excited that he couldn't sit still. Qin Yin, Nightmare, Shuege, and the others all sat up straight with solemn expressions. Creak. Not long after, the soft sound of a wooden door closing could be heard from the stairs. Their expressions tensed up and they all widened their eyes. They wanted to dig out their eyeballs and throw them over there to see. A moment later, a purple figure appeared on the stairs. Her purple dress bloomed like layers of lotus flowers. A pair of slender and round calves were faintly discernible under the thin dress. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her steps were very elegant. Looking up, a black belt was tightly wrapped around her slender waist. Her long silver-purple hair cascaded down her back, past her hips, and landed on her thighs. Her slender hands, which were as white as ice crystals, gently held onto the armrest. Her slender fingers were free of impurities and even seemed to emit a faint coldness. It was like a fine piece of art, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Even Xueqing, who was crowned as the Snow Fairy, felt that her hands were so perfect. A flirtatious face appeared in everyone's line of sight. The silver-purple Mei Mao gave off the aura of a fairy. Her slender eyebrows were naturally curved, and her sparkling and translucent face revealed a cute and spirited expression. It was as if she was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The languid Mei Mao swept her gaze across everyone. Seeing that their mouths were so wide open that a pear could be stuffed in, her tender red lips parted slightly, forming an astonishingly charming arc suddenly. A demonic aura overflowed, and a voice that sounded like the cry of a phoenix slowly sounded out. Gentlemen, is everything as you wish? Uxin walked down the stairs, and Xian followed closely behind her. When the two walked together, their temperament and beauty were not inferior to each other. Instead, they made each other even more beautiful. After more than 10 years, the most suitable face that was transformed from Shui Yan's skin was just as Yuan had said back then. This was a girl's face. If it was said that they had some doubts back then, they couldn't even raise any doubts now. And as if in order to match Yin Nuoxing's bewitching handsome face, this face appeared even more bewitching. A slight smile was enough to turn all living things upside down. Xian was also dazzled by Mei Mao. She had seen Uxin's face before, but at that time, she saw Yin Nuoxing's true face. Now that there was a seal that sealed the primal chaos, he definitely couldn't reveal it. He could only use this most perfect face, and when he revealed it, even he himself was shocked. Seeing that everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak, Uxin could only helplessly sigh. She touched the purple dress on her body. This was Xian's dress, and it was a bit tight. This girl was a bit too slim. She waved her hand twice, and the stunning beauty instantly changed back to that elegant and handsome face. Her clothes also instantly changed back to the iconic black clothes and black windbreaker. He didn't take them off in the first place, and directly put them on inside. Ah, my eyes. I'm blind, blind, blind. Deity King, Father, Mother, this child is unfilial. I might turn gay. After Yin Nuoxing instantly changed, Yao Hua and the group all howled. Xueqing's pretty face also turned slightly red. She was actually a bit jealous of Yin Nuoxing just now. It was a pity that this face didn't grow on a girl's body. Otherwise, it would be another beauty that brought disaster to the world like Xian. The night was like a painting. 2 bright moons hung in the sky, sprinkling down mysterious and moving purple moonlight, making the entire world look very beautiful. At the foot of the mountain, shrouded in purple, a black figure as tiny as a speck of dust stood at the foot of the million steps. He raised his head to look at the moonlight, revealing a devilishly handsome face. The purple moonlight fell on him, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to rise slightly. The cool night wind blew at his windbreaker. Yin Nuoxing walked all the way to the stairs at the foot of the mountain. There was no one else beside him, and he came alone. Furthermore, he purposely chose to come in the middle of the night, clearly not wanting to be discovered by others. Yin Nuoxing raised his head to look at the million steps and took a deep breath. He lowered his gaze and looked at the densely packed steps in front of him. Then he raised his foot and landed on the first step. The million steps were white jade in color, clearly not made of ordinary materials. As soon as his foot landed on the steps, Yin Nuoxing felt a faint pressure enveloping him from the sky and descending on him. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that there were tiny light particles on the surface of his body that were hard to detect. The pressure would be repelled when it came into contact with the light particles, and it would be difficult to affect Yin Nuoxing. Pressure. As the test begun, Yin Nuoxing clenched his fists, looked at the steps at the top, and raised his foot. Little star, before his foot landed, Yin Nuoxing heard a beautiful voice with a hint of mockery in it, causing him to suddenly stop in his tracks. He turned his head stiffly, and, as expected, he saw Zian standing on the first step, looking at him with a smile. Zian, why are you here? Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. He turned his eyes away in panic, as if he had been caught doing something naughty. Zian raised a slender finger in front of her delicate red lips. She closed her mei-mao and looked at Yin Nuoxing mysteriously. Then, she pointed behind her, asking him to turn his gaze. However, he saw that everyone had arrived at some point in time. They were all looking at him with mysterious smiles, but no one said anything. Yin Nuoxing's heart trembled slightly. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh as he nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, he directly took a second step. His foot stepped on the stairs, and like a black shadow, he walked towards an even higher place. Behind him, a group of people also closely followed. The group of disciples from the mountain sect said that the million steps were called the self-examination stairway, and the million steps were just a rough number. No one had counted how many steps there were. The speed at which Yin Nuoxing and the others climbed was extremely fast. The pressure on each step was slightly higher than the one below, but the effect of the pressure was the same. This way, it would be much easier for people of higher realms to climb the heart-seeking stairway. In less than an hour, Yin Nuoxing and the others had already climbed over a mountain. The group moved very quickly, and they had already reached the 100,000 steps. It was only now that they started to circulate the immortal energy in their bodies. Clearly, the pressure here was already a little difficult for them. Little Star, you guys go up first. We have to slow down and be careful. Yao Hua and the others transmitted their voices. Then, without waiting for Yin Nuoxing's reply, they stepped on the stairs, and their speed immediately slowed down. However, although it was a little slow, they were still climbing up the stairs step by step. Yin Nuoxing turned around and glanced at them. He nodded and continued to fly up. Zian, Shuige, and the others followed closely behind. Even now, they couldn't release their auras. They could still withstand it with just their physical bodies. However, the 100,000 steps were still a little insignificant to the million steps. The pressure had gradually increased to the 5th level of the immortal rank. Yao Hua and the others had no choice but to slow down. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the palace at the top of the mountain in the distance. He leaped over 100 steps, but the palace seemed to still be in the same position. He couldn't see the end of the stairs. Boom! Yin Nuoxing had just crossed the 200,000th step. The sudden increase in pressure caused his body to tremble violently. However, it was only for an instant before he regained his senses. He did not use any kind of power. The strength of his physical body could still persist. However, while he was able to remain unscathed, it didn't mean that Ziyin and the others didn't react as well. Their figures suddenly trembled at the moment they stepped onto the 200,000th step. Xueqing actually didn't have the time to release her immortal qi to resist at that instant, and a strand of unparalleled pressure directly descended upon her, causing her blood and qi to surge. Her beautiful face turned slightly red as her delicate figure was suddenly blasted flying, and a trace of blood directly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Shui Gu and the others' expressions changed drastically. They had just turned around, but before they could rush out, a golden figure shot down like an arrow. He reached out his hands and pulled Xueqing into his arms. Chapter 515. Boom! Just as his palm came into contact with Xueqing, Yin Nuoxing felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase by more than one-fold. It was as if a huge mountain was crashing down on him, causing him to frown. With a soft shout, the power of the stars rushed out of his body and nailed the two figures in the air before landing on the stairs. Double the pressure, Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at Xueqing in his arms. When he saw the blood at the corner of her mouth, he couldn't help but stretch out his finger and gently wipe it away. He asked gently, "Are you all right?" The two of them flew back dozens of steps, and the sudden drop in pressure caused Xueqing to regain her senses. Seeing that she was lying in Yin Nuoxing's arms and their faces were so close, she couldn't help but blush. Under the moonlight, Yin Nuoxing's handsome face was even more charming, causing her to be dazed for a moment. Especially when she saw the heartache and gentleness in his eyes, it caused her breathing to quicken. "I'm fine." Xueqing shook her head in a panic and used her jade-like hands to help him stand up. Her racing heart also slowed down under the effect of 2 deep breaths, but Mei Mao didn't dare to look at him again. That flight of stairs just now directly jumped from the peak of the immortal rank to the devil rank. It didn't even cross into the half-devil rank. Yin Nuoxing looked at the flight of stairs where Xian and the rest were, and said indifferently, "I felt a strange spiritual power that fused with elemental power." The fusion of elemental power and spiritual power was the symbol of a devil-rank soul. A devil-rank expert's elemental power, spiritual power, and spiritual power resonated, allowing them to mobilize the free elemental power in heaven and earth to attack and defend. It was a huge help, and this was also the reason why devil-rank experts could unleash powerful elemental attacks, even if they were exhausted. Xueqing smiled and pushed Yin Nuoxing with her jade-like hands. She looked at Shui Gu and the rest and said with a smile, "Young Master Yin and Big Brother, you guys go up first. I'll walk slowly below and test my limits." "Okay, be careful. If you can't do it, just give up. Safety first." Yin Nuoxing nodded and patted her shoulder. A dense wave of wood elements surged into her body, slowly calming her surging blood energy. Only then did she continue to climb upwards. Seeing Yin Nuoxing come to their side, Yuan Shi, Qin Yin, and Shuigo all nodded and said, "Little star, you go up first. We have to be careful." Yin Nuoxing nodded, after which he looked at Ziyin. The latter did not say anything. Instead, she smiled sweetly at him, causing the moonlight to lose its splendor in an instant. Understanding the meaning behind her smile, Yin Nuoxing let out a soft shout. The reincarnation disk between her eyebrows began to circulate quietly, releasing bits of soul power and mental power. He never thought that there would be soul pressure after reaching the 200,000 step. Moreover, it was a soul pressure that contained elemental power. This time, Yin Nuoxing slowed down. With Xueqing's example, Yin Nuoxing could not fly up directly. His body was powerful, and his mental power was powerful. However, he did not know much about Xian's strength. He had only seen a sliver of stubbornness and tenacity in her eyes one day. However, he had never underestimated her. Time trickled by slowly. This seemingly endless climb was incomparably dull and tedious. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that 4 hours had passed. Slowly, the night grew longer, and gradually, it was deep into the night. The surroundings were quiet, but there were 2 figures in the large mountain that seemed to be tireless as they climbed towards the top of the stairs. At this moment, the power of the stars in Yin Nuoxing's body finally began to circulate with a roar. The wheel between his eyebrows spun rapidly, and his soul power and mental power formed a barrier, blocking the pressure from the outside world. She silently counted the approximate number in her heart. When she reached the 300,000th step, she finally stopped. The pressure here was already comparable to the pressure of a peak demon rank expert. The powerful pressure caused all the energy in Yun Nuoxing's body to surge. Her eyes flowed with gorgeous colors, and the elemental power around her surged, illuminating the night. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and glanced at Zian. However, she was slightly shocked. Zian was panting heavily. Her voluptuous chest heaved up and down rapidly. Sweat kept flowing down her white forehead, and her aura was even a little chaotic. With her strength, being able to withstand the pressure of a peak demon rank expert was enough to shock everyone. Zian, Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth, wanting her to give up. She was already forcing herself. The 200,000th step was not far away. Once she crossed the 200,000th step, she would directly use the power of a demon rank to blast Xueqing out. Who knew if the 300,000th step would happen again? He was worried that Zian wouldn't be able to take it. No. Knowing what Yun Nuoxing was going to say, Zian's beautiful face slightly changed, and she quickly interrupted him. However, after yelling out those words, her breathing became even more ragged. Her jade-like hands supported her knees as she gasped for air. Her purple clothes were soaked in sweat and tightly stuck to her skin. This scene was filled with an extremely strong temptation. I want to follow behind Little Star. I just want to follow Little Star's footsteps closely. I beg you, don't say those two words. Only Little Star can't. Zian stubbornly raised her head. Her Mei Mao was filled with an extremely strong obsession, causing Yun Nuoxing to be greatly shocked. In particular, that sentence made his body tremble violently. Was she trying her best just to follow him closely? Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that he had always underestimated this beautiful girl. He carefully protected her, didn't want her to be hurt, and hoped that she would be fine. But what was she thinking? Was she really willing to curl up under his 6 wings and accept his protection with peace of mind? Yun Nuoxing saw her answer at this moment and used her pair of bright eyes that were filled with determination to tell him the answer. Zian had the 5 elements body. It was one of the strongest bodies in the realm of the gods besides the divine body of the Na Ling god. She also had her own pride, but in front of the person she loved, she only wanted to express her pure self. There was nothing to be proud of, because the person she loved was incomparably powerful. She would rather give up all her glory and give it to him. Yun Nuoxing fell silent. He nodded seriously and didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. He didn't know that at that time. He jokingly said, "When the 5 elements body is completed, I'll let Zian rest under the shade of a big tree." These words were deeply imprinted in Zian's mind. She fought desperately, fought hard when Yun Nuoxing couldn't see. She only hoped that one day, she could really make these words become a reality. "Let's go," Yun Nuoxing said faintly. He clenched his fists and walked up the stairway step by step. His heart ached, but he couldn't say it. That would shatter her obsession. Zian saw this and licked her red lips with her little tongue. She revealed a very stunning smile. Then, she took a strong step forward and followed closely behind Yun Nuoxing's footsteps. She didn't want to fall behind. Yun Nuoxing took a few deep breaths. There were a few times when he thought that he was about to reach the 300,000th step. He fiercely made his energy surge, but every time it was empty. It seemed that he hadn't reached the 300,000th step yet. It made him feel that he should have reached the 300,000th step. Boom. Finally, after a certain step, a loud sound suddenly exploded in his mind, causing Yun Nuoxing to feel a little dizzy. Fortunately, his spiritual power was strong enough. He only fainted for a moment before he recovered. He immediately turned his gaze behind him, only to find that Zian had disappeared. Yun Nuoxing's face turned pale. He was about to rush out when he suddenly realized that the spiritual, elemental, and power pressure that permeated his body had all disappeared. His strength was gone in an instant, and he only felt his body relax. What is a saint? What is a demon? Between a saint and a demon, who is good and who is evil? A dignified voice sounded in his mind. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. His brows furrowed tightly, but he asked doubtfully, "Everything in the world is divided into good and evil. How can be good? What is evil?" As soon as Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, his vision blurred. Immediately, he saw two images. These were two powerful characters who could look down on the 9 heavenly layers. One of the scenes was of a sacred palace. That person stood at the top of the palace, chanting sacred scriptures and oracular chants, causing the astral rivers to tremble. He had 3,000 generals under him and was in charge of an extremely large army. They fought in the astral rivers, sweeping everything before them with invincibility. That sacred army stepped across the galaxies and conquered many ancient planets. The lofty saint army was getting stronger and stronger. Their voices were getting louder and louder. They were revered by thousands of races and worshipped by countless people. The other image was of a powerful demon god. He didn't have a powerful army or a strong reputation. He directly descended on a planet with life, defeated and drove away the strongest expert, occupied that planet, and continued to occupy more planets with life. In the end, he formed a star field that was ruled by him. The people of the star field were very afraid of him, fearing his power. A saint and a demon. The saint was worshipped by thousands of races and revered by countless people, and the demon king was feared and feared by everyone. This scene was clearly seen by Yin Nuoxing, but he was a little confused in his heart. The saint who sacrificed countless lives to conquer a galaxy and was worshipped by thousands of races. The demon who used the most direct method to occupy a mountain and establish a prosperous galaxy was feared by everyone. There seemed to be no connection between the two, but they seemed to be telling something. What is a saint? What is a demon? Good and evil. Who is a saint? Who is a demon? That voice echoed in his mind again, causing Yin Nuoxing to frown even more. This time, he even sounded a little impatient. It's just a way of doing things. It doesn't mean who is good and who is evil. How can things in the world be distinguished only by good and evil? After he finished speaking, the surroundings were quiet. There seemed to be the sound of insects chirping in the distance, but there was no other sound in his mind. Yin Nuoxing stood in place for a while, then continued to walk up step by step. He had already come this far, so how could he give up? After walking for a long time, Yin Nuoxing finally felt a little tired. He looked back and saw an endless flight of stairs. When he looked up, there was also a flight of stairs that led to an unknown place. He was tired, and there was no one beside him to talk to. He couldn't help but sit down to rest. His eyelids closed uncontrollably, and he wanted to sleep. He had a dream. In the dream, he stood among the stars and looked down at an incomparably vast continent. Although it was a little blurry, he still recognized it. It was the realm of the gods. Outside the realm of the gods, there was a huge continent. Demonic aura filled the sky, and even the ground of the entire continent was black. That was the demon world. One day, the demon world descended from the void and launched an attack on the realm of the gods. Wherever the demon army passed, they carried out a cruel massacre. They wiped out all the major forces. Countless forces were annihilated under the demon army's iron hooves. Millions of people, tens of millions of lives died, and the sky was dyed red with blood. The demon army was invincible, and they were tyrannical. Everyone who stood in their way was killed, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering, leaving behind a ruined city. Finally, the massacre of the demon army aroused the wrath of the realm of the gods. Many of the transcendent forces in the realm of the gods began to gather their strength. Armed with divine weapons and eternal divine weapons, they began to launch a counterattack against the demon army. In the face of the power of the transcendent forces in the realm of the gods, the demon army was as fragile as a piece of paper. They broke into the demon world, and an unusually vast and mighty war of destruction broke out. It was a one-sided war. The demon army kept retreating, and even half of the demon world was trampled into pieces. Nothing was left behind. The wrath of the realm of the gods poured down on the demon world. Yin Nuoxing could see that many innocent people were involved in the war. Even the ordinary cultivators were not spared. The people of the realm of the gods were unscrupulously purging the demon world. Many people didn't participate, and they directly rushed into the depths of the demon world. But even more people stayed behind to kill and plunder until the entire demon world was wiped clean. Nothing was left behind. Yin Nuoxing's expression didn't change. Seeing this scene, his heart turned cold, and it became colder and colder. When he saw the demon army slaughtering the people of the realm of the gods, he didn't feel much of a fluctuation in his heart. However, when he saw that the demon army didn't massacre the entire demon world, he was somewhat surprised, and he seemed somewhat relieved. When he saw the people of the realm of the gods using absolute power to purge the entire demon world, not even the ordinary people were spared, his heart was filled with anger. He wanted to stop them, but he was only a bystander. The scene changed again. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the demon world was still the same as before. The demon world descended from the sky. This time, the demon army was countless times stronger than the previous one. Once again, they came out in full force, aiming for the realm of the gods. This time, they ignored everything and wantonly slaughtered. Everything was the same as the realm of the gods last time. No matter what they encountered, they would be annihilated. And this time, the realm of the gods' counterattack was even more violent. When the two armies clashed, a large area was torn apart, and half of the demon world was destroyed. Even the starry sky was dark. This destructive war lasted for an unknown period of time. In this war, both the demon world and the realm of the gods suffered great losses, but they still didn't stop fighting. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until one side fell. Yin Nuoxing looked down from the nine-heaven star river, and his heart finally trembled a little. He saw the Yuan family being destroyed in this war. Yuan Shi and the others were mercilessly trampled by the demon army and died without an intact corpse. He saw the 9 shrines fighting to the death. He saw Jin Wang and the others fall one by one. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. However, he could only watch quietly, and he couldn't do anything. In the end, he saw the 9 shrines collapse, and Yao Hua and the others were killed in battle. Their bodies were split into light particles and scattered on the shrines. Xian and the others were lucky to escape because of their beauty, but they were captured. When Yin Nuoxing saw this scene, his face suddenly turned pale, and his heart trembled violently. Enough! An angry roar that seemed to come from the 9 hells directly shattered the scene in front of him. His vision suddenly broke free, and he was still sitting quietly on the stairs. There was no war between the two worlds, no horrifying scene, and no heart-wrenching scene. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. The anger in his heart hadn't subsided. That scene really happened in front of him, and he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. He was angry and even furious. He was in despair, and he couldn't wait to slaughter those people. He was helpless and could only watch from outside the battlefield, especially when he saw the scene of his brothers and friends dying in battle. His fury reached the peak, and he became berserk. At this moment, he was immersed in the scene again. It was still the war that destroyed the two worlds. He was above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire world, but Yin Nuoxing realized at this time he could move. He was no longer a bystander, but a powerful existence that could influence the situation of the war. Yin Nuoxing was at a loss. If it was in the past, he might have chosen to ignore it, but that scene was deeply engraved in his heart. This time, he resolutely stepped down, killed the high-ranking members of the Devil Army, and repelled the Devil Army back to the demon world. He also banished the demon world back to the void and stopped the war with his strength alone. The scene collapsed, and everything was like a dream. Yin Nuoxing realized that the sun was about to set, and the sky was fiery red. A shadow appeared on the stairs in front of him, with his back facing him. Without looking at him, the shadow suddenly said, "Good and evil, saint and devil, who is right and who is wrong? Is it wrong or right? There is no right or wrong in this war. According to the standpoints of both sides, this war is inevitable, but it is also wrong. A thought to become a saint, a thought to become a demon, a thought to become a saint, and a thought to become a demon. I overlooked the entire war. How many heroes died in vain? How many innocents were mercilessly slaughtered by the flames of war? Countless stars with life were devoured by the flames before they could even react. I can't see the essence of the war, but I know it is necessary. The war will never end. Good and evil exist forever, and the cycle of reincarnation will never end, corroding each other. There is no escape, no destruction. Is it right? Is it wrong? The demon world is barren, and if the devil army wants to survive, they have to conquer and plunder the land. Is it wrong for the deity's world to counterattack? They don't know the demon world, and they don't agree with the devil race. Those who are not of our race will definitely have different hearts. Both sides are naturally at odds with each other, with different standpoints and different beliefs. What is right or wrong? I have drifted away from the world, unmoved by the world, but I still can't escape from the fate of being involved in this war. But if I could choose again, I would still choose to stand in the 9 heavens and watch this war quietly with my friends. Yin Nuoxing said quietly, as if he was talking to himself, but he was also talking to himself. You won't be able to protect them. One day, they will be devoured by the flames of war. As long as they live in this world of cultivation, they will never be able to escape. The shadow looked forward and said quietly, Then I will turn my body into a saint and become a demon. I will sweep away all the obstacles that dare to stand in my way. Chapter 5:16. It wasn't faith, nor was it willpower. It was just an unforgettable obsession, an obsession that was close to madness. It caused the figure to tremble slightly. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing finally calmed down and said those words. He didn't know why he was so agitated, but he said those words so impulsively, as if he was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was extremely righteous. The figure sighed softly. With a slight sway, he disappeared from sight. Then, the image of the staircase disappeared as well. The endless staircase disappeared. In front of him, there were a few ancient trees inserted into the stone mountain. They grew tenaciously on the precipice. Not far away, there was an ethereal hall. Looking back, he realized that he had already reached the top. He didn't know when the 1,000,000 steps had ended. One day, he had used an entire day. He seemed to have forgotten about the test of the secret realm. However, in just one day, his state of mind seemed to have changed. Should it be said that he had improved, or that he had become more determined? Little star, you're the slowest. A few giggles came from the front, causing Yin Nuoxing to pause slightly. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Then he saw that at the corner of the stone mountain, more than 10 people suddenly walked out in unison. They all made funny faces at him. Brother, you're really slow. We've been waiting for 4 hours. The sky is already dark. Yuanshi laughed loudly. He walked forward and patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. Yin Nuoxing's gaze was a little absent-minded. Looking at this handsome face, there was a touch of sadness between his brows. He didn't attract anyone's attention. Then, he gently opened his arms and hugged Yuanshi tightly. This sudden action shocked everyone. Yuanshi was even more astonished. Then, he hugged Yin Nuoxing gently, although he didn't know what had happened. After a while, Yin Nuoxing let go of Yuanshi and walked towards Xian and the others. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, his heart was slightly shaken. Although he knew that everything that had happened was an illusion, he was still afraid. Yin Nuoxing fiercely pulled Xian into her embrace, causing her delicate body to slightly stiffen. She could feel his churning emotions. Although she did not know what he had experienced, it must have been very dangerous. Little star? Yuanshi and the others were a little confused. Looking at Yin Nuoxing's slightly dazed eyes, they were a little confused. Yin Nuoxing didn't respond. After letting go of Xian, she walked towards Yao Hua and the others and gave each of them a gentle hug. However, when they saw that pair of silver-purple eyes, they were a little stunned and scared. They didn't know what to say. You're still alive, you're still alive. Yin Nuoxing gently stroked Xian's head and seemed to be smiling foolishly. They had all experienced their own illusions, but none of them had such a big reaction after coming out of it as Yin Nuoxing. They were curious about what he had experienced, but they didn't want to ask. However, They could all guess that it must have been a very scary illusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. Child, that was just an illusion. It wasn't a part of your real life. Don't immerse yourself in it. Chasing after those illusory memories will only make you lose yourself in the maze of memories. Suddenly, a gentle voice was transmitted over, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their heads and look towards the source of the voice. After which, their gazes were uniformly fixed on the entrance of the large hall. At that spot, a pale yellow figure had unknowingly appeared. It was a middle-aged man in a light yellow robe. He looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others with a gentle gaze. It was just a lone figure, but it made them extremely vigilant. That person and that place didn't seem to exist. Even time and space seemed to be distorted and blurred. They knew what kind of expert this was because they also had experts at home. Senior. Yin Nuoxing and the others walked over and cupped their hands towards the yellow-clothed young man. No matter what, this was a super expert. Even if they were from an extraordinary background, they still had to show enough respect. The yellow-clothed man waved his hand, and a gentle breeze stopped their movements. Then, he chuckled and looked at the group of young faces in front of him. He smiled and said, "It's been many years since anyone came up to play." Unexpectedly, such a large group of people appeared at once. This old man doesn't even know how to greet them. Then, the yellow-clothed man looked at the stairs in the distance and said with a smile, "This stairway is called heart questioning. It doesn't test one's strength. That's not important. What's important is this place." The yellow-clothed young man patted his chest and said, "Only those who pass here can set foot on this mountain palace." Then his gaze paused and fell on Yin Nuoxing. His deep eyes penetrated Yin Nuoxing's eyes as if he wanted to see through him. However, there seemed to be a layer of fog in front of him that he couldn't tear apart no matter how hard he tried. Your heart is strange. Heart questioning is difficult. Your heart is strange. People who ask about their own hearts must stay true to their hearts and remain unmoved. Their state of mind is very good, and they can stay true to their hearts and break through the illusion. But from what I see, your heart seems to be wavering, but it also seems to be incomparably resolute. You shouldn't have been able to come here. Can you tell me why? The yellow-robed man's gaze was deep, as if he could see through everyone's heart. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, she was slightly startled. She thought for a while and organized her words before saying, "I don't have a heart as tenacious as others. I don't have any beliefs. I don't have any goals that I must achieve. In this world, I don't have any relatives that I need to protect. All I have is a group of stupid friends behind me. All I have is an undying obsession. It's just an obsession." When Xian and the others heard this, their hearts trembled slightly. It's just an obsession? The yellow-clothed man also fell silent. His gaze was fixed on Yin Nuoxing. The latter also looked straight at him without any fear. After a long time, he seemed to be talking to himself. Heart and beliefs don't exist because all of this has been added to the obsession. If the obsession is deep enough, it will become the original intention of the heart. I understand. It's not surprising that you can come here. The yellow-clothed man nodded. Then he laughed again. He looked at the group of young people and said, "My name is Mountain. The outside world calls me the Mountain Monarch. Come in and have a seat. There's no rush for the secret territory." Everyone was stunned. Although they had some guesses when they saw this man, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised when their guesses were confirmed. The Mountain Monarch had come to receive them just because they had passed the heart-seeking stairway. How much importance did he have? In particular, this so-called monarch had already entered the Emperor God realm. That was even more unbelievable. Although most of them came from big forces and definitely had Emperor God experts in their families, it was rare to see them. They didn't expect to see an Emperor God expert just by walking around. Of course, they were just a little surprised. They had seen Emperor God experts before. Their identities weren't ordinary, so they didn't have to be so surprised. They just had to show enough respect. The Mountain Monarch seemed to know what they were thinking. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Do you think it's strange to see me here? The heart-seeking stairway treats everyone equally. When you reach your limit, it will question your heart. Of course, as long as you can step on the top of the demon stairway, it doesn't matter if you can continue or not. It will start to question your heart and send you to the cultivation pavilion of the corresponding level according to your answer. Although there are many people who have passed the heart-seeking stairway, there aren't many who can reach this level. At least, it's been 1,000 years since anyone has reached this level. The mountain monarch said indifferently, "Since you can come to the palace at the top of the mountain, you must be from a powerful Emperor God Realm force. Or you must have had extraordinary encounters. This has nothing to do with your character. The heart-seeking stairway only questions your heart." The mountain monarch's sharp eyes calmed down. He pointed at them and said, "Obsession, protection, carefree, strength, unity, freedom, calmness. This is your heart." The order he pointed at was Yin Noashing, Zian, Yuan Shi, Qin Yin, Yao Hua's group of 9, Shuige, Shuiqing, Yufeng, and Yujing. You guys can go in and cultivate yourselves. Pick whatever you want and learn as much as you can. Just don't smash it. Everything depends on fate. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'll be sitting inside. The mountain monarch flicked his robes and let out a long sigh. He then turned around and walked into the main hall. Yin Nuashing and the others looked at each other. Then, Yuan Shi couldn't help but chuckle. It didn't seem wrong to say that he was carefree. This monarch is also carefree. He doesn't put on any airs at all. Everyone nodded and walked into the main hall. By the way, child, your obsession is too deep. Be careful not to go astray. Once you're done cultivating, come drink tea and play chess with me. Just as everyone entered the main hall, they heard another voice coming from afar, causing them to be stunned. Then, their gazes turned towards Yin Nuashing in unison. Obsession, it should be referring to him. Okay. Yin Nuashing nodded. There was a long corridor in the hall, and there were many large doors on both sides of the corridor. With a casual glance, they could see that there were countless books, scrolls, and other mystical items stored inside. Although they couldn't tell what grade these items were with their eyesight, they were definitely not ordinary items. However, what made them dizzy was that there were so many things. How long would it take for them to find something suitable for them? Everything depends on the word fate. Yin Nuashing smiled and walked deeper into the corridor. He didn't even look at the doors on both sides. Seeing him like this, Yuan Shi and the others thought of something. They closed their eyes and carefully sensed for a while. Then, they walked in different directions. Zian glanced at Yin Nuashing's back and chased after him. You didn't sense anything suitable for you? Hearing footsteps behind him, Yin Nuashing turned around in surprise. When he saw Zian trotting to his side and walking beside him, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "It's on the way." Zian smiled and stuck out her tongue. Yin Nuashing shrugged helplessly. When he turned back, he couldn't help but glance at her. Just now, the Earth Monarch said that this little girl's heart was to protect. Could it be because of that sentence? But he didn't say it out loud. If she didn't say it, he wouldn't ask, just like how she treated him. The two walked for a while and passed through a huge door at the end of the corridor. There was a long corridor on the other side of the door. The number of doors on both sides was obviously much fewer than in the first corridor. There were only 6 to 7 doors. Yin Nuashing came to a halt and looked at the first door on the left. After hesitating for a while, he pushed the door open and walked in. Along with a loud bang, the red iron door opened slowly as though it hadn't been moved for thousands of years. It was so heavy that Yin Nuashing used almost all of his strength to open it. After the iron door was pushed open to a gap large enough for a person to enter, it automatically retreated to both sides. Light illuminated the dark palace. The palace was very empty. One could see the end of it at a glance. There was nothing special placed in the palace. However, there were 5 huge statues in the palace. They were so lifelike that even their expressions were perfectly engraved. Chapter 517. Several lifelike statues stood in the hall with balls of light floating around them. They were sacred and inviolable. The moment they saw the statues, Yin Nuashing and Zian felt a rampaging soul crash into their heads. It was as if the eyes of the statues were enough to make their souls tremble and submit. "You want me to submit?" Yin Nuashing grabbed Zian and gently circulated the technique of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Strands of soul energy enveloped her, calming her soul down. Her body also stopped trembling. What terrifying soul energy! Xian's face paled slightly. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. She did not dare to look directly at the statues. She had only glanced at them, and the statues had already released a power that was enough to obliterate her soul. If Yin Nuoxing had not protected her in time, her soul probably would have directly shattered. Even so, she was still slightly affected. Yin Nuoxing did not look away at all. Instead, he raised his head and stared straight at the first statue. This time, he could feel an even greater pressure on his soul. It was as if a huge hand was gripping him tightly, trying to strangle him to death. I've personally faced a God Emperor before, and I've even faced the extreme pressure of a God Emperor. You want me to submit to a mere statue? Yin Nuoxing murmured calmly. The 6-colored wheel between his eyebrows began to spin rapidly, resisting the pressure on his soul. Break! With a shout, a huge storm of soul energy suddenly surged out and swept through the hall. The soul energy that was pressing down on Yin Nuoxing also suddenly dispersed. After the spiritual strength dissipated, the first statue also seemed to have become dull. Those light clusters that were revolving around the statue also slowly descended from the upper body of the statue and slowly rotated under its feet. If Yin Nuoxing walked over, he would be able to reach out and grab it. He only glanced at the balls of light once before looking away. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the statue again. The statue was hundreds of meters tall and was at the same height as the roof of the hall. It gave off an extremely powerful sense of majesty and vicissitudes. There was a huge blade stabbed into the ground beside its feet. Its face was filled with a will that looked down on the universe. Its bright eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth. There was a unique will that had existed with the statue for all eternity, never dissipating. Some of the weapons in Yin Nuoxing's body reacted instinctively when he saw the huge blade. They faintly wanted to fight back, yet they also seemed to desire something. The might of a god artifact constantly radiated from him. Yin Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Immediately, broadswords and swords rushed out from his body and rushed towards the huge blade. They stopped in the void, but the might of a god artifact slowly radiated out. It was responding and resonating. This is similar to the might of a god artifact, the power of will. Are the god artifacts using the power of the statues to cleanse themselves? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the god artifacts slowly becoming stronger. Of course, the god artifacts didn't respect the statue either. Looking at the way they resonated, it didn't seem like they were comprehending it. Instead, they were skimming over it and plundering the unique power that the statue radiated. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and looked at the statue's name. Soul Saber, Great Emperor, roamed the god world with a soul saber that could sever the soul root. He didn't respect the heavens and earth, trampled through the 9 heavens and star rivers, and killed all his enemies. He looked down on the sea of stars. He once entered and exited the demon world 7 times alone and stirred up chaos in the demon world. His invincible soul saber light was respected by the 4 realms and was recognized by all races. Vigorous and powerful words were carved on the stone wall behind the soul saber, Great Emperor. Even though many years had passed, the words were still emitting a terrifying light. Through the words, Yin Nuoxing could feel a terrifying power radiating out. It made his soul feel slightly uncomfortable. It was as if he was seeing the peerless great emperor of the past, 1 man and 1 saber, roaming the starry sky and the demon world alone. Soul saber, huh? The soul saber. That's why it's so destructive to the soul. Even a wisp of the statue's power is so terrifying. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself. The soul was the root of a cultivator. Nowadays, apart from some special heart sutras that could cultivate the soul, many people just let it grow with their cultivation. Even if stepping into the demon world required refining the soul power and connecting the elemental power with the soul power, that was all there was to it. Without special heart sutras, the speed of cultivating the soul was very slow. Xian, go and feel it. The remnant power of the soul saber has been erased. Now the statue is no longer dangerous. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and looked at Xian. Xian nodded. He obeyed his words and walked to the statue. Mei Mao looked from the top of the statue to the bottom. Finally, she looked at the huge soul saber. Although Yin Nuoxing had offset the power of the soul saber, it still made her soul tremble slightly. Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He released his soul power and gently touched the statue of the soul saber Great Emperor. The latter also emitted a faint soul power. Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised when he saw the two of them responding so quickly. They entered the state too quickly. Yin Nuoxing walked to the side and looked at the second statue. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman. She was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. One look at her, and they would be unable to extricate themselves. They would want to dig their eyes out and stick them to her. However, she had a fairy and sacred aura. Her statue had an indelible noble imperial aura that made it difficult for people to profane her. Fairy aura. It feels similar to Little Purple Soul's aura. Yin Nuoxing didn't care about the statue. She only felt a slightly familiar aura. It was the fairy aura of Little Purple Soul, Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Why isn't there an introduction? Yin Nuoxing looked at the stone wall behind her and was stunned. There were only 4 big words on it, and there wasn't any introduction of the Great Empress below. Just as Yin Nuoxing was wondering why there wasn't an introduction, a fairy aura suddenly came from the front. It made Yin Nuoxing's breathing stagnate. It was obviously an extremely strong energy pressure, but it made him feel as if he was floating in the air. Huh! Yin Nuoxing stomped his foot on the ground. The aura of a peak 9th tier immortal suddenly rose from the ground. The blood in her body flowed rapidly, and at the same time, the light element flowed. She clenched her right hand in front of her, as if she was imagining herself holding a sword. Immediately, an ethereal aura with a sacred aura rushed out of her body and collided with the fairy aura. Bang! 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 When the two auras collided, there was a series of heavy thuds in the hall. Yin Nuoxing's body was rebounded by a huge force. Both of his feet stood on the ground, and he was forcefully pushed dozens of meters away before he could stabilize himself. F***CK. It's just a statue. Can it not be so abnormal? Seeing that he had been pushed back more than 10 meters, Yin Nuoxing's brows couldn't help but twitch. Then he laughed bitterly. In an instant, he had released his strongest state. He was confident that in that state, even a 3rd Seal Demon rank expert might not be able to push him back with a single punch. However, he had been pushed back by a statue from who knew how many years ago. However, after pushing him back, the Empress statue gradually calmed down. Those light balls also gradually floated down. Inside them were some extraordinary Xian techniques, and mental cultivation methods. However, Yin Nuoxing wasn't in the mood to look at them. He didn't lack these things. What he needed was something substantial that could directly help him break through, increase his combat strength, or even increase the power of his heaven-grade weapons. However, with this thought in mind, Rinpoche still walked over curiously. When he saw the rolls of scrolls circulating around the Empress's feet, he felt a little greedy. These items that were usually not seen were placed here like cabbages. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, Yin Nuoxing still didn't pay attention to them. He looked at them a little reluctantly and walked to the next statue. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take them all away, he would have already looted them. Raising his head to look at the 3rd statue, Yin Nuoxing blinked his eyes. He felt that there was an inexplicably familiar power in this statue. It was very familiar. There were even light patterns flowing within the statue. This made the sense of familiarity in his heart rise to the peak. Emperor of 10,000 laws, the self-proclaimed weaver of 10,000 laws. He was extremely talented, unpredictable, and crazy. With a single thought, he could create 10,000 formations, break 10,000 Tao, and subdue 10,000 laws. He was a genius in formations since ancient times. When Yun Nuoxing saw this introduction, he finally felt a little excited. Emperor of 10,000 Laws was actually an emperor-level formation master. With a single thought, he could create 10,000 formations. How terrifying would it be for a person of that level to set up a formation? Now that I have activated a demon-level formation, if I want to activate 10,000 formations, it will take me a long time at least. It will also be extremely difficult for me to control it with my spiritual power. As for a god-level formation, even if I'm a level 4, it will be difficult for me to weave 10% of it. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered slightly. Although Yishi had been teaching him formations, he felt that his results were still a little too slow. However, when it came to formations, stability and quality were required, not speed. Unfortunately, there was such a stubborn person who wanted both stability and speed. While he was still deep in thought, a huge formation suddenly appeared in front of him. It was bigger than his entire body. When it appeared quietly in front of him, he was shocked. Just as he wanted to take a step back, the space around him trembled slightly. Layers of formations appeared in the void, and all of them were facing him. Then, a suppressive force swept towards Yun Nuoxing from all directions. Boom! The suppressive force landed directly on his body, causing the unprepared Yun Nuoxing to stomp a hole in the ground. His body was slightly bent. It actually wanted him to bow down. Bah! I won't bow. If you have the ability, why don't you jump out and bite me? Yun Nuoxing also felt the strength of the suppressive force and couldn't help but spit fiercely. His evil spirit eye opened in response. Layers of formations appeared in front of his eyes, then gathered and condensed into an extremely bright formation that floated in front of his eyes. Break! When the two formations appeared, Yun Nuoxing fiercely glared at the formations that were facing him. His spiritual power rapidly spread out and invaded the hundreds of formations. Those formations all disintegrated one by one. The suppressive force also quietly disappeared, allowing Yun Nuoxing to heave a sigh of relief. Amazing, cool, so powerful. Hundreds of formations were broken in a second. Just as Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief, he heard two claps and a bold and unrestrained laughter. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw Xian looking at him with a smile. She was clapping lightly with her lily-white hands. He didn't know when she had finished comprehending. At the entrance, Nightmare was laughing loudly as he walked in. He clapped his hands vigorously and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a hint of fanaticism. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he pointed to the three statues and whispered a few words. Nightmare understood what he meant. Xian also walked to the Empress's statue and started cultivating. Yun Nuoxing looked at the remaining two statues, then turned his head to look at the three statues that had already been dealt with. He hesitated for a while, then finally fixed his gaze on the statue of Emperor Wanfa. He smiled slightly and decided to cultivate the formations first. When he went out, he could also give Yishi a surprise. Chapter 518. Slowly closing his eyes, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have seen a soul-stirring scene. The 10,000 Laws Imperial Emperor could create 10,000 formations with a single thought, enveloping the entire world. He seemed to be immersed in a sea of light. The profoundness of those incomparably huge formations was not something he could imagine. The Emperor of all laws weaves 10,000 formations. Yun Nuoxing stared fixedly at the figure standing in the ocean of light. He saw the figure reach out his hand and press down on the void. Formations appeared out of thin air and connected into a cluster of formations. Then, this cluster of formations connected with other formations. Gradually, a formation that was only 1,000 feet in size was perfectly connected by hundreds of formations to form a gigantic formation that was tens of thousands of feet in size. However, this was not the end. The formation that was tens of thousands of feet in size suddenly trembled. It was as if cells were splitting, and another formation that was exactly the same as the original formation was split. Over 1,000 formations formed two similar formation clusters and slowly rotated in midair. The terrifying energy was not as simple as 1 + 1. The energy was multiplied by many times. Above the two similar formation clusters, a gigantic formation that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet appeared and enveloped the two formation clusters. Then, this gigantic formation and the two formation clusters trembled again and split into another similar formation cluster. The dense light from the formation flooded the entire void. The strengthening power was multiplied by many times, causing Yun Nuashing to feel a sense of fear. Such a violent method of weaving. Was he even human? Hundreds of formations are connected to form a whole, and this whole will be completely duplicated. Then, another even larger formation will connect these two parts to form a new whole. Then, it will be duplicated again and connected with an even larger formation. If this continues, in just a few times, the formation will cover an extremely vast area, and its power will increase exponentially. Yun Nuashing casually calculated the data, then took in a breath of cold air, and suddenly covered his mouth. His eyes were even more frightened. This Emperor of 10,000 laws, I'm afraid he's crazier than me. I don't know how he came up with such a method. The duplication of the array, especially the duplication of the array group, consumes a lot of mental strength and soul power. Although it's possible to build an extremely terrifying array with a small array, the mental strength consumed. TSK, an astronomical figure. She raised her head and saw that the figure was still repeating the actions of replicating, combining, and replicating. The formation that was originally only 1,000 feet in size gradually expanded to cover an area of nearly 1,000,000 miles. Then it expanded to tens of millions of miles, hundreds of millions of miles. If the energy was focused on a single point and exploded, it would probably blast a huge hole in the origin region. Yun Nuashing was shocked. He found that it was very easy for him to understand the formations here. It was as if he could easily see the structure of the entire formation, how the formations were connected together, and how they were replicated from each other. Yun Nuashing's heart trembled. Her evil spirit eye was operating at its fastest speed. There were even some scarlet runes floating around her eyes. Even her eyebrows and nose were dyed scarlet. She did not hesitate to circulate the soul-burning technique at 3 times the normal rate to support the power of the evil spirit eye. The hundreds of thousands of formations converged into a sea of information that roared and poured into her mind. However, the information regarding the formations had long been blocked by her. Only 1/10 of the information truly poured into her mind. Outside, Xian was alarmed by a huge energy storm. She hurriedly opened Mei Mao and turned her head. She saw formations floating around Yun Nuashing's body. Her 6 wings were several dozen feet wide, and there was a faint and terrifying sound of wind and thunder whistling. Yun Nuashing was merely observing myriad art Imperial Emperor playing with formations, and there was such a huge commotion. Boss has entered a state of deep comprehension. He is operating those eyes with all his might. He probably saw something very valuable inside, something that is worth comprehending with all his might. Terrifying, very powerful. Nightmare could not help but exclaim. Then, a fanatical smile appeared on his face. That's right, it was like that. The more powerful Yun Nuashing was, the more it could stimulate him and make him even more excited. Let's back off a little. Nightmare grinned. Xian saw the fanaticism in his eyes and could not help but feel a little apprehensive. This guy was also a madman. He became stronger when facing a strong opponent. This was probably one of the reasons why he had chosen to travel together. Indeed, a madman needed another madman to grind him down. They stood far away. Although Xian still wanted to cultivate for a while, she was not in a hurry to continue after Yun Nuashing ended. In her current state, it was difficult to enter a state of deep comprehension. With a flip of her hand, 2 sparkling and translucent scrolls appeared in her hands. These were the scrolls that automatically flew into her hands when she was comprehending in the 2 statues. Xian pondered for a while and also chose to cultivate later. When she was comprehending, she would automatically sense which scroll was suitable and automatically choose it. Then, she would directly cultivate inside. It's out. Nightmare shouted excitedly. Xian hurriedly lifted Mei Mao up and looked at Yin Nuashing. Then she saw that in front of the statue of Emperor of all laws, the brightest ball of light quietly left the group of light balls and flew toward Yin Nuashing. Xian was relieved. She was worried that the inheritance would give up on Little Star. Now, it seemed that she had worried too much. The brightest one should be the most powerful inheritance of Emperor of all laws, Nightmare muttered. And Mo Yin muttered. Then, he looked down and waved it at Ziyan. Sister, what did you get? This is the low-level, immortal grade Heart Demon Soul Art. Wow, I could tell it's not anything good just by hearing its name. Ziyan could not help but chuckle when he heard Duan Ling Tian's ridicule. He lifted the two scrolls in his hand and said softly, the Heart-Slaying Soul Sword and the Celestial Spirit Technique are both Saint-grade advanced. However, their grades are too high. I reckon they'll be difficult to cultivate, and they won't be able to unleash their full potential. After she finished speaking, she lightly shook her head. They were still only at the immortal rank. Although there were great benefits to cultivating high-grade profound techniques at such a young age, that was under the guidance of someone. With their own strength, being able to cultivate the 3 grades of profound techniques of the devil rank, superior grade, fine grade, and top grade, was already extremely formidable. Jumping to the saint grade in an instant, even divine underworld experts would be envious of this. Wow, it's a whole level higher than mine. So powerful. As for cultivation, it's fine. There's also a freak who cultivates divine grade, divine grade, divine grade. Look at his Xian technique. It's so cool and gorgeous. Its power is so frightening. Later, when we enter the statue, we just have to hurry up and cultivate. Even if there's no one to guide us, we can still figure out on our own. Saint grade isn't that easy to cultivate. Sister, you have to be careful. Nightmare spoke very eloquently and quickly. Hearing this, Xian was stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly. Little Star's cultivation was risking her life. Even if she did not want to, she did not have the ability to do so. In the sea of arrays, Yin Nuashing's mind suddenly had an extra piece of information. It was so sudden that it caused his soul to tremble. His evil spirit, I was almost shattered. This is the great connection and mirror image replication of arrays. When Yin Nuashing saw this extra piece of information, he took a light breath. Strictly speaking, this could not be considered a Xian technique or Xian technique. It was just the experience and comprehension of Myriad Art's Emperor Monarch when he was fiddling with arrays. It just so happened that the figure in front of him was operating the array limitlessly. It was countless times clearer than what he had comprehended himself. Myriad Art's Emperor Monarch is indeed a genius in arrays. Only a madman could think of this kind of amplification method. Yin Nuashing scrutinized the information that was pouring into his mind. The information wasn't messy, it was very complete. It was the comprehension of the Myriad Art Imperial Emperor's cultivation arrays, as well as his comprehension during cultivation. This was definitely a priceless treasure. If it was put outside, many underworld emperors and even divine emperors would come snatch it. Moreover, because the Myriad Art Imperial Emperor was a giant in the field of arrays, countless array masters would rush over madly. It could be said that if someone knew that Yin Nuashing had this book, countless people would come rob him. However, in the current realm of the gods, only a few families dared to provoke Yin Nuashing. Most of the others did not dare to provoke this madman. Even emperor gods did not want to provoke an existence who could shatter an eternal divine weapon. There's more. Just as Yin Nuashing was immersed in the comprehension of the cultivation book, Xian and Nightmare saw another extremely bright ball of light flying towards Yin Nuashing. It circled around him and then landed in front of him. Little bits of information flowed towards Yin Nuashing's glabella. There's more, there's more, there's more. Xian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She extended her jade-like finger and pointed at the statue. There were a few balls of light that were originally rotating at a moderate speed. Suddenly, they spun a little faster. However, they still didn't fly out. They seemed to be hesitant and didn't know if they should float towards Yin Nuo. Nightmare also saw this and hurriedly held his breath. His pitch-black eyes were so wide that they were about to fall out. The 4 and 5 balls of light spun faster and faster. They were so fast that their shadows were almost touching, but they refused to fly out. Puffed. At this moment, a few formations rapidly condensed in front of Yunuashing, after which they combined together and quickly split into 2. Then they combined again and split again. Not long after, the hall was enveloped by a dense formation. The energy that permeated from it caused the yin and yun nuashing to tremble in fear. At this moment, the hesitant balls of light suddenly turned and flew towards yun nuashing. Moreover, there were more than 5 of them. The brightest balls of light basically all floated out. More than a dozen balls of light spun around yun nuashing, fighting to be the first to merge into the latter's glabella. This scene caused Ziyin and Jian Wushuang to laugh bitterly without end. This fellow is really shocking. The 2 of us only took a single type of inheritance when we accepted the inheritance, yet he took over 10 as soon as he arrived. Moreover, because they were formations, their value was slightly higher than profound techniques. Yin Nuashing also seemed to feel more than a dozen streams of information burrowing into his mind at once. His brows twitched, and he cursed in his heart. What the hell was this? Didn't the inheritances come one by one? Why did they have to come in groups? Such a huge amount of information rushed into his mind. Did they want him to cultivate or kill him? However, cursing was one thing. He quickly calmed his mind and sorted out the piles of information that rushed in. The energy of each piece of information had a unique aura, so he didn't have to worry about sorting it out wrongly. It just took a long time. In the outside world, Zian and Nightmare also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Yin Nuashing was fine. In the huge loft, Yishi held a book that was even bigger than her and quietly read it. She glanced at the door and outside the window from time to time. She couldn't help but sigh softly, shake her head, and continue reading. Yishi, Yishi, Yishi little star is missing. Upstairs, Feng Air ran down in a panic and threw herself at Yishi. She picked her up and said anxiously, "You've already said it for the 89th time." Yishi shook her head helplessly and closed the book. Her small hand reached out from her long sleeve and rubbed Feng Air's head. She said, "He's only gone for a day. Perhaps he promised Big Brother and the others some opportunity. It's fine, trust me." Feng Air tilted her head and looked at Yishi. She slowly put her down and nodded as if she didn't fully understand. Then she jogged upstairs. Seeing this, Yishi flipped through the big book again and couldn't help but call her a little girl in her heart. 2 hours later, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs again, making her smile bitterly and helplessly. She closed the book and opened her arms. Then she saw Feng Air anxiously pick her up and say anxiously, "Yishi, Yishi, little star is missing." Yishi just wanted to knock her head and faint. Then she could only mutter, "Big Brother Nuaw, come back quickly. Xiaoxi's going to be played to death by this girl." Chapter 519. Yin Nuashing's body was surrounded by the terrifying light of the formation, which circulated endlessly according to a specific path. It made Yin Nuashing look dazzling. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying power circulating in his body, which then overlapped and continued to circulate. Yin Nuashing gradually calmed down. Seeing that his cultivation had gradually calmed down, and the 6 wings on his back were retracted like a screen, Yi Yin and Zi Yin sighed softly. They looked at each other and nodded. Then they hurriedly sat down in front of the statue and continued to cultivate. As soon as they sat down, they entered a deep state of meditation. If others were to see this, they would probably be so shocked that they would bite their tongues. Just how strong was his comprehension ability to enter a deep state of meditation after sitting down? In the scene that Yin Nuashing saw, the scene of the formation splitting was extremely clear. That figure kept repeating this action endlessly. Rays of light circulated in this space of the formation. The boundless energy here condensed and dissipated, condensed and dissipated again. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8, until there were tens of thousands of formations hanging in the sky. Every time Yin Nuoxing felt that the energy of the formations was about to crash down, the boundless energy would silently dissipate. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head. In his hands were a dozen or so array formations arranged vertically. From afar, this array formation looked like a Vajra pestle. The array formations at the top and bottom were larger, while the array formation in the middle was 2 times smaller. Of course, Yin Nuoxing couldn't use all his strength to inscribe this large formation. If he did, he wouldn't be able to control the subsequent splits, and the energy would be depleted very quickly. Thus, the largest formation he was holding was only a foot in size. The scene that he saw just now kept repeating in his mind. The information was deeply imprinted in his mind. He knew what to do. His hand that was holding the dozen or so formations suddenly trembled. 1 divided into 2, 2 combined, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 4, 4 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. Yin Nuoxing closed his eyes and quietly sensed the mysterious power in the formations. He constantly combined the formations, replicated them, and combined them. The formation in his hands quietly grew larger until it left his body and floated in front of him. His spiritual power and soul power perfectly controlled the 2 processes. Then it continued to split and combine. He didn't know how many times he repeated this action. The formation that was only a foot in size was finally covered by a formation that was 10,000 feet in size after countless rearrangements. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there were countless small formations under this formation. It was just that they were drowned by the sea of light, so it was difficult to notice them. The power of that small formation has been magnified by tens of thousands of times. Finally, when Yin Nuoxing's spiritual power was about to reach its limit, he finally stopped. He looked at the formation that was 10,000 feet in size and couldn't help but gulp. This small formation was probably disdained to be used by a mundane-level formation master at practice. However, if its power was unleashed now, it would probably be terrifying. Let's modify it a little. Although each large formation that connects the 2 will look like an enlarged version of the original formation, it will still affect the formation or formation groups that are connected to each other. Yin Nuoxing thought for a while. Although this was already done very well, he didn't want it to end like this. He felt that he could still make some changes. I can modify the formation groups and change them into a dozen or so different formations. As for the large formations that are used to connect after splitting, I'll use the one with the highest grade to combine them. Since it can be divided into 2, it can also be divided into 4, right? Then, the 4 can be divided into 16. The size of a formation could be expanded according to the thoughts of the formation master. If it could be expanded to 10,000 feet in size, it could also be expanded to 10 feet in size. Apart from some formations that had a basic size of more than 10,000 feet, the destructive formations couldn't be shrunk. However, the Myriad Art Emperor's method was different. If he expanded a 5th grade immortal level formation from 10 feet in size to 10,000 feet in size, its power might more or less change, but it wouldn't be much different. At most, it would have the power of a 6th grade or 7th grade immortal level formation. However, if he used the Myriad Art Emperor's combination splitting method, the power could be multiplied infinitely, allowing a 5th grade immortal level formation to unleash power that was close to a divine grade formation. In the true sense, 1 plus 1 was greater than 2. Just as Yin Nuoxing was tirelessly trying to split 1 into 4, 4, and 16, and modifying the formations as he wished, and trying out various combinations of formations, his mind suddenly trembled, causing his hand to tremble. Those formations all shattered in front of him. How is this? The intense pain caused Yin Nuoxing's handsome face to contort. The soul light ball between his eyebrows pulsed at a high frequency, and the 6-colored roulette also vibrated. Waves of chaotic soul aura rushed out from between his eyebrows, and the temples beside his forehead twitched. It's going to explode. There's something. Yin Nuoxing gritted his teeth, and his entire body lay on the ground. He held his head tightly with both hands, and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like something was about to rush out from his soul. It wasn't that something was pouring in, but something was coming out from his soul. Ah! In the formation world, and in front of the statue, Yun Nuashing roared in pain at the same time. The roar was so loud that it spread throughout the entire hall, causing everyone to be shocked. They hurriedly exited their cultivation states and rushed in the direction of Yun Nuashing and the others. Xian and Nightmare were scared out of their wits by this roar. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw Yun Nuashing holding his head with both hands. His handsome face was filled with pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before falling straight to the ground. Little Star, Xian was so scared that her face turned pale. She couldn't care less about her cultivation. Her delicate body flashed, and she directly rushed behind Yun Nuashing. She stretched out her arms, hugged him, and knelt down. Her jade-like hands trembled as she gently touched his forehead. Seeing Xian's unreasonable speed, Nightmare's face couldn't help but twitch, and he hurriedly rushed over. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Where's Little Star?" It was also at this moment that Yao Hua and the others rushed in through the door. The roar just now had directly interrupted everyone's cultivation. Their faces were slightly pale, but more than that, they were frightened. Especially after seeing Yun Nuashing fall, they were a little uneasy. Before Xian could say anything, a blurry black figure appeared in front of her, causing Mei Mao to pause. When she saw who it was, she hurriedly called out, "Senior Mountain." The person who came was the Mountain King. He was just leisurely drinking tea when Yun Nuashing's roar made him spit out his tea. He couldn't be bothered to clean up and hurriedly ran over. The Mountain King waved his hand, squatted down, and placed his palm on Yun Nuashing's forehead. Chi! However, just as the Mountain King's palm touched Yun Nuashing's forehead, a strange force rebounded and hit his palm directly, causing him to be stunned. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what had happened. That flash of black energy just now seemed to be Little Star's stellar energy, right? The Mountain King's expression was strange, and he touched Yun Nuashing's forehead again. However, before he could get even an inch closer, that mysterious force appeared again, and this time he was sent flying. The Mountain King, who was sent flying, retreated dozens of meters before coming to a stop. His widened eyes seemed to tell everyone that he had seen a ghost. "Oh my God, it's a good thing that those old fellows aren't here. If they saw this old man being sent flying by an unconscious person, this embarrassing incident will be passed down through the ages." The Mountain King walked back to Yun Nuashing's side, and his low whisper made everyone sweat. "Senior King, what happened to young Master Yin?" Qin Yin asked. "An overload of soul energy has formed a violent energy domain there. If you touch it casually, it will stimulate the violent soul energy and make it even more violent." The Mountain King shook his head and said with a strange expression, "But I've lived for a long time, and this old man has never seen such a strange thing. A soul that is comparable to the peak of the demonic rank can even send me flying after going berserk." Boom! Before the Mountain King could finish his sentence, a burst of stellar energy exploded, and a golden figure flew into the depths of the Grand Hall. Everyone turned their gazes in a daze, and a moment later, they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the depths of the Grand Hall. "Fly!" The Mountain King's cheeks trembled, and he finished the last word. "Don't touch this child's soul first. It doesn't look like there's a problem with her cultivation. It looks like something from the inside has rushed out and formed a repulsive effect with her soul. That's the so-called lost memory coming back." As the Mountain King spoke, everyone's expression changed slightly. Yin Nuashing had lost her memory. Everyone knew this except for Shuego, Qin Yin, and Nightmare. However, why would she suddenly remember something when she was cultivating? "All right, continue with your cultivation. I'll look after this child." The Mountain King waved his hand and brought Yao Hua out from the depths of the Grand Hall, then urged everyone. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the rest hurriedly shook their heads while the others stood stubbornly. None of them left, causing the great mountain's sovereign king to be stunned. He stared deeply at Yin Nuashing. This little guy was the soul of this group. Naturally, He could tell that the worry and unease in the eyes of Yun Nuoxing and the others came from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, the Mountain King didn't want them to waste time. He said that if she didn't wake up in a day, Yao Hua and the others didn't need to keep watch anymore. They could continue with their cultivation. It was useless to worry and worry. Everyone nodded. They knew that it was useless to just keep watch, so they agreed. Around 4 hours later, the violent energy between Yun Nuoxing's brows quietly dissipated. When a Mountain King tried to probe again, he discovered that the soul had blocked his spiritual power from probing. This made him doubt his life. He had experienced being sent flying by a demonic soul and being blocked by a demonic soul in a day. He couldn't help but blush. 6 hours later, the sleeping Yun Nuoxing's eyelids trembled gently. Everyone saw that the two eyeballs seemed to be moving. They couldn't help but feel happy and quickly went over. Then they saw the eyelids tremble and slowly open. The pair of silver-purple eyes below still had some confusion and lingering pain. A moment later, the emptiness slowly faded away. Yun Nuoxing's eyes surged with life. Her vision slowly converged from its blurry state. Soon after, she saw joyful faces. There was even a beautiful face that was almost crying tears of joy. Her pale face flushed with color. "Girl, what did I do in the ghost aura forest a few years ago? Tell me the truth." When Yun Nuoxing woke up, the first thing she did wasn't ask about the time or what happened. Instead, she asked about the ghost aura forest a few years ago. Everyone was stunned. Xian and Mei Mao didn't dare to look at her. Everyone knew what happened that day. Anyone who survived the ghost aura forest knew. However, under Yun Nuoxing's calm gaze, she didn't dare to say it. No, she didn't want to say it. He placed his hand on Ziyan's arm and slowly slid it down to hold Ziyan's small hand. The warm feeling caused Ziyan's delicate body to tremble. When she saw Yun Nuoxing close his eyes, she clenched her teeth and slowly opened her mouth to recount the events that happened that day from beginning to end. Shuigu and the others didn't go to the ghost aura forest that day and only heard rumors. Now that they heard a legendary witness recounting it in front of them, they were even more shocked. Even the Mountain King's eyes were sharp. He was a little surprised and even shocked. Of course, he knew the significance of the eternal weapon, but this child actually had the ability to shatter it. "The Art of Stars, is this it?" Yun Nuoxing murmured, and a soul image flew out from between his eyebrows. Then it was displayed in front of everyone. There was a person in the image, and he was holding an immeasurably huge formation. Then, a huge pillar of starlight descended from the sky. Even though it was just an image, it still caused everyone to tremble in fear. It was as if the pillar of light was really descending on their heads. Chapter 520. The towering pillar of light was very dazzling, even though it was standing in the star field. It was like a huge beacon that pierced through the 9 heavens and the Milky Way. No one knew where it came from. It went straight through the array and plunged downwards. No one knew where it led to. "Is this it?" Yun Nuoxing asked again. His head was still a little dizzy, and he felt like slapping himself unconscious. Everyone nodded their heads in a daze as they stared blankly at the huge pillar of light. Seeing their expressions, Yun Nuoxing could not help but roll his eyes. Although he himself was very shocked when he saw it, it was not to the extent that his soul had left his body like this. With a wave of his hand, the image disappeared in front of him. Xian and the others also recovered from the shock. When they saw Yun Nuoxing stand up, they quickly reached out to help him. "I'm fine. It's just that when I was studying the array, the star technique suddenly awakened in my mind. Go and cultivate." Seeing everyone supporting him in a flurry, Yun Nuoxing shook his head with a bitter smile. He held his dizzy head and smiled. "Are you really okay?" Everyone was doubtful. They had never heard him scream when he was injured. That mournful roar just now went straight into the sky. Was he really okay? Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and walked towards the statue of Emperor Wanfa step by step. Xian was also very careful to support him, for fear that he would fall. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more." Hearing that murmur, everyone was a little shocked. Then they smiled bitterly. This guy, They didn't expect him to be so crazy when he cultivated. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing smiled at Xian. Then, he slowly sat down cross-legged, and his consciousness touched the statue again. Seeing that he had calmed down and seemed to be really fine, everyone went back to their seats. When Yuan Shi and the others were about to walk out of the hall, they still looked back worriedly. After watching for 10 minutes and making sure that nothing was wrong, they went back. The Mountain Lord looked at Yun Nuashing the entire time. He stroked his little beard and looked at the 5 statues. Then, he sighed and sat down cross-legged. He was very interested in this kid. Yun Nuashing and the other 2 naturally didn't know that the Mountain Lord was watching them from behind. After Yun Nuashing entered the state, he used his fastest speed to comprehend the information that was transmitted to him. The light balls that floated back now flew to Yun Nuashing again. They were like a group of elves happily holding a party. Yun Nuashing, looking at the dozens of balls of light. The Mountain King's hand trembled as he tore off a strand of his mustache. It was so painful that he sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Yun Nuashing in bewilderment before spitting out 2 words. Monster. Time passed quickly. 2 months seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. However, these 2 months were extremely busy for Yun Nuashing and the others. Those who cultivated mystic skills were cultivating mystic skills, and those who comprehended them were still comprehending them. Now, the 5 statues in the hall had quietened down. Rows of light balls flowed under the statues' feet. Yun Nuashing used half a month to comprehend the 10,000 arts Imperial Emperor to perfection. Then, he used the dozens of arrays in front of the Mountain Lord. The old man was almost scared to death. The Mountain Lord didn't believe that Yun Nuashing could comprehend all the arrays in half a day. Even if a 9th grade Divine Arts Array Master were here, he wouldn't be able to comprehend all the arrays in half a day, let alone Yun Nuashing, who was just an immortal realm brat. Even a 9th grade Divine Arts Array Master wouldn't be able to comprehend all the arrays in half a day. Arrays at this level were already extraordinary. There was a certain level of mystery in them. If one could comprehend them from the scroll until one couldn't sense anything special, then it would be considered perfect. Therefore, Yun Nuashing's perfect state meant that he could use all the arrays in their entirety. It was much more perfect than the evolved version of the 10,000 spirits killing array, the heaven refining array. After all, the latter was a heaven-sealing array with many talismans in it. He found that in that world, his comprehension of arrays would be enhanced. Therefore, he specially used 5 days to comprehend the 10,000 spirits killing array. He made great progress. Originally, he could only use 30% of the array, but now he could use 60% of it. However, Yun Nuashing couldn't comprehend the rest no matter how hard he tried. He could only blame it on his insufficient realm. The Star Arts incantation was very arrogant. When he first came in, he didn't even want to integrate it into the soul-burning incantation. It even conflicted with the other profound arts. In the end, it was dismembered by the other profound arts. Then, it obediently joined the other profound arts. Yun Nuashing found that this was a versatile incantation. Not only could it attract the power of the stars for cultivation, but it could also cultivate the soul and spirit. The power of the stars poured into the soul and spirit, making the 6 paths of reincarnation disk between his eyebrows look like it was rotating in a starry sky. Where did this magical incantation come from? Yun Nuashing was very curious. This incantation was not only domineering, but it also had such a powerful array. The falling stars was definitely a super destructive technique. Its power was no weaker than the netherworld execution of the heavens. Moreover, it was a regional bombardment. The netherworld execution of the heavens could strike anywhere. The little girl said that Jin Wang said the name of the Star Arts. I think they should know about it. It can't be from the 12-star palaces. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Why did he feel that this had something to do with the 12-star palaces? Was the eternal divine weapon broken? I wonder if the netherworld execution of the heavens can do it? After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Nuashing finally ended his half a month of cultivation. Then, he went to cultivate at the Soul Blade Great Emperor's place. He took 3 to 4 scrolls and came out after half a month. He also spent half a month cultivating at the Colored Glaze Great Emperor's place. Colored Glaze Great Emperor. What's the relationship with Heavenly God, Colored Glaze? Yin Nuoshing was puzzled. Back then, he obtained something from the Heavenly God Colored Glaze's underground palace, the Glaze Treasure Mirror. It could allow Xian skills, secret arts, and even arrays to accumulate power, break through the limit, and unleash extremely powerful attacks. He had always wanted this, but he couldn't melt the glazed divine crystal to cast it. He still couldn't cultivate it, so he could only be anxious. Fortunately, Z said that the melting speed could be increased with the help of the 2 divine flames, but when would it be completed? It depends on fate. If you and the Glaze Treasure Mirror are really fated, then you'll definitely be able to cast the glaze in your lifetime. Z chuckled. Yin Nuoshing's face twitched. How long would he have to live? Wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years? However, Z told him that the glazed divine crystal was already melting. It was melting very slowly, so slow that it was enough to make him break down. No hurry. It will melt in 10,000 years, Z said calmly. Yin Nuoshing was petrified. 10,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye for old monsters like them. One seclusion and one cultivation would only take 10,000 years. However, to young people like them, 10,000 years was like a time that was difficult to surpass. It was just a number, brat. Who are you calling an old monster? Do you believe that I won't push you down? Z suddenly went berserk. She strode with her long legs and knocked Yin Nuoshing to the ground. I was wrong. I was just thinking about it. I didn't mean that. No. Molest. Don't pull my pants. Yin Nuoshing's handsome face was pale. He looked at Ziyi, who was sitting on him, as though he was looking at a hungry tigress. You can't even think about it. Swish. A cold laugh, accompanied by the sound of clothes being torn apart, resounded in this world of flames. Lon Exine, and the Netherworld ruins, Sword glanced over curiously. Lon Exer immediately turned her head away with a red face, while the latter rushed into the sea of flames and pretended that she didn't see anything. Help! Exiner! Netherworld ruins. Something is going to happen. My moral integrity, asterisk and at an asterisk. Yin Nuoshing screamed in despair, but halfway through, he was stopped by a delicate little hand. The Mountain Emperor in the outside world watched as Yin Nuoshing's body trembled constantly while his face turned white and red. His weathered eyes flashed with astonishment and confusion. He thought that there was a problem with his cultivation. However, his breathing was very stable. It was just his body that wasn't right. What a strange child. The Mountain Emperor shook his head. Half a month later, Yin Nuoshing ended his cultivation with the Colored Glaze Great Emperor and took 5 scrolls. Then, he staggered towards the remaining 2 statues that had been activated. He seemed to be in a daze. After being humiliated for half an hour, Yin Nuoshing felt that he had completely lost his dignity as a young man. Although he wasn't, he felt that he had nothing left to live for. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Ziyi, he would have taken his spear and gone to battle. I swear that I won't enter the spirit world for half a year. Thinking of his tragic experience, Yin Nuoshing couldn't help but shed tears of humiliation. He just wanted to find his little cotton-padded jackets to warm his heart. Unfortunately, Xian was at a crucial moment in his cultivation. The 2 little girls didn't follow him. Exiner was still hiding in the spirit world and didn't dare to see him. Why is the heavens so mean to me? Yin Nuoshing cried out in grief. Then, he walked towards the 4th statue in a daze. The Mountain Emperor saw that he was like a dog that had its spine pulled out. The doubt in his eyes deepened. The 4th statue was that of the Great Emperor of Destruction. The supreme technique he had mastered emphasized the power of destruction, and extermination. If this power entered one's body, one's vitality would be instantly destroyed. There was also a type of destruction array inside that could unleash the power of destruction to the extreme. When Yin Nuoshing arrived at the 5th statue, Yao Hua and the others were already cultivating in the main hall. He glanced at them. For the first time, he felt so far away from them. It was as if he was still standing in the underworld and couldn't feel any warmth. Sister Su Ming, Brother Nuashing is so pitiful. Should I go out and comfort him? Xin hugged the Su Ming sword and hid from Ziyi. She was a little worried. Yes, and you have to comfort him for a long time. This is very suitable for you. Wait until he finishes cultivating. He's in a daze right now. It's very strange. His comprehension and cultivation speed have increased dozens of times. Let's not disturb him for now, Su Ming said. Oh, Xin blinked at Mei Mao and nodded. The fifth statue was a demon emperor. Yun Nuashing had some impression of its original form. It was a very mysterious race, the ancient fate-devouring beast. This kind of demon emperor could devour fate, or some kind of fate. This kind of illusory thing didn't seem to exist. It couldn't be touched or seen, but some people knew of its existence. The ancient fate-devouring beast was one of them. Of course, the ancient fate-devouring beast could devour fate and also give it to others. It had the heaven-defying ability to change one's fate. Yin Nuashing cultivated under this demon emperor statue and cultivated under the great emperor of destruction for half a month. She took 5 scrolls each time. Then, she looked at Xian, who was still cultivating under the great empress. She sighed sadly. Looking at everyone in the main hall, Yin Nuashing walked out and continued walking into the depths of the corridor. Chapter 521. Yin Nuashing was also curious about the other doors in the second corridor, so he went in to take a look. There were also cultivation techniques inside, but they were related to blacksmiths, alchemists, and seers. Yin Nuashing was interested in seers, but he was already exhausted from just cultivating formations and cultivating himself. He had no choice but to become a blacksmith. After all, he still had to repair the Nether Void sword and the others. He had no choice but to become a blacksmith. There was a blacksmith's cultivation method here, as well as a secret room and a large pile of materials that were casually piled up in a corner. Seeing the pile of 5th or 6th rank materials, Yin Nuashing naturally understood that this pile of broken things was used by the Mountain King for people to practice, so he conveniently borrowed it. After spending half a month in tons of materials, Ling Hongjian finally reached the 3rd rank and forged a flame core. It glowed with the earth core, and some of the formations had already begun to repair themselves. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing's miserable mood was slightly lifted. However, it did not last long before he was defeated by his own mentality. He was once again filled with grief and indignation. He could only turn this grief into motivation for his cultivation. Hexa, don't try to persuade him. Let him be crazy for a while. He has reached the half-demon rank in the past 2 months. Let's see if he can reach the demon rank in one go, Su Ming said. Sister Su Ming, it's too early for him to reach the demon rank. We have to suppress Brother Nuashing. We can't let him reach the 9th cycle of the half-demon rank. Once he reaches the demon rank, Lan Xian hurriedly shook her head. The Nether Void sword was startled, then smiled bitterly. She had almost forgotten. She was too excited. Repairing the Netherworld Ruin Sword was several times more difficult than Yun Nuashing had imagined. They had almost used up all the materials here, and only then did they succeed in upgrading it half a month later. This was even done with the tacit cooperation of the two. As for the 1,000 tempering hammer technique, Yun Nuashing had left by himself. He did not mind and carefully put it away. Perhaps he would need it in the future. Yin Nuashing did not enter the alchemist's room to take a look. Instead, he walked into the seer's room. The moment he stepped in, Yin Nuashing felt as though his entire body was being scrutinized. It was as though he was invisible. After walking around inside, Yin Nuashing looked around and didn't find anything to his liking. There was also no so-called predestined thing. Even if he wanted to cultivate it, he couldn't cultivate it. Only when this profound Method Heart Sutra automatically came to him would he allow him to cultivate it. As expected, it's not the fate of a seer. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook her head. Just as she was about to leave, an ancient book rushed out from the corner. Its yellowed cover seemed like it would shatter with a pinch, and it gave off a very vicissitude feeling. Yin Nuashing curiously took in her hands. Looking at the name on the cover, she instantly understood why she was chosen. Heavenly Evolution. Yin Nuoxing used extremely strange syllables to read these 3 words. These were actually words from the mythological era, suppressing the throbbing and curiosity in her heart. Yin Nuoxing nervously flipped to the first page. In an instant, her excited mood fell to the bottom. She even felt a little dejected. There was no doubt about it. The first page was the general outline, and only one sentence was written. The Great Fate Deduction Technique is composed of 7 types of divine powers. They are the Heavenly Evolution Technique, Destiny Technique, Divinity Deduction, Great Prophecy Technique, Great Fate Technique, Heavenly Constellation Technique, and Heavenly Fate Reincarnation Technique. Without any one of these, it would be difficult to truly deduce fate. When Yin Nuoxing saw this sentence, she felt a little pain in her heart. When she flipped to the back, she felt a sense of suffocation. This was because this yellowed, ancient book was 200 pages thick, and all of them were words from the mythological era. This was nothing. She could understand it, but she was completely confused by some of the strange symbols. She couldn't understand them, nor could she feel them. This was all about comprehension, and in the Heavenly Evolution Technique, there were many things related to the heavenly Tao, heavenly fate, providence, and fate. Yin Nuoxing felt even more confused. You're courting death. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. His handsome face collapsed. However, if it was really as described in the book, and she could finally master the true deduction of fate, she could still consider learning it. The deduction of fate mentioned in the book could completely predict the future and not peek at the trend. 1/7 of the book is already so profound. What if all 7 books are gathered together? We'll be able to stun people? Yin Nuoxing completely lost her temper. No matter how curious she was, she could only put it at the bottom of the box. She would decide whether to learn it or not when she was interested in it in the future. After putting away the Heavenly Evolution Technique, Yin Nuoxing walked out of the door. Looking at the huge wooden door that was tightly shut at the end of the corridor, she nodded and lifted her foot to walk over. After pushing open the door, there was only darkness behind the door. It was an endless darkness without any light. Yin Nuoxing was a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should walk in. After encountering terrifying darkness several times, he was already extremely afraid of it. Let's go. Don't tell me it's going to eat me? Yin Nuoxing sighed and took a step inside. As soon as she walked in, the door behind her slammed shut with a loud bang. It made Yin Nuoxing's heart skip a beat. She was purely frightened, especially when it was so dark here. Creak, creak, a strange sound that made one's teeth chatter came from the darkness. Yin Nuoxing had goosebumps all over his body. He only felt a little flustered, especially when he felt that something was spying on him in the darkness. He subconsciously took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, then carefully released his soul power to slightly illuminate the place. Although the weak light was only a little bit, it was able to continuously spread and eventually illuminate the entire world. However, when Yin Nuoxing illuminated the entire world, his handsome face was completely pale. It was a deathly pale white as gold paper. It was so white that it was almost transparent. The Netherworld Ruin sword in his hand was unsteady due to fear and almost slipped to the ground. He saw countless red eyes that were densely packed together, reflecting his figure. He saw a group of 8-legged animals that were from 5 to 10 feet in size. They were covered in fur. The creaking sound came from them because they were moving their huge long legs towards him. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing's heart fell from sadness to fear, from fear to fear, and from despair to darkness. The darkness spread towards anger, and in the end, it became rage. His silver-purple eyes instantly turned blood red, and divine artifacts covered the sky and earth as they shot out. That child should have already walked to the second door. The things inside should be very interesting. I wonder what he saw. At this moment, the mountain monarch had set up a small tea table in front of the statues and was drinking by himself. From time to time, he would poke his head out of the door to see if Yin Nuoxing had walked in. After watching for a while, The mountain monarch turned back to look at Xian and the others. He couldn't help but smile. These children's aptitudes should be the best of the best, the geniuses among geniuses. However, compared to that child, they are still lacking. There aren't many people like that child in the entire pantheon of gods. The mountain king sighed and poured himself a cup of tea. He lifted the cup to his nose and took a whiff. Then, a satisfied look appeared on his face. Just as he was about to drink the tea, the entire hall rumbled and shook. The tea splashed onto him, and he was caught off guard. Boom! Clang! A series of terrifying explosions came from the depths of the hall. What followed was the sound of something extremely heavy collapsing. Moreover, the tremors from the explosions were so intense that it affected the entire hall. Seal! The mountain's sovereign king furrowed his brows. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy sealed up the entire hall. Instantly, the tremors disappeared without a trace. However, what puzzled him was that Yun Nuoxing seemed to be the only one who had stepped into the depths of the hall. Could it be that something had happened behind the second door? With this thought in mind, the mountain lord stretched his head out. In an instant, he saw a gigantic red door streaking past him at an extremely high speed. It almost touched his nose. Clang! Boom! The giant door flew past and crashed into the first giant door, causing it to collapse. The mountain monarch's face turned pale. A few drops of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He was so frightened. However, he continued to calmly look towards the depths of the corridor. Soon after, he saw Yun Nuoxing brandishing dozens of weapons as he fought with the air. Vast and mighty energy splashed and exploded, causing the palace to tremble. Moreover, there were several terrifying energies that caused even the great mountain's sovereign king to shudder in fear as they quietly emerged. Oh no! The mountain monarch turned pale with fright. The explosion of this energy was enough to flatten the entire hall. Child, wake up! The mountain monarch rushed over and appeared beside Yun Nuoxing in an instant. He slapped his palm on the latter's shoulder, causing Yun Nuoxing's body to tremble violently. The shout was like a heavenly voice that penetrated his mind, causing his violent eyes to slowly calm down. After looking around in confusion, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have woken up. He was slightly stunned when he saw the mountain monarch. Especially when he saw the mountain monarch's awkward expression, he seemed to have thought of something. He quickly put away his divine weapons and clasped his hands together. Senior Mountain, I'm sorry. The mountain monarch waved his hand and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He smiled and shook his head. The space behind the second door is an illusion. It will project the things you fear the most and suppress your mind. Those who have come here before can break through their limits and directly advance their cultivation to the 5th or 6th cycle. It's very effective. Yun Nuoxing laughed awkwardly. What the mountain monarch was implying was, why did you go berserk when it came to this child? Child, what did you see? Even a mountain monarch couldn't help but want to ask, what did this child who stood at the peak see that made him go berserk? A swarm of giant spiders. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and answered truthfully. The mountain monarch was speechless. This answer was unexpected, extremely unexpected. It was hard to imagine, hard to believe. It was unprecedented and probably would never be replicated in the future. Yun Nuoxing was a powerful half-demon, the king of physiques with a spiritual godly physique, a super powerful existence that could kill the emperor of the underworld. Yet, he was actually afraid of spiders? This life was so dramatic. This time, the mountain monarch didn't know what to say. He felt that anything he said would be wrong. Chapter 522. After the illusion was broken, the place returned to its original state. It was just a simple and spacious corridor. There were no spiders or anything terrifying. The mountain sovereign's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Yun Nuoxing's innocent and fearful eyes, he swallowed his words. In the end, he could only sigh and wave his hand helplessly. Continue forward. This illusion couldn't stop you in the first place. Now that it has been destroyed, they don't need to test you anymore. The mountain's sovereign laughed bitterly, then pointed inside and said with a smile, Go on. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded. He then walked deeper into the corridor. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. Who asked him to see the thing he was most afraid of in the illusion? Under the influence of fear, he was a little violent. It wasn't a big deal. If the mountain sovereign knew what he was thinking, he would probably be petrified. Seeing that Yun Nuashing had almost reached the door, the mountain sovereign sighed. With a wave of his sleeve, the huge door that flew out flew back. The bumpy area was restored to its original state. Then, it merged with the other door and opened gently. After doing all this, the mountain sovereign slowly walked towards Yun Nuashing. Behind the door was a very precious place. He wanted to see if the child would react in surprise. The third door was a huge celestial door. The colors of the star domain stained the huge door and flowed gently. It was as if a starry sky was rotating on the door. Yin Nuashing's palm lightly pressed on the door. He felt a cold touch and a faintly discernible suction force, lightly sucking on his skin. He turned back to look at the mountain sovereign standing at the side. When he saw that the mountain sovereign was only looking at him with a smile without saying a word, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He exerted a little force with his palm, but the door didn't move at all. Yin Nuashing gradually increased his strength until he used all his strength to barely open the heavy celestial door. Starry sky? Yin Nuashing was stunned. Through the gap, he could see a dark area shimmering with starlight. A very pure, celestial power flowed into his body. He was very familiar with this energy, but how could there be such rich celestial power in broad daylight? This is my training ground. It's a celestial space created by a special power. It's just a small trick that every high-level god knows. Training here can increase one's speed and comprehension by a lot. The mountain sovereign smiled. Yin Nuashing suddenly understood, but when he heard him mention the special power, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He seemed to have heard of the Six Realms crystal and Ziyi Shaoxi before, so he couldn't help but ask, the power of rules? The mountain sovereign was really surprised. The rule power was a power that only Emperor God experts could barely come into contact with. He could only come into contact with it and borrow it. But it's fine as long as you know. Don't think too much about it. It's still too early. Yin Nuashing nodded. It wasn't beneficial for him to explain the power that only people at that level could come into contact with. He just needed to know that there was such a thing. Turning back to look at the door that was only slightly opened, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. His 6 wings suddenly spread out from his back. The celestial power in his body boiled with a thought, and an extremely violent power spread throughout his body. Yin Nuashing opened his mouth and roared. He held the celestial door with both hands. His veins popped out. The terrifying power caused the celestial door to tremble continuously. The entire door was slowly pushed open. Seeing that there was hope, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. He used even more strength in his hands, and even the 2 divine flames in his body evaporated every inch of strength in his body. Yin Nuashing fiercely clenched his teeth, and even a vein on his forehead protruded like an earth dragon. Hidden under his skin, there was actually a faint golden light flowing through the veins. Rumble, seeing that the entire door was pushed open halfway by Yin Nuashing's strength. The mountain sovereign was completely stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. His heart was numb. This celestial door contains a portion of high-level energy. It needs to be activated with one's own energy to push it open. This old man is really speechless. The mountain sovereign laughed bitterly. Ever since Yin Nuashing came in, all kinds of things had refreshed his understanding of this young man. He had seen more and more things in his long life. However, Yin Nuashing didn't know what the mountain sovereign was thinking at this moment. If he knew, he would probably immediately release his strength and be sent flying by the door. Clang! Following a loud sound, the celestial door was pushed open violently. It slammed into both sides, causing the palace to tremble. Yin Nuashing heaved a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This broken door was really heavy and heavy. The mountain sovereign walked to his side and tilted his head to look at him. He couldn't help but say, Actually, this door can be opened by injecting energy. Huh? Yin Noashing widened his eyes, as though he had heard something unbelievable. This door contains high-level energy. It can be pushed open with energy. Furthermore, the purer the energy, the more energy, the higher the door can be opened. For someone to use pure strength to push it open like you is really rare. I thought you knew about it? The mountain sovereign sighed and shook his head. Yin Nuashing blinked his eyes and resisted the urge to slap him. He said bitterly, What do you mean by opening a higher door? It literally means that this celestial door has 9 steps. Heaven has 9 layers, and the Milky Way is also known as the 9 heavenly stars. If you can push open the door with a total of 9 steps, you will be able to cultivate at the top of the Milky Way. The effects there are the best, the mountain sovereign said with a smile. With that said, he waved his hand and turned to walk towards the back. He said, You can explore on your own. I'll stay behind to help your friends. They will eventually come. Thank you, Senior. Yin Nuashing cupped his hands and turned around. He stepped into the celestial door. As he walked through the door, the celestial door that was hundreds of meters tall closed behind him with a boom and disappeared. Yin Nuashing could only see the celestial door when he turned around. He couldn't tell that there was a door here at all. The place where he walked in was a huge stone star. This star didn't have any signs of life. It didn't have any distinguishing features. It was just a platform for the mountain sovereign to enter. This was a celestial door, but there was air and gravity. Yin Nuashing didn't feel any discomfort in his body, but he could feel that the celestial door in his body was very, very active here. It was a very intimate feeling, as though the celestial door was his home. This was his birthplace. This was his home. There seems to be a very strange energy in the celestial door. The elemental door is different as well. The elemental door that is mixed with the celestial door seems to be stronger than the original elemental door. Yin Nuashing looked at the endless stars above. Some of them were very close to him, while others only flickered with light. They seemed to be quite a distance away. Looking at the stone star below his feet, Yin Nuashing stomped his feet twice. Then he squatted down and pushed off, jumping towards the celestial door. As soon as his feet left the ground, he habitually used the wind elemental door. He didn't think that a gust of wind would really sweep over and lift him up. The higher the celestial door, the denser the celestial door. Flying in the celestial door, Yin Nuashing felt very comfortable. His handsome face was brimming with joy. Looking at the huge, twinkling stars, he felt a little overwhelmed and didn't know where to focus his attention. Those huge fireballs and huge water balls flickered in front of his eyes. At the same time, he was overjoyed. At the same time, his heart was incomparably tranquil and filled with a sense of satisfaction. So much so that he had forgotten the humiliation from a few days ago. His long-cherished wish was to be able to travel in the celestial door. Now, he had achieved a little of it. Although it wasn't the real celestial door of the outside world, it wasn't too different from it. So beautiful. His silver-purple eyes reflected the twinkling stars. Yin Nuashing was unconsciously intoxicated. He kept flying higher until his body passed through an invisible barrier. It only stopped him for a moment, slowing him down for a moment. Then, it returned to its original state. However, he didn't think too much about it. He only hated the fact that he didn't have more eyes to look at this beautiful celestial door. What kind of power can actually achieve this? Although it made him forget to return, he still knew that this was only an illusion. But he still couldn't help but want to indulge in it, hypnotizing himself that it was real. The power of laws. Using one's own power of laws to create an illusion of an area. Using one's own power, one can create an illusion of an area. As long as it comes in contact with the power of laws, it can be recreated through the power of laws. It can even pass off the false as the real thing. A faint and clear voice echoed in Yin Nuashing's mind, but it made his heart twitch fiercely. It almost stopped beating. A faint trace of fear emerged in his heart. Yin Nuashing's handsome face paled slightly. He didn't dare to utter a word. He lowered his head and rushed towards the higher levels of the celestial domain, pretending that he didn't hear anything. He even released the light element, wanting to find a place to calm down and cultivate. In the cultivation celestial domain, there are many unusual stars. The most common ones are the blazing stars that flicker with brilliant flames. If you sit in a place where you can endure it and cultivate, it can cause the fire element in your body to mutate. There are also stars of other elements that fill the sky. Some special stars even contain special powers. If you can advance on those special stars, it can strengthen your willpower. You can also use those stars to transform your own energy and elements. Although Yin Nuoxing didn't want to listen, Ziyi kept explaining in a soft voice. While the former was frightened, he was also somewhat moved. Ziyi had always been very concerned about him, but when he recalled what happened half a month ago, Yin Nuoxing shuddered fiercely. The idea that had just sprung up in his mind was instantly erased in the cradle. Not long after, Yin Nuoxing crossed 8 obstacles and arrived at the 9th layer of the celestial domain. The stars here were even bigger. Standing in front of those blazing stars, he couldn't see the end of them. Yin Nuoxing felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. He found a dazzling blazing star on the 9th layer of the celestial domain. It flickered with a beautiful purple radiance, and its temperature was many times higher than the other blazing stars he had seen. Even standing a few million li away, Yin Nuoxing could feel the blazing heat. The temperature of this blazing star might not be lower than some of the divine flames ranked in the 50s or 60s. If he didn't release the power of the stars to protect himself, with his strength as a half-step demon, he might be burned to ashes when he approached a million li away. Strands of starlight quietly appeared. Yin Nuoxing looked at this blazing star, and the light element brought him with it in a flash. He rushed to a spot 500,000 miles away from the purple star. Then, he slowly approached until he was 300,000 miles away. Yin Nuoxing felt an extremely powerful gravitational force pulling at him. Only then did he retreat a little and sit down cross-legged. The surging power of the stars lingered around his body, blocking the all-pervasive heat. He took out the nethervoid sword and hung it on his back. He also took out the swirling zither and placed it between his legs. Yin Nuoxing didn't use the swirling zither or the divine flames to block the heat. He wanted to feel it himself. In this place filled with the power of laws, elemental energy, willpower, and star energy, there was nothing better than experiencing it himself. Chapter 5:23. In the pitch black and boundless space, countless stars twinkled with resplendent light. They tried to tear the darkness apart, but to no avail. Those blazing stars, those strange rocky stars, and those filled with violent winds silently revolved in this lonely and dark star domain. It had been like this since time immemorial, and there was no change at all. In the high-level star domain, a huge purple star was extremely dazzling in the star domain. That purple light was extremely bright even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Even the 9th layer of the star domain, it was still an extremely huge star. And at this moment, in front of this incomparably huge star, there was a tiny figure that didn't attract any attention sitting there. His body was wrapped in the flame energy from the purple star, causing his entire body to glow with purple light. If he was moved to a dark place from here, he would discover that this fellow was also glowing, just like an extremely tiny star. At this moment, this person's body was emitting faint starlight, and a fire-red energy was churning on the surface of his body. If one looked closely, they would discover that this crimson energy was slowly absorbing the purple energy around his body, causing him to be dyed in a gorgeous shade of purple. This person was naturally Yin Nuoxing. From the day he closed his eyes, a month had already passed. In this month, he frantically extracted the star energy in the star domain, and even extracted the blazing energy from the purple star in front of him. At the same time, he constantly released the star energy to resist the high temperature. Dense beads of sweat continuously dripped down from his forehead, and the black clothes on his body became wet and dry. Purple flames lingered on his body, making him look like he was on fire. This month was torture for him. He thought that with 2 divine flames, he wouldn't be afraid of the high temperature anymore. Even if he cultivated here, he would be able to adapt quickly. In the end, it was as if he was being fried in a high-temperature fire zone. No, it was as if he was being boiled in high-temperature water. With his somewhat weak willpower, he bitterly persevered for a month. Along the way, there were many times when he thought of quitting, but he stubbornly persevered, even though he was very uncomfortable, especially when he discovered that his originally rapid cultivation speed had once again soared to the limit. He was even more desperately enduring the torment. Brother Nuashing stopped, just as Yin Nuashing felt that he was about to break through to the next level. An anxious and pleasant voice sounded in his heart. It made him tremble violently, and his handsome face turned slightly pale. The most feared thing when cultivating was to be disturbed by others. Even if the spiritual physique diverted a bit of his attention to do some small things during cultivation, he would still be afraid of being disturbed. Lon Xian's spiritual call almost caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, even though he was slightly injured, Yin Nuashing only frowned. He didn't blame Xian. He knew that this girl wouldn't disturb him if there was nothing important. Since something could make her so anxious, something must have happened. He could only stop cultivating. The light elements suddenly swept him towards the distance, and he landed on a rocky star. After leaving that blazing hell, the surrounding temperature suddenly became much more normal. After resting for a while, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. His consciousness entered his soul with some trembling. As soon as he came out, his eyes widened. When he realized that Ziyi was not beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned his gaze, he saw that Xian was not far away. She seemed to be very happy to see him, and she skipped over to him. Brother Nuashing, Lon Xian suddenly threw herself into Yin Nuashing's embrace. Her 2 jade arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Yin Nuashing's heart warmed slightly. He gently pulled her into his embrace and heard her abrupt sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't break into the demonic realm, just a little bit more. Lon Xian raised her head. A trace of relief flashed across her pure and beautiful face. She looked at Yin Nuashing's puzzled eyes with lingering fear. She softly said, "Brother Nuashing, do you still remember the path of the demonic realm that we told you before?" Yin Nuashing nodded and said, "The path of the demonic realm is divided into demonic realm and demonic realm. The former is the path taken by ordinary cultivators, while the latter is very dangerous." Lon Xian nodded. She leaned her head on Yin Nuashing's shoulder and said in a very soft voice, almost as if she was talking in her sleep, "We don't want Brother Nuashing to break into the demonic realm too early. Even as long as the hidden danger in Brother Nuashing's body is not removed, Xian would rather Brother Nuashing not break into the demonic realm." Yin Nuashing's body trembled. A strange expression flashed across his face. He clenched his fists. Only then did he discover in astonishment that he did not know when he had reached the demonic realm's 9th refinement stage. The amount of star energy in his body had increased by an unknown number of times. Furthermore, it was denser. There were even more stars twinkling in the black energy. If he wanted to break into the demonic realm, it would only take a short while the realm is so fast. Yin Nuashing could not help but sigh. This cultivation speed was really too terrifying. In 3 months, he had reached the demonic realm's 9th refinement stage from the immortal realm's 9th refinement stage. If this news were to spread, it would probably frighten people to death. After reaching the demonic realm, in addition to accumulating a large amount of energy, one also needs to have a certain level of comprehension and cultivation. Only then can one break into the next realm. However, with Brother Nuashing's current level of comprehension, not to mention the demonic realm or the demonic realm, even the divine realm can be easily broken through. But the demonic realm, Lon Xian's soft voice made Yin Nuashing's heart tremble slightly. This breakthrough was completely involuntary. He even felt that if he were to cultivate here for 3 years, he would be able to reach the demigod level or even the initial divine level. In this place, with the endless power of the stars and the endless power of the elements. It was a paradise for the divine body with spiritual reception. I understand. Thank you, Xin. Yin Nuashing patted Lan Xin's head and sighed. If it were not for her in that state, he might have really broken through to the demonic realm in one go. Lan Xin smiled happily and then shook her head. She buried her face in Yin Nuashing's chest and murmured softly. After dozens of eras in the divine realm, only Brother Nuashing is Xin's family. Brother Nuashing is Xin's only one. This is the only place where Xin can stay. So, please don't say thank you to Xin, okay? Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned. After being together for so many years, he had even forgotten that Xin was a soul that had been released from the holy celestial crystal. He had even forgotten that she was an orphan from the mythological era who had been sealed for almost 100 years. After a long, long sleep and a long wait, she had finally met him. She had finally spoken the language of the gods and had been residing in his soul ever since. Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He hugged the person in his arms tighter and nodded heavily. Okay. Lan Xin smiled sweetly and gently extricated herself from his arms. She smiled playfully at Yin Nuashing, which made his eyes light up. Then he heard her say, Brother Nuashing can't continue to cultivate, but Xin has a lot of things to teach Brother Nuashing. The Void Technique is also a holy celestial heart sutra. It can greatly enhance one's control over the power of space. In Xin's time, it was a heart sutra that was coveted by many. Even a few big countries did not hesitate to start a war. After saying that, she did not wait for Yin Nuashing's response. She held his hand and walked out of the divine realm. Yin Nuashing looked at the exquisite figure in front of him and smiled silently. He felt very warm in his heart. Someone depended on him. It felt so good. When the two of them arrived in the divine realm, they were not in a hurry to start cultivating. Instead, they searched the galaxy in the ninth heaven. The Void Technique was related to the cultivation of the power of space. Since there were so many stars in the galaxy, there should also be stars related to the power of space. After passing by many huge stars, Yin Nuashing even saw a star. It was full of magic arrays. Even its core was a core formed by hundreds of billions of magic arrays. The two of them were very surprised that there was such a strange thing in this world. After secretly memorizing the location of this magic array star, Yin Nuashing and Lan Xin continued to search. Finally, after a day, they found it. Silver blue power formed a storm that wreaked havoc on the star. The core of this star was a mass of the power of space. As for the interior of the star, it was empty. There was only an endless amount of silver blue power of space flowing inside, creating a supersonic spatial storm. Yin Nuashing wanted to sit down cross-legged outside this silver blue star. However, Lan Xin pulled him directly. A terrifying power of space exploded from her petite body. Yin Nuashing almost fainted. However, a surge of silver blue power flowed into his body through her small hand, allowing him to catch his breath. Yin Nuashing looked at Lan Xin, who was pulling him along as they flew side by side. He looked at the two hands that were holding each other. Yin Nuashing unconsciously squeezed them. They were soft and boneless, and her skin was like congealed fat. They were so smooth that he wanted to take a bite out of them. They felt very good to the touch. Lan Xin blushed slightly. However, she did not stop him. Instead, she tightened her grip on his hand. After seeing the expression on Lan Xin's face, Yin Nuashing laughed embarrassedly and did not move anymore. Lan Xin brought Yin Nuashing to a place not far away from the core of the power of space. Only then did she stop. The power of space emanating from her petite body calmed down the violent power of space around her. The power of space here was so dense that it was frightening. Yin Nuashing did not doubt that even a divine king would be torn to shreds if he entered here. If not for Lan Xin's power of space, he would not have been able to enter this place. Even with the two divine flames, it would have been very difficult. However, Lan Xen did not dare to let go of Yin Nuashing. She was worried that if she did, the frightening power of space would kill Yin Nuashing, who was not prepared for it all. The two of them sat very close to each other. Their knees were pressed against each other. Lan Xen's power of space flowed through Yin Nuashing's body. Only then did Yin Nuashing feel relieved. Then, a fragment of his soul gushed out from between his eyebrows and entered his mind. A huge amount of information flooded in like a tidal wave. At the same time, in the Starry Door, the Mountain King explained the matter of the Starry Door clearly. When he saw Xian and the others pushing the door open with all their might, his gaze softened. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. This group of people had pushed open the door to the 8th or 9th level. Huiji, in particular, saw that Yao Hua and the others had pushed open the door to the 9th level. Although he knew that his limit was the 8th level, he still pushed open the door to the 9th level with all his might. When they entered and saw the dazzling starry sky, everyone was shocked and excited. Yin Nuashing's long-cherished wish to travel in the star region. Of course, they wanted to set foot in the star region. However, they could not go to the star region until they reached the initial god level. Now that they saw the dazzling galaxy here, they felt that they could die without regrets. It would have been great to bring my sister and the others here. Yuanshi could not help but sigh. Then, he looked strangely at the Mountain King, who was chuckling beside him. He still could not understand why he had allowed them to inherit and cultivate, and even brought them to such a wonderful place. Senior Mountain, do you know where Little Star is? Xian bowed slightly and asked the Mountain King. The Mountain King smiled and nodded. Then, he pointed to a spot above and smiled. That little guy is in a star that contains the power of space. He is creating a miracle. Miracle? Everyone was stunned. Then they were shocked. What kind of magnificent feat was it to make such a person say such a word? Half demonic rank 9 transformation stage. He has begun to control the power of space. This is something that can only be achieved when one reaches the initial god level. Don't you think it's a miracle? The Mountain King chuckled. What? Everyone was stunned. They quickly dug their ears and widened their eyes, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. He has begun to control the power of space. The Mountain King added, No. The first sentence, that kid is already at the half-demonic rank 9 transformation stage. The Mountain King smiled. To reach the half-demonic rank 9 transformation stage in 3 months, and to be able to advance to the demonic rank at any time, this speed shocked him. No. Oh my God. Can this guy be any faster? Can't he wait for us? Sick. Demon. Monster. Demon in human form.